Chapter 201, Refusing to Quit Until Death. The next day, in the morning. First, Wu Heng made a trip to the Snake Badge Consortium. He collected all the payment that was owed from his sales yesterday. After all, it was him who personally made the deal with Lazia, so he had to take the matter of money more seriously. After leaving the consortium, Wu Heng headed straight to the association. As soon as he entered the Great Hall, several female staff members greeted him cheerfully. "Good morning, Captain Wu Heng." Good morning," Wu Heng responded. Just a few steps further, several members from other teams waved at him. "Up early today, Captain Wu Heng." "Yes, good morning." While Wu Heng responded with a smile, he was somewhat puzzled in his heart. When did he become so popular? In the old days, the general staff members would also address him as the captain, but they only did so when attending to business-related matters, unlike now, where they greeted him from afar. The curious gazes of some professionals working in the hall were drawn to him. Those who knew him understood that he was the leader of a newly formed team, those who didn't assumed an executive from some area was visiting. Subconsciously touching his face, he found there didn't seem to be any difference. Without stopping, he went straight to the team's restroom. Upon opening the door, he found Duke and Mata chatting inside. Seeing him entering, they got up and greeted him. Wu Heng nodded, asking, "What's the deal with the association today? Why are both acquaintances and strangers greeting me?" After considering for a moment, Duke responded, Yesterday we brought back the corpses. Their identities have been verified and the records show that our team earned a 3-star merit. The news has spread throughout the association." Wu Heng was stunned, wondering what the connection between this and being greeted could be. However, he then realized. Considering the fact that his team was newly formed and consisted of only members, the consecutive killings of several third-class wanted criminals could be seen as a signal. Not to mention their individual strengths, the potential of his team was undeniable. If this pace could be maintained, it wouldn't be long before Wu Heng would be promoted to vice executive or executive, and both Duke and Mata could become captains. At that time, if they still stayed in Lundham City, they would be the leaders of these people. There must be a large number of people trying to establish a relationship in advance. I see. Upon understanding the situation, Wu Heng took out 9 gold coins from his space ring and put them on the table. "This payment was settled by the consortium. They owed us a total of 9,000 silver coins. It would be inconvenient for you to carry silver coins, so I asked the consortium to pay us in gold." "Wow, that's quite a lot." Duke wiped his chin, nearly drooling. Although 9 gold coins didn't sound like much, it totaled quite a substantial income. At least for the average resident, it would probably take a lifetime to save up that many gold coins. "Let's split it up." Wu Heng divided the gold coins into 3 portions and placed them in front of the 2. "Thanks, Captain," Duke smiled. "You should thank Mata, it is her provided intelligence after all." "Oh, thank you, Mata." Duke turned to Mata to express his gratitude. "It's better to thank the captain, I didn't contribute much to the fight." They modestly declined each other's gratitude for a while and then put away the money. Then, Wu Heng went to the reception to collect the bounty of the wanted criminals. A total of 720 silver coins, divided among the 3 of them. Everyone was quite happy, given the substantial income. "Captain, can we now apply to be captains given our merit points?" asked Duke. Wu Heng thought for a while. He recalled what Atruk had once told him and explained, "Besides earning merit points, you also need to reach level 8 or have exceptional performances. As of now, you have the foundation to become captains. All you need now is to reach the level and then apply to the headquarters. The association requires captains to be at level 8 and to have earned at least 1 3-star merit at minimum. This doesn't seem difficult. However, these 2 requirements actually hinder most people's promotions. A captain of a team needs to be at level 8 and 3-star merits are usually granted for capturing criminals of level 10 or above with a considerable amount of power and followers. This is not something a regular team can achieve. Even when there are such criminals, it is usually like the case in Blackstone Town where an executive or vice-executive would lead a team to apprehend them. There were very few teams like Wu Heng's, who would confront them head-on. Duke chuckled, "We got all the credit because of you, Captain. Other teams would spend a long time to catch a few wanted criminals." "Yes, being with the captain, we earn merits so quickly," Mata echoed. Looking at the 2, Wu Heng said, "Don't underestimate these criminals. Each of them is not that easy to deal with. Be aware of their accomplices. Wu Heng had a clear understanding of his team's capability. They merely utilized their firearms to burst down, in situations where it was inconvenient for the opponents, most of them into sieves. The harder ones to kill were left to their skeletons to handle. The actual strength of the team was not high. The 12 members of their team could hardly kill a wanted criminal. Understood, Captain, the two nodded. Okay, there's nothing to do here. You can go back first, be careful not to run around with money and avoid being targeted, Wu Heng warned. Both of them wanted to bring the good news back as soon as possible. After saying goodbye, they got up and left. Wu Heng also put away the silver coins. He started walking towards the alchemy ingredient shop in the outer city area. He had acquired 6 level 1 corpse cores last time. Some materials were still needed for brewing potions. After buying the materials. Chapter 202. Wu Heng went to the Malayo armor shop and sat for a while, asking about the progress of the leather armor production. Now that he had money in hand, he needed to hustle for supplies to slow down his spending. Just as he sat down to chat for a while. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps came from outside the door. A man in leather armor quickly burst in. The beastman shopkeeper glanced at the other party and coughed lightly. Sir, what do you wish to see? The man didn't speak, but his eyes fell on Wu Heng. He whispered, Are you Captain Wu Heng? I have something to tell you. Wu Heng looked at him. Judging from his attire, he was a gang member. Speak here. The man glanced at the shopkeeper and hesitated before he said, Captain, my sister-in-law sent me, there's something urgent. Hearing the words, Wu Heng knew it was someone from Wen Mancha. After she took control of the gang, she began supporting some of her subordinates. He got up and went to the door. The man whispered, Captain, there's been a fight at your place. My sister-in-law has taken people there, but it's hard for gangs to operate in the inner city area. She asked me to tell you to hurry back. Wu Heng's brows furrowed, realizing something had happened. The outside world was still unaware of his relationship with Wen Mancha, so the man in front of him must have been sent by Wen Mancha. Someone dared to break into the inner city residential area. This gave Wu Heng a feeling of being watched. Enel, who tried to assassinate him, definitely did not have this much power. Behind it all, someone more powerful was pulling the strings. Let's go. Back home. Wu Heng quickly left the shop and rushed towards the inner city. However, before they had left this street, they saw dozens of gang members blocking the road ahead. The leader stood in front of them and asked, Captain Wu Heng, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Wu Heng frowned at him. A gang member following him explained softly, the leader of the White Wolf gang, Galen. Without breaking stride, Wu Heng said, Excuse me. After that, he and a few others planned to get through the crowd of gang members. Gal's face turned solemn, he stepped across the path again, Captain Wu Heng, yesterday we lost a batch of goods. I heard that your team happened to be on a mission nearby. Do you have anything to do with it? Nothing to do with me, get out of my way. Wu Heng was anxious, and his tone became colder. Someone had attacked his place, obviously targeting Minnie and Andre Willow. Even though they were the maids he bought. In this world, slave status was similar to domestic animals, but in Wu Heng's eyes, they were still young girls. He couldn't change anything for others, but he didn't want these two to be in danger when they were with him. Gal still refused to make way, his tone rose a few degrees, our money is also money. Why have the goods disappeared after your association's people completed their mission? If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, you can't leave today. His loud shout attracted many onlookers. The more people there were, the more worried Wu Heng became. Fearing that someone might shoot an arrow from the crowd. With the thought, the white bone armor instantly wrapped his entire body. The terrifying bone armor made the onlookers step back. He immediately drew his gun, unlocked the safety, and aimed at Gal's right leg and fired. Boom! The gunshot was deafening. Gal's triumphant expression instantly changed, he fell to the ground holding his leg, groaning in pain. Bahu Dong quickly stepped forward, kicked a gang member who was blocking the way, grabbed Gal's neck, and lifted him up. Wu Heng's icy gaze swept around, tell your men to stand aside. The association's people, dare to. Gal wanted to shout, stir up people around him. But with Bahu Dong's grip tightening, Gal's voice was muffled, and his face started to turn red like it was filling with blood. Either make way or not, if you don't, I will kill you right here and fight my way out. Wu Heng continued. Gal's face started to turn blue, he was scared now. The man who grabbed him was definitely a high-level professional, he was unable to resist at all. He nodded hard, showing his willingness to cooperate. Bahudong slightly loosened his grip, and Gal immediately took a deep breath, then said, Make way. Rustle. The crowd parted, and Wu Heng, Bahudong, and the others, carrying Gal, quickly made their way forward. They went through the crowd, dropped him on the ground, and entered the inner city. They quickly approached the residential area. From a distance, they could see some people fighting in his house. One group was clearly gang members, while the other, although dressed casually, were definitely not ordinary people judging from their combat skills. It took 3 or 4 gang members to pin down one man. And a patrol squad of Iron Guard knights came from afar, they glanced at the fighting and left, as if they hadn't seen anything. Wu Heng had no time to deal with these. He took out his magic wand and cast the white bone armor spell again, then, with Bahudong, quickly approached. As they neared the courtyard, they lifted their guns. Bang bang bang! Several consecutive shots hit the thigh of the man at the front. The bullet pierced the armor, splattering blood. The sound of the gun caught the attention of the others, and they all looked over. Chapter 203. The reason Wu Heng didn't kill directly was because he truly wasn't sure which were his allies and which were his enemies. Although he believed that the crowd with scattered equipment were Wen Mancha's subordinates, he couldn't be entirely certain. Shooting their legs, at least, would further provide identifiable information. At that moment, Wen Mancha poked her head out from the second-floor window and shouted, Chief, Captain, those people are enemies. She pointed towards several people with excellent equipment. Wu Heng confirmed the targets, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Gunfire rang out consecutively, instantly piercing through several bodies. Before they could react, he had killed them outright. Bahudong, charge in! Wu Heng ordered. Bahudong took the lead and charged in. Meanwhile, the people inside the room, seeing things go awry, had no intention of sticking around. They broke through a window on the other side and began to flee swiftly into the distance. One of them, glancing sideways, had a familiar face. Don't chase them. Go check upstairs to make sure there are no other enemies, Wu Heng said. Just as Bahudong was about to rush upstairs, he saw Wen Mancha and Jianyi coming down. Jian'er and Yi had not come down. Master! Minnie immediately threw herself into his arms, sobbing softly. Wen Mancha, however, was much calmer, whispering, the other side was well prepared, they're all masters. We barely managed to hold them off till now. You worked hard, Wu Heng said. Wen Mancha pulled the sobbing bunny girl away and handed her to Andre Willow, then continued asking, what do we do next? It looks like you're being targeted. Get your people to help clean up the scene. Bring the bodies in here and set up a perimeter, Wu Heng said directly. The local guards, it seemed, couldn't be relied upon. At present, Wen Mancha's gang members were still the most reliable. Wen Mancha quickly gave her subordinates several orders. The door to the room was closed, and as the gang members helped their injured colleagues, they began to fortify the building. Glenda, who had been stalking them, soon flew back and entered his body. The location where the enemies had fled to appeared before his eyes. As he had expected, it was Jinluka's residence, the headquarters of the Sky Eye Cultivation Association. This was also where the old man who had tried to bribe him with money and a woman at the bar lived. How is it? Wen Mancha asked. Wu Heng nodded. I know who's behind it now. Who? Gianluca. Him? Why? Wen Mancha was surprised. Murdering an association captain was no small matter. The local noble shouldn't be making enemies, but making allies instead. Why would he do this? Since she didn't know about the secret cultivation hall, she couldn't understand the purpose behind all these actions. Wu Heng sat down on the couch and after a moment of thought, said, I'll handle the inner city area business. You have other tasks tonight. What task? Take your people and destroy the White Wolf gang. By tomorrow morning, I want to hear about their demise. Now that he thought about it, everything seemed clear. The White Wolf gang was also trying to delay him. Even if they were held accountable after the fact, they had a legitimate excuse. But Wu Heng didn't want to squabble with them anymore. The inaction of the Iron Guard Knights made him feel threatened, the danger of a coalition plotting against him. He needed to eliminate this nuisance as quickly as possible, even if it made the aftermath hard to sort out. The corners of Wen Mancha's eyes narrowed a little. She didn't know how the White Wolf gang became involved. But it wasn't surprising that the inner city area would support a gang in the outer city area. The White Wolf gang must have been involved in some way. After a moment's thought, she still said, "The White Wolf gang is a big gang, it will be difficult for us to take them out. If we go to war, we would be the ones being wiped out. Don't worry, I'll arrange help for you." Wen Mancha hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right." The night gradually deepened. At a manor within the inner city area, Gianluca sat on the sofa, disappointment flashing in his eyes. "You failed again. How did you become the captain when you couldn't even capture 2 servants?" As Anil was packing, he said, "What could we do? A bunch of gang members rushed out and slowed down progress. Besides, he returned too quickly. It's not like you said. You didn't leave any traces, did you?" Anil looked up at him. "You don't trust me, do you? Or are you planning to kill me after I've served my purpose, to erase any evidence?" "Ha ha ha." Gianluca laughed aloud. "You're overthinking it. I am a man of my word. When I promise to help you escape, I won't go back on my word." After a brief pause he continued, "Even if he does find out it was us, without substantial evidence, what do I have to fear?" Anil just smiled and put his packed belongings aside. "So, do you plan to continue going after him? At this point, there's no turning back. I'll arrange a riot in the next few days and have him killed directly," Gianluca said. "This is how you should have acted from the start, not probing him again and again, making him more and more wary," Anil said. Who could have imagined that a newly appointed junior captain would be so difficult to deal with? Gianluca put the wine glass aside, his charming maid, politely refilled it for him. "If you succeed, remember to write me a letter. I want to celebrate too." "Yes, I will." The two clinked glasses. It was their last drink before parting. Anil walked to the window and looking into the blurry night, he said, "If it's hard to deal with him here, you can go to Blackstone Town, they have him." Crash! Before he could finish his sentence, the glass in front of him suddenly shattered, followed by a puff sound. A bloody hole was instantly pierced through Anil's head. His body fell backwards, warm and sticky blood splashing everywhere. Chapter 204. Anil's head burst open abruptly, warm blood spurting in all directions. Gianluca jumped up abruptly. Before he could make a move, another orange light bolted toward him almost simultaneously. In front of him, a light yellow energy shield formed, wrapping his body within. The bullet was slightly obstructed, but it still penetrated the light shield, hitting Gianluca's waist and abdomen, causing blood to splatter. "Master!" cried the servant sitting next to him. Gianluca grabbed her body and used her as a human shield. Almost at the same time, another bullet flew by, piercing through the back of the servant, who slumped into a pool of blood. Gianluca rolled and crawled behind a sofa, shouting loudly, "Guard, Megil, where are you? Get over here now!" Crackling. A man dressed in armor, along with several guards, hurried over. They helped him up and dragged him to the middle of the hall, away from the windows. "We have sent people to search the surroundings," said a guard. Gianluca took out a potion and drank it, then angrily exclaimed, "It must be Wu Heng, it must be him. I want him dead. Arrange it now." Bang! Another gunshot, everyone's heart skipped a beat. In the courtyard, someone yelled, and a search guard with a bullet hole in his forehead fell to the ground. Bang! Bang bang bang! Gunshots continued to echo in the courtyard, well-equipped guards fell one after another. No one could locate the enemy, it was as if the night sky was punishing them at random. Killing people here at will. Everyone hastily sought cover, with no one daring to expose themselves. Meanwhile, the shouting Gianluca fell silent. It seemed that, at this moment, his side was the one being slaughtered at will. Atop one of the buildings, Wu Heng observed everything happening in the distant mansion through a telescope. When he discovered that his first shot had not killed Gianluca, he was somewhat disappointed. If he had killed him directly, he could retreat now. The yellow light shield protecting him. It was clearly a high-level magic item or special item that could even block bullets from a sniper rifle. Money is good, he didn't even die. In this world, not dying means nothing has happened. A few potions, or equipping healing items, could restore one's health. There was no risk of wounds worsening, leading to death. Looking through the telescope, Wu Heng glanced at the building opposite again. Now he was cornered, Gianluca must die today. Lai, continue to target him, Wu Heng ordered Lai before turning towards the big head skeleton beside him, killing spree, leave no one alive. Rustling. Down below in the streets, there was a sudden loud sound of bone friction. The dense, piercing noise was uncomfortable to hear. Skeletons like a surging bone tide, spread out after emerging from the alleyways. Began charging towards the building across. Skeletons climbed over each other, hurtled over the enclosure, and the sealed iron door was forced open. Under the horrified gaze of all the guards, they swarmed into the courtyard, instigating a slaughter. In an instant, the sound of wailing and fighting broke out. Gunshots rang out from time to time. Gianluca, protected by many guards inside the building, stared at the invading bones with the fear of death rising in his heart. Why is this happening? Why are so many undead appearing in the city? Why haven't the Iron Guard knights patrolling the city arrived yet? He had money and items. Even if he was old, he could survive with a few special items. He couldn't die here. Hold on, the Iron Guard knights will be here soon. I pay them so much money every year, they can't just watch me die. Gianluca lost his usual composure, seeing the equally anxious guards, his heart sank further. Protect me, each of you will get 10 gold coins, protect me, and you'll have endless money. The fight in the courtyard was over. All the guards had been swallowed by the skeletons. And these skeletons, with hollow eyes, were all staring straight into the building. Form a defensive formation, hold on until the city knights come, the captain of the guards gave a cold command. Everyone immediately formed a battle formation, protecting Gianluca behind them. They began to kill the invading skeletons. In the outer city area, a troop of several hundred people swiftly traversed through the dim streets, everyone armored and sword-bearing, clanking as they moved. Some people standing on the roadside did not avoid them. They just watched them pass by. In Lundham City, gang fights were not unusual. There were countless large and small gangs. Every day there were gangs being destroyed, with new ones emerging. Especially small gangs, a few more would pop up every day. But the established, large-scale gangs, few dared to mess with them. The White Wolf Gang was one of them. Not only was it established earlier, but it also had a complicated relationship with the inner city area. Sister-in-law, the gang has just started developing, now we're having direct conflict with the White Wolf Gang, this could cause some losses. A gang backbone sped up his pace and came over to persuade. He was relatively tactful. For the pinned gang to challenge the White Wolf Gang, it was undoubtedly like hitting a rock with an egg. The one to be destroyed would only be them. Even if you want to go crazy, find a suitable opponent, don't directly charge towards a stone. When Mancha, dressed in a brown leather jacket, her fiery red hair tied up, her face was cold and serious. She was well aware of all this. Chapter 205. But with the unfair treatment endured by her master, and his call to annihilate the White Wolf Gang tonight, what could she do about it? She swept a glance around her. These were the helpers Wu Heng had given her, 4 somewhat absent-minded skeletons wearing round helmets, and some strange equipment pulled by a horse cart. The long object supported by a 4-legged iron frame had a thin chain on one side. It seemed to be a kind of long-range device from her master's hometown. Keeping her face unchanged, she said solemnly, I have everything arranged. The White Wolf Gang will be destroyed tonight. Our pinned gang will become infamous tomorrow. Rest assured, I'm not stupid enough to gamble with my life by going against the inner city's plans. When they heard about the inner city's arrangements, the key members and followers around her had a moment of silence. Then they understood their sister-in-law's meaning. The inner city planned to destroy the White Wolf Gang, and they were just insignificant helpers. Everything was already arranged. Although they still had doubts, the squad had come this far and had no choice but to forge ahead. Okay, let's listen to our sister-in-law, someone said. When Mancha let a confident smile cross her face. After tonight, each of you will receive a generous reward. Thank you, sister-in-law. The squad continued marching forward. As they moved towards the narrow streets, a series of hidden gazes instantly focused on the crowd. At the same time, several tamed beasts stationed in high buildings took to the sky in synchrony and started circling above the crowd. We have been discovered. With a large group approaching, it was hard to evade the gazes of the rangers. Squeak clatter. In the distance, the doors of a few buildings swung open. The members of the White Wolf Gang quickly emerged. A large crowd had gathered in the alley ahead. Gal, the leader of the White Wolf gang, pushed his way to the front, his gaze somewhat scrutinizing as he looked at the opposing side. Pinned gang. Have you lost your minds coming to find trouble in our territory? The White Wolf gang was a faction from the outer city, while the Pinned gang belonged to the city outskirts. There was simply no comparison between their strength and numbers. Ever since the White Wolf gang's tamed beasts had noticed the Pinned gang's movements, they had gathered many members. Their numbers surpassed those of the Pinned gang. Him coming here only marked him as insane. Gal, surrender now. I'll spare your brothers, Necromancer said sternly. Ha 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 ha. The members of the White Wolf gang were startled, then they broke out into uproarious laughter. Gal's gaze slowly shifted to Necromancer, whose fiery long hair, voluptuous figure and gorgeous features shone in the crowd. He coldly said, Necromancer, when Rocky wanted you to spend a few nights with me, he went missing and the matter was put off. I never thought you'd be so eager. I'll enjoy your body for a while and take really good care of his woman. You're asking for death. Necromancer flared up with anger. The ones looking for trouble are you. You dare to interfere with the inner city's matters, and now you're even helping out that newly appointed little captain. You must be out of your mind, Gal replied, raising his long sword. He said coldly, brothers, don't harm that mistress. Tonight, I want to have my fun. I'll take Rocky's woman for him. Ha 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 ha. The White Wolf gang broke out into hearty laughter once again. They pulled out their weapons and swaggered forward. Then, they began to charge, ready to attack the foolish enemy. Facing off against the fierce White Wolf gang alliance. The members of the Pinned gang began to look terrified and withered. Their eyes darted around, seemingly looking for escape routes. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. One of the White Wolf gang members who tried to storm forward had his shoulder explode, and his entire arm disappeared cleanly at the shoulder joint. The warm, sticky blood splattered all over the others. Everyone watched the scene unfold before their eyes in horror. Before they could react, another boom resounded. An intense orange flash, and another member of the enemy gang's chest burst open, flesh and blood splattering all around. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy machine gun was like an enraged dragon, spewing forth a tongue of orange flame. The bullets comprised a ferocious onslaught. As they swept across the alley, the victims shattered into pieces, entire groups falling at once. The White Wolf gang was left wailing and fleeing. Even the Pinned gang and Necromancer herself looked shocked and terrified at the sight of the weapon spewing fire and the enemy gang members falling like wheat before a scythe. How could such a terrifying weapon exist? However, after a short moment of shock, Necromancer snapped back to reality. Wu Heng owned a similar weapon named a handgun, and what she was witnessing was essentially an upsized version of it, featuring drastically enhanced power. Meanwhile, in the inner city, Wu Heng, through the telescope, observed the battle at the opponent's mansion. The skeleton army had surrounded the building and launched an attack inside. It seemed that the people inside were still resisting. Despite the overwhelming number, they were still resisting up to this point. The guards on the other side seemed to have some experts. At this moment, the spectre Glenda flew out of the building and said, "They are all hiding inside the building, planning to wait until the Iron Guard Knights arrive. Waiting for the Iron Guard Knights to come. That's not a bad idea. After all, this is the inner city area, and the overall security is maintained by the Iron Guard Knights. The situation here must have already caught the attention of the Knight group. They hadn't come directly because they were gathering teams or making some other arrangements. Let me take a look," said Wu Heng. Glenda dived into his body, and the scene was synced to his mind. The building was in chaos inside, with corpses and broken bones littering the ground. Gianluca's injuries had already healed. He was protected by several guards at the back. Judging from their combat experience, their levels shouldn't be low. One of them stood out in particular. He was tall and burly, dressed in silver armor, and had a blazing red flame burning on his long sword. His fire blade ascends as he swings freely, shattering and burning any skeletons that approach. He kept issuing orders to the others. It seemed he was responsible as the team leader. Because of him, the pace of the battle was drastically slowed down. That's why it hadn't ended yet. Wu Heng let Glenda out again. He turned to the big-head skeleton beside him and said, "Give the order. Attack all." Inside the building, Gianluca was protected by many guards at the back, leaning in a corner. Although he wasn't injured much, but facing the persistent skeleton attack, his face had turned even paler. Previously, he thought Wu Heng was seeking revenge on him. After all, the information showed that he was also a necromancer, and he possessed a strange and powerful weapon. But now it seems, he might have offended a more powerful necromancer. How could a rookie control such a massive undead army? It must be a strong, old, and deep-rooted undead mage. Was this kid his guide? Damn it, the information provided by the guild was so unreliable. This kid wasn't alone, he had a powerful support behind him. No wonder Yuzd and Anil both failed. Everything that didn't make sense before makes sense at this moment. But there was no chance for regret. The situation he was in now could not be resolved peacefully. He had to hold on. This is the inner city after all. Such a large-scale operation would bring the Iron Guard Knights to the scene quickly. As soon as the battle starts chaos, their people would have a chance to escape. He would plan the next step then. You guys fight hard. Once we get out, I'll give you more money, Gianluca continued to say, for fear that they'd abandon him. Bang! Suddenly, a loud roar sounded. 4 giant skeletons, nearly 3 meters tall, clad in iron armor, and with giant arms reaching past their knees, directly broke through the front line. With big swings of their arms, they flung all the surrounding guards and skeletons. They hit heavily on the walls on both sides. The empty eye sockets scanned around and immediately rushed towards Gianluca. The guard captain stepped aside to stop it. Bang! He was instantly knocked flying, hitting the bookshelf behind him. Gianluca, horrified, turned to run towards the stairwell. However, he just ran a few steps. He was grabbed by a giant claw from the roof, crushed and chewed in its mouth. Gianluca struggled continuously, shouting, "Save me, I'll give you money, 50 gold, 100 gold, whoever saves me, hurry." Crack crack. The sound of bone breaking rang. Gianluca's body was torn in two, and blood and organs were spilling out all over. Meanwhile, the giant skeletons formed a circle and killed the captain of the guards. Chapter 206. Outer City Area. Bullets weaved a giant net, reaping the lives of the White Wolf gang members. Under the formidable firepower, flesh was as fragile as tofu, with the entire alley littered with shredded limbs. A gang member, his thigh shot off, used his arms to crawl forward. The loss of blood and excruciating pain caused each of his movements to be accompanied by anguished screams, "Boss, save me, boss!" His voice was filled with a desperate desire to live. But, obviously, it had no effect. Gal and a few others were hiding in a yard on the side, listening to the continuous gunshots from the rear. They didn't even dare to peek their heads out, ignoring their suffering members outside. Damn it! Where did they get these tools from? They are ruthless. Gal swore through gritted teeth. At the same time, he started regretting involving himself in the inner city area strife. Why did he have to meddle in these murky waters? Moreover, if he knew it would come to this, he should have exterminated the Pint gang first and played that woman to death. Damn it, everything had deteriorated to this state. Suddenly, the gunshots from outside stopped. Within an instant, the whole alley became quiet, the anguished screams became more distinct. When Mancha peeked curiously and saw the red-hot gun barrels, it seemed like they had decided to pause for a bit. But at this point, there was no need to continue using these weapons. She spoke coldly, "Kill them all, leave no survivors. Whoever kills Gal will be promoted and rewarded 500 silvers." All the members of the Pint gang were astonished for a second. But soon they reacted, picked up their weapons, and charged in after shouting. Initially, they dared not lay a hand on the White Wolf gang. Now, there were only a few people left on the other side and they all were part of the gangs. So, there was hardly any fear left. As they were paid a high price for an enemy's head, everyone rushed in, afraid that if they were late, they won't get to share the reward. They killed all the screaming White Wolf gang members on their way and then stormed into the courtyard on the side. On seeing Gal, they lunged at him with their knives. Although Gal was fierce, he was struggling against the larger number of the Pint gang members. After being pierced through the chest by a dagger, the gaze in his eyes was full of despair as he looked outside. "When Mancha, don't kill me. I admit defeat. The White Wolf gang still has some wealth. If you kill me, it won't be under your name. Don't kill me!" Gal shouted. The people who planned to finish him off paused their actions momentarily. Dragging Gal out of the courtyard, they looked up and saw Wen Mancha covering her mouth and nose at the distance. It seemed like she was waiting for her result. When Mancha looked up and said, "Someone in the inner city area wants you dead. I can't save you. Kill him." She gestured slightly. Her subordinates understood. The long sword swayed and slit Gal's throat. Blood spurted out. "Big sister, they are all dead. No one is left." Someone came over and said. When Mancha nodded, "Get a few brothers to search this place. Take anything that is useful or valuable, and the rest clear the battlefield." "Okay, big sister." As the outer city area didn't interfere with gang fights, it's required that they clear up the battlefield after the end of the fight, so corpses wouldn't be scattered on the streets and disturb the shopkeepers or residents the next day. Everyone began to clean up the final battlefield. When Mancha asked them to find and lay the corpses of Gal and some bosses on a flatbed cart. Along with the peculiar tools, they left towards their headquarters. After this night passed, the Pint gang made a name for themselves in the outer city area. Inner city area. The person from the Iron Guard Knights has arrived and is approaching this place. Glenda, hovering in mid-air, said softly. Wu Heng was standing in the courtyard of Jinluka's mansion. He glanced at the location of the gate. When his residence was attacked, this night group saw Tang and turned away. They came quite promptly this time. "How many people aren't there?" Wu Heng asked. Glenda raised herself higher and took a look from afar. "Approximately 20 to 30 people gathered there, but I see that people from another direction are also approaching." "Kill them all and bring their corpses back," Wu Heng said. 1. The skeletal figure standing by was prepared to move again. They went out the door and charged toward the approaching night group. Under the frightful gaze of the knights, they scattered the formation. Countless cleavers fell straight down, hacking and killing directly. Wu Heng entered the building. Gianluca was a local magnate and an important member of the secret cultivation hall. You could say that the quality of life here was quite good. The carpets, sofas, potted plants, and paintings in the hall weren't something an ordinary person could afford. Especially a few pieces of furniture, the exquisite carvings and craftsmanship were not something an ordinary craftsman could achieve. It did fit a magnate's status. If the lifestyle was too ordinary, it would feel as if he ended up in the wrong place. Upon reaching the staircase, Wu Heng found Jinluka's corpse. The body was halved at the waist, his eyes wide with terror at the moment of his death. Wu Heng found a door and opened a boundary door directly. "Move all the corpses and everything here. Move fast," Wu Heng ordered. The remaining skeletons began to move. Picking things up in the room, they directly entered the boundary door. Moving things in piece by piece, they formed a line like ants moving house. Soon, the group of skeletons that went out to intercept the guard team returned, dragging dozens of corpses wearing silver armor. Wu Heng continued to direct them to move things. "If it is too big, leave it. Move everything else possible, don't leave anything behind." Waiting for all things to be in the order, Wu Heng drew out the green bronze key and put on his cloak. Upon Glenda's reminder, he evaded the approaching members of the Knights group. He disappeared into the night. He returned to his residence. The house was utterly empty. Minnie and André Willow had been arranged to stay with Lezia's corporation. As they had been long-time partners, he somewhat trusted her. Moreover, a common person would not dare offend such a huge conglomerate. The hall was dimly lit. Wu Heng lifted the curtain and looked out the window. He confirmed there was nothing suspicious and directly went up to the third floor. Clang, clang, clang. A barn owl stood dumbfounded on the windowsill, pecking at the window with its beak. Wu Heng opened the window, brought the owl inside and took a note from its leg. He then unrolled the note to read the message. The content was simple. "The White Wolf Gang has been exterminated, no threats are present." Wu Heng wrote on it, "Everything is fine on my side too." Reattached the note on the owl's leg and released it. When Glenda came back again, there was no threat outside. He reopened the boundary door and went to the zombie world. It was still night here, but there were a few solar lamps in the courtyard still brightly lit. Wu Heng arrived at the open area. He checked this time's harvest. On one side were various pieces of furniture, paintings, wine, and dinner plates, and on the other side were bodies piled up. There were bodies of Gianluca and others, and also those of the night group. Wu Heng did not want to stir up such a situation either. But the conflict between both parties had reached an irreparable point. Once the other party started, if he did not resist in any way, it would only make them more rampant. If they dared to kidnap his maid today, they would certainly be more direct tomorrow. The consequences were unimaginable. It might as well be like this time, quickly annihilating the other party. Regardless of the impact this might have, or if Lundham City actually dug up that it was him, it was unavoidable. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. He sat on a wooden stool, looking at the pile of corpses in front of him and hesitated for a while. He said to the skeleton beside him, "Drag him out." Gianluca's corpse was dragged out directly. Only the upper half of the body was left, bloody. He cast Communicate with the Dead. The next second, the half-dead corpse opened its eyes. Unable to sit up, it could only turn its neck. It glanced over, void of any emotions, its eyes were grey and lifeless. "Who else was involved in the plan against me?" Wu Heng asked. The corpse replied, "Enel and Capro." Wu Heng asked again, "Only the three of you?" The corpse replied, "Only the three of us were discussing this plan, no one else was involved." "Was the main reason to assassinate me to get the sacrificial wand and the blood cup back?" "Yes." "Damn it! Why did you value these two things?" Wu Heng continued to ask. The corpse's body began to tremble violently. Just as Wu Heng thought something was going to happen, the corpse stopped trembling and replied, "These two are very important items, with special functionalities. If lost, we will be punished." Although no specifics were mentioned, Wu Heng could clearly understand the punishment mentioned. It was the secret cultivation hall's punishment. These two items were important items of the secret cultivation hall. If they could not retrieve them, they would be in big trouble. The last question. Wu Heng considered for a while and continued, "Tell me every member of the secret cultivation hall and their identities that you know of." The corpse remained still, without any response. Wu Heng frowned, repeated, "Tell me the members and their identities of the secret cultivation hall in this city." The corpse still remained silent. The next second, the head began to shake violently. With a poof, the necromancy on top of the head dispersed, the corpse fell to the ground with a thud. Wu Heng's eyes widened. He was amazed at what happened. He did not expect this to happen. It seems that mentioning the members of the secret cultivation hall triggered some sort of confidentiality mechanism. Once they were detected or inquired in this manner, they would disperse. It was like they had a self-destruction program built in. It seems that to join the secret cultivation hall, oaths must be involved. Fortunately, he did not impulsively join them. The corpse could not be summoned again. Wu Heng continued, "Strip him clean." Basin bent over and stripped the corpse in front of him clean. Besides the blood-soaked suit, there were still quite a few good things on him. Protection pendant. Description: a pendant engraved with a sword shield protection rune. It can form a magic protection at a critical moment and block a part of the attack damage. Space ring. Description: an item engraved with space magic with a space of 5 cubic meters inside. Chapter 207. The two accessories worn by Gianluca turned out to be magic items. He truly was a wealthy merchant. He was truly willing to spend money on himself. He held the two accessories in hand and scrutinized them closely. The inscription on the necklace was called Sword Shield Protection, which could form a magic shield that reduces damage. This item's effect was incredibly important. No matter which profession, personal safety is always the primary consideration. The light shield that had blocked the bullets back then should be this item. Considering the kinetic energy of a sniper rifle bullet, the fact that it could slightly deflect and change its direction already testified to the power of this item. It must have been very expensive. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Wu Heng continued with the second item, the space ring. This item wasn't unfamiliar to him. He has one himself, and they looked quite similar, with the only difference was that his had a storage space of 3 cubic feet and this one had a 5 cubic foot space. It didn't seem like much more, but when you calculate in cubic feet, the difference was actually substantial. It could store even more. He took out a wet wipe and wiped the bloodstains off the two items clean. He directly put the necklace around his neck and also wore the ring on his finger. When he used his spiritual power to communicate with the ring, he immediately sensed the items stored inside. All sorts of living items, red wine and food, bags full of silver coins, and some deeds. As expected. Robbing wealthy gentlemen is the fastest way to amass wealth. Not to mention other items, just these bags full of coins, there must be thousands of them. Wu Heng casually took out 2 deeds and glanced at them. They were of an inn and a tavern outside the city. It appeared that these should be properties in the city. The prices of houses in Lundham City are sky high, but they really aren't easy to handle. Going out with these deeds right now would be an invitation to arrest. Money should not cloud one's mind. Other than the 2 magic items, the outfits Gianluca was wearing were not cheap either. But considering the disparity in height and physique, as well as the tragic state of the corpse, Wu Heng decided not to keep them. He ordered the skeleton to move the corpse to one side, wait for daylight, and then find a place to bury it. A corpse that communicate with the dead was used on couldn't be converted. It was useless now. The corpse was carried away. Wu Heng continued to order, bring those other corpses here. The skeletons promptly stepped forward and carried all the remaining corpses over. They were neatly placed on the open ground in front of him. A total of 66 corpses, their identities could be determined from their outfits. On one side were Gianluca's bodyguards, a few attendants, and the rest were people from the Iron Guard Knights, wearing their standard issue armor. Although the armor had been hacked into scrap, the style could still be discerned. Wu Heng's gaze fell on the first corpse. This man, he had seen him from Glenda's site before, he was the captain of Gianluca's bodyguards. He held a flaming longsword in his hand, fought openly and vigorously, and single-handedly held off the majority of the skeletons. He ordered someone to strip him of all his equipment. His gaze fell on the longsword. Blaze longsword. Description: a longsword inscribed with flame magic and forged with rare fire element materials. Attacks with this sword bring flame effects. Another magic item. Previously, he had thought that it was either enhanced with a scroll or applied with flame magic. The truth was, the longsword itself was a magic item. He then inspected the man's armor. There were intricate inscriptions on the inside, it was also a magic item. But it had been severely damaged by the hacking. It was unable to display any equipment information, it was basically scrapped. After inspecting the equipment, Wu Heng immediately cast bone manipulation skill, necromancy wrapped around the corpse. The long-lost prompt appeared again. The summoning exceeds the capacity of the caster, instability increases. Whenever such a prompt appeared, it meant that the level of the target corpse was higher than that of the caster. This was not a bad thing, the higher the level, the better. The flesh slowly fell off, and the robust skeleton slowly stood up. The hollow eye sockets looked around and walked to the side. Skeleton Battle Master Level 12. Level 12. The same level as Bahudong. The highest level skeleton under his hand now was a level 13 skeleton Scary Claw monster. Even though it had the highest level, its usefulness was still quite limited. Most of the time, it was just waiting for orders or participating in some patrols around the prison. The most useful ones were human form skeletons like Bahudong and Basin. Some simple disguises and they could be brought along. They could serve as bodyguards and do work. In fact, thinking about it now, as the enemies he encountered became increasingly battier, Basin was already having a hard time keeping up with his level and abilities. The appearance of this battle master now, though, could take Basin's place. After deciding, Wu Heng continued to check the properties. Skeleton Battle Master, Level 12. Level, 12, 0/72,000. Attributes, Constitution 29, Strength 31, Agility 25, Intelligence 17, Perception 17, Charm 10. Features, Hollow Skeleton, Intermediate Spirit, Indomitable. Expertise, Heavy/Light Armor Specialization, Advanced, Two-Handed Sword Specialization, Advanced, Military Weapon Specialization, Basic. Sword Technique, Gruul Military Swordsmanship. Battle Skills, Disturbance Strike, Disarm Attack, Sweeping Attack, Stabbing Attack, Agile Steps. The profession called Battle Master sounded very professional. The last one who was known as some kind of expert could fight 5 at once. Chapter 208. Based on the information given in the profile, he was trained traditionally, not merely a warrior from a gang, who only knew how to wield weapons. His expertise mentioned the military equipment expertise, and his swordsmanship was called Gruul Military Swordsmanship. It suggests that he served in the military for a while. A proper warrior indeed. No new abilities were added, instead, a combat technique was added. All sorts of attack techniques and footwork. It seemed like his abilities were quite strong. Your name will be Blazing Blade from now on, pick up your weapon and stand to one side, said Wu Heng. Unable to think of a name for him, he just picked one according to his weapon. The skeleton picked up his weapon from the ground and duly stood to one side. His armor was in such tatters that he couldn't be dressed, and so the skeleton was left standing there naked. Wu Heng's gaze then fell onto the next corpse. Enel, the former captain of the team from Blackstone Town, had a wound on his forehead that left a bloody hole. Bone manipulation skill unleashed. The skeleton immediately sprung to its feet. Skeleton warrior, level 9. Well, not a low level, reaching level 9. Although he was not as advanced as the level 12 skeleton just summoned, he totally lived up to his position as the captain of a team. Wu Heng briefly checked his attributes, and found nothing special. So he continued to unleash the Dead Bones battlefield, and the remaining skeletons standing in front of him sprung to their feet. They all stared blankly in his direction. Skeleton soldier, level 7, skeleton swordsman, level 8, skeleton ranger, level 8. Whether it was Jinluka's guards, or the Iron Guard Knights of Lundham City, their levels were all 7 or 8. Wu Heng was quite satisfied with this. Although higher level skeletons are important, the levels 7 and 8 still form the backbone of his force. It's enough to form a guard team. And not just any situation, they will have to rely on the power of the skeleton group. From now on, you are called Jianer, you are Jianzan, you are Yi. Wu Heng named them one by one. For swordsmen, starting from Jianer, given that Jian Yi is still alive despite losing an arm. For warriors, starting from Zhan Yi, and the same for rangers, using names like Jane 1, Jane 2. There is no choice but to do so, as there are too many skeletons. Even if he wanted to spend time giving them each a name, he might not remember them all. After a long time, in the sudden outbreak of a battle, this kind of 1234 naming sequence would be more convenient and easy to remember. After assigning tasks to several skeletons, he then walked over to another pile of furniture. Paintings, chandeliers, rugs were all piled up. Wu Heng didn't really care and just gave it a casual glance. His gaze, however, was completely captivated. Engraved Eternal Flame Bathtub Vitality Dinner Plate Illuminating Stone. One by one, these life magical tools appeared in front of his eyes. Engraved Eternal Flame Bathtub is a beautifully engraved silver bath. On the outside are intricate patterns of leaves and flowers, inscribed with complex runes. This bathtub could regulate the temperature of the water for the user. Vitality Dinner Plate is a dinner plate engraved with the life extension technique, capable of preserving the life of the creatures it serves. As for the function of this tool, Wu Heng studied it closely in his hand. It's probably used while consuming raw food. Illuminating stone is a crystal clear stone similar to a crystal, also engraved with illuminating runes, and it can provide lighting. This kind of illuminating stones hung all over the chandelier. Being rich is really nice. Wu Heng couldn't help but exclaim. This was the most magical tools he had ever seen at once. Of course, now they all belonged to him. He ordered the skeletons to organize and classify the items. As they were doing so, dawn gradually broke. Wu Heng quickly packed up and returned home through the boundary door. Early morning sunlight streamed in through the windows. Having briefly eaten some noodles for breakfast, Wu Heng left his house. Accompanied by Basin and Bahudong, they directly headed to the guild. One night had passed, and no one had come to cause any trouble for him, which indicated that they hadn't found any evidence against him yet. The best choice now was to act as usual. Even if there were some doubts, they couldn't touch him right away. After all, he was a captain appointed by the headquarters of the guild. If there were any problems, they would proceed to a thorough check, following the appropriate procedures. If things didn't go well, he would hide in the zombie world. Upon stepping into the guild, a large number of people had gathered in the hall, furiously discussing the topic of a wealthy businessman in the inner city who had been exterminated and robbed. Just like a big news story, everyone was talking about it. No one was left alive? Everyone's dead? Where did you get the news from? Any wealthy businessman in the inner city area has dozens of guards in their hands. How could this happen? Can't be wrong, Iron Guard Knights have surrounded the whole building. I just went to have a look, it was really terrible. I heard another news. Everyone else looked over. The White Wolf gang in the outer city area was exterminated, their base was a bloody mess, even worse. Upon hearing it was a gang in the outer city, everyone lost interest. They turned away and kept talking about the inner city matter. You've seen the residence, you should know which businessman it is, right? Lord Gianluca. Damn, him. Wu Heng just walked past, not stopping, proceeding directly to the break room. No one had arrived in the break room yet. Neither Duke nor Mata had arrived. After Wu Heng had sat for a while, he was about to get up and join the crowd at Jinluka's residence to have a look. The door was then knocked. An administrative staff member glanced around and immediately greeted him respectfully when he saw Wu Heng in the room. "Chief Wu Heng, the executor is asking for you." "What's the matter?" "I'm not sure, seems like a guest is here," replied the staff. Wu Heng nodded, "All right, I got it." After the staff member left, Wu Heng also got up, made some preparations, and went to the executor's office. As he entered, aside from the guild's executor, the office also hosted two people from the Iron Guard Knights. One was a young man with blonde hair and thick eyebrows, the other, a middle-aged man with brown short hair and a thick beard, had a stern face. "Wu Heng, this is Milko, the commander of Knight Regiment, he has a few questions for you," the executor explained. "Commander Milko," Wu Heng nodded without expression. The middle-aged man looked him up and down, then directly said, "Commander Wu Heng, there was a serious security incident in the inner city last night. I need to ask you some questions." "Oh? Please go ahead. Where were you last night?" "At home." "Do you have a witness?" the other party continued to ask. "No." The man kept his eyes fixed on him. "Did you know about the attack on Jinluka's home last night?" Wu Heng replied, "I do know about it, but you're not suggesting I'm involved, are you? After all, I'm a captain appointed by the headquarters of the guild. My ideological consciousness has been recognized by the organization." "Oh? That's really strange because I've heard that you have a weapon that can shoot hidden weapons with amazing lethality." As he spoke, he pulled out an orange warhead from his bosom and placed it on the executor's desk. "Can you explain this?" Chapter 209. Seeing the bullet the other party had taken out, Wu Heng didn't show a surprised expression. Lai fired more than 1 or 2 shots from a long distance at the enemy, and not every shot hit the target. I had my skeleton look for the fired bullets at the scene. Still, there were some bullets that fell into the grass, or pierced into the earth and walls, that could not be found in a short time. It isn't strange for the Iron Guard Knights to find those bullets while they were conducting a search during the day. "Do you think I killed him?" Wu Heng said. "We're only asking. What do you mean by being so resistant, Captain Wu Heng?" Another young member of the Knights took a step forward and continued to ask. Wu Heng waved his hand and said, "Which eye of yours saw me resisting?" The young Knights member's expression halted, and his face became even more unpleasant. The middle-aged leader signaled the young member not to worry, and directly said, "Captain Wu Heng, please explain this. Why would this appear in Jinluka's place?" The other party didn't want to deviate the topic and pulled it back to the bullet. Wu Heng shook his head, "It's not mine." "How do you prove that it's not yours?" "This is a type of weapon, similar to a strong crossbow. Others could get it as well, and ours are clearly different." Wu Heng opens his handgun, takes out a bullet, and puts it onto it. What the other party had taken out was a bullet, but the difference can still be made out. The type and size are clearly different. The middle-aged man compared them and continued to say, "This equipment, we need to take it with us to verify. Our association has regulations, members' equipment and tools are personal belongings and cannot be occupied in any manner. Of course, I'll also cooperate with your investigation. Please have the Chancellor write an application to the headquarters. Once the approval comes, I'll immediately hand over the weapon to you." Wu Heng put the bullet he took out back, and inserted the magazine back in. Chancellor Gomez gave him a look, followed by saying, "Wu Heng just joined the association. He has no reasons to harbor this much enmity with the other party. You should investigate others. Do you know Gianluca?" The middle-aged man still did not give up. "I've indeed met him once. He wanted to buy a prop from me but due to the price the deal was not made." Wu Heng replied. "What about afterwards?" "Did not see him afterwards. If we had conflicts, we would immediately call the association to resolve it. There's absolutely no need to escalate it to this degree." Wu Heng explained according to his own thoughts. The two didn't ask any more and recorded it in the book. "Chancellor Gomez, sorry for the disturbance. We will leave now." The two saluted to Gomez. Then they said to Wu Heng, "Mr. Wu Heng, before the investigation is clear, please do not leave this city." "That cannot be certain. If there are missions, I still have to lead the team to carry them out," Wu Heng said. The other party had nothing to do with Wu Heng, they turned around and left. When only the Chancellor and he were left in the study room, Gomez then asked, Do you have a conflict with the knights? Wu Heng knew his attitude was clearly resistant. He immediately said, Chancellor, yesterday my home was attacked by a group of masked men who tried to rob my property. Those knights stood by and watched the fun. And now when a merchant has died, they displayed an attitude as though a huge incident has happened. I am just annoyed. There is such a thing. Gomez's eyebrows furrowed deeper. Are they from the same group that tried to assassinate you last time? Not sure, it's very likely related to them. I'll arrange for some people to keep an eye out around your residence. The Chancellor said. Wu Heng shook his head and said, I have also made some arrangements. If there's still danger, I'll report to the Chancellor. You go back first. Don't conflict with the knights. They represent the city lord's mansion. We still have to get by on both sides. Yes, Chancellor. Having said that, Wu Heng turned around and left. The two knights left the association. The young member hesitated a bit and then said, Leader, his resistance was obvious when he was answering questions, and he was tense. He's a big suspect. The middle-aged leader looked at him and said, Maybe, but without substantial evidence, we can't do anything to him. Just let him go just like this. Leave it to the city lord to handle. We just need to do our part. The middle-aged leader continued to say. Jinluka's mansion, now is just like a haunted house. One could see blood all over the place and traces of fight, but all the bodies and furniture have vanished into thin air. This is not something an ordinary person could do. It was just a formality. No one wanted to investigate. If they found the killer today, they wouldn't live past tomorrow. Wu Heng left the study, still controlling his expression. Just in case there were any means to spy in secret, observing his every move. Jinluka's death did not seem to cause too serious a crisis. At least the association did not intervene, and the Iron Guard Knights of Lundham City merely made visits and inquiries. It hasn't escalated to the point of breaking off with Lundham City. This is a good thing. I hope the incident will calm down and return to normal life. Of course, with Jinluka's death, the secret cultivation hall and that fat man know my plan. I also have to be careful, in case the other party makes any out-of-line moves, or produces evidence. I must prepare in advance. Upon returning to the lounge and opening the door, Duke was sitting on the sofa eating. Seeing Wu Heng come in, he immediately showed an expression of discovering a big secret and said, Captain, someone died in the inner city area. Everyone is now discussing it. You say if we catch the killer, would there be a merit award? Wu Heng was almost fainted by anger and said, It's not on the wanted order, why should we catch him? This is the job of the Iron Guard Knights. We already have so many enemies around us, let's not provoke others. Oh, that makes sense. Duke sat back down and continued to say, Captain, Glask asked me to tell you that the new batch of armor is ready. When someone is available at home, they can deliver it directly to you. Glask is the name of the owner of Malayo Armor Shop. Duke kept mentioning it, so over time, it was remembered. Let's go. Let's go see it together. All right. The two got up and headed straight out. The outer city area was also in a semblance of chaos. Members of various gangs could be seen patrolling in groups along the way. Every one of them was alert, as if danger was imminent. Wu Heng and Duke arrived at the Malayo Armor Shop. A few beastmen had joined the shop, seemingly to help guard it. Seeing Wu Heng walk in, the beastman shop owner immediately put on a smile, Our captain is here. We just received some beast milk, which is beneficial for the body. Take some of it with you and let your friends have a taste. Beastmen were not as naive and honest as the rumors suggested. Those in business understood some social graces. Wu Heng walked into the shop with a smile, asking, What's going on in the outer city area today? Why are there guards at the shop entrance? The shop owner cautiously looked outside before lowering his voice, You probably don't know yet. Last night, the entire White Wolf gang was wiped out. Not a single person survived. The entire street is filled with body parts and blood clots. People are still cleaning up. It turned out to be because of the White Wolf gang incident. Isn't internal gang conflict normal? Why is everyone so on edge? The White Wolf gang was a major faction with many businesses. The gangs that eliminated them weren't interested in their businesses, but other factions couldn't resist the temptation. If no one mediates, there might be an all-out brawl. We're afraid, so we've increased our guard, preventing anyone from taking advantage in the chaos, the shop owner continued. Oh, that makes sense. Wu Heng nodded. Captain, do you want to check the goods, or should I just have them sent over to you? The shop owner continued. Take me over. Okay, the owner thought Wu Heng wanted to inspect the goods and spent the journey assuring him of their quality. Upon entering the warehouse, he pointed to a pile of leather armor. These are the ones, feel free to inspect. Wu Heng nodded, glancing casually. He put everything into his space ring. The shop owner was taken aback, but quickly realized it was a storage tool, and proceeded to effusively praise it. Wu Heng continued, do you have any quality plate armor for human warriors? Of course we do. Please follow me, and I'll show you. The shop owner led him back to the front of the store and began introducing the plate armor on the wooden rack. They were fully covered in metal, lined with leather inside. They looked pretty decent. How much? For the full set? 420 silver coins, the shop owner replied. Can I get a discount if I buy in bulk? The shop owner replied, Captain, whether you buy a lot or not, I'll give you the lowest price, 400 silver coins. Wu Heng got straight to the point and said, I need 60 sets. Spurt? The shop owner, who had been sipping water, sprayed it all out in surprise. 60 sets? What's the matter? Wu Heng asked. I'll have someone start packing the armor immediately. The shop owner quickly left to instruct his staff to pack the armor. After all the armors were packed, Wu Heng put them all in his space ring and counted out the required silver coins, handing them over to the owner. The shop owner's face was lit up with joy. Then, someone carried over 2 leather water bags. The shop owner said, Captain, this is beast milk brought back from the clan. Take it back and try it. If you like it, I can have more delivered to you next time. No need, I'm not accustomed to this, Wu Heng declined. Try it, it's good for your health. After some back and forth, Wu Heng finally accepted. He really couldn't get accustomed to Beastman's food and tastes. After making his purchases, he sent Duke home first. He then left the shop himself to head towards the Pint Gang's base. Guided by an underling, Wu Heng walked straight into the courtyard. Wen Mancha, clad in leather armor, her face cold, exuded a faint aura of killing intent. You all go out first, keep watch outside. Yes, ma'am. The underling left immediately. Those who remained were Wen Mancha's trusted confidants, many of whom had also participated in the battle to protect the maid in the inner city area. They probably had an idea of what was going on. When the courtyard gate was closed, Wen Mancha dropped her stern expression, Master. She softly called and then leaned in. Are you hurt? No, but I'm still scared. Wen Mancha took him to a corner and opened up a grass mat, revealing several corpses. He was the leader of the White Wolf gang, the others were key members. They're all here. The corpses were pallid, evidently dead for some time. Indeed, they were the ones who intercepted him. Well done. Thank you, Master. Wu Heng proceeded to cast bone manipulation skill on the corpses. The flesh and blood fell off, and the corpses stood up. These corpses will follow you from now on, continue managing the gang. Wen Mancha's eyes widened, expressing both surprise and joy. Chapter 210. Skeleton Swordsman, Level 10, Skeleton Warrior, Level 9, Skeleton Ranger, Level 8. The attributes of the skeletons were displayed before my eyes. As a large gang, the White Wolf gang does indeed possess considerable strength. The leader is a level 10 swordsman, and the rest of the core members are all level 8 or 9 professionals. With these individuals at the helm, the gang does indeed possess some strength. If they were to rely solely on the Pint gang, they would not stand a chance against the White Wolf gang. The demise of the White Wolf gang could be attributed to the power of the heavy machine gun. Wu Heng presented these skeletons to Wen Mancha with his own intentions. She played a significant role in this operation. Not only did she delay the secret cultivation hall's plan to capture the maids, but she also obediently exterminated the White Wolf gang under his command. Even though Wen Mancha was his slave and bound by the slave contract to obey him. But she performed outstandingly and played a significant role. Similarly, Wen Mancha's actions in this matter may well attract the attention of various powers. Her own safety also needed to be considered. He couldn't rely on gang members, he still needed these skeletons. After all, only Gianluca of the secret cultivation hall was killed. Who knew if others are secretly watching this place? Wen Mancha also widened her eyes at this time. First, she was surprised, then she was delighted. She came to understand the usefulness of undead attendants. The simplest and most straightforward advantage is their absolute loyalty and obedience. Even if you asked them to rush into a fire for a trivial thing, they would rush into it without hesitation. In a gang, loyalty is even rarer than gold. And these skeletons in front of her were once the foundation of the White Wolf gang. Now they were being passed on to her. Not only was her position more secure, but the Pint gang also now had the foundation that the White Wolf gang used to have. As long as she carefully managed it for a while. Once the number of members reaches a certain scale, the Pint gang will become a large gang in the outer city area, far surpassing its current strength. Thinking of this, Wenmancha became even more excited. She looked up cautiously, her eyes full of affection. Master, you're so kind. You deserve it. Wu Heng continued speaking to the skeletons, you guys should follow her instructions from now on. Clatter. The skeletons stepped out of the rotten flesh and stood behind Wenmancha. Wu Heng continued, give them names to facilitate task assignments. Wenmancha nodded and began to name the skeletons one by one. Unlike Wu Heng's 1, 2, 3 and 4, Wenmancha could call out their original names. After all, they were all from the same gang and had some information about each other. Wu Heng then went to a side location. He pulled the heavy machine gun that he had given Wenmancha last night directly into his space ring. He might not necessarily have to put it back where he got it from, but he definitely couldn't just leave it here. If it got lost, or if some organization targeted it for replication, it could also be a problem for him. If Wenmancha needed it later, he could give it to her again, but for now, he would take it back. Once the names were done, Wenmancha quickly walked up, intimately hooked his arm and whispered, Master, have matters in the inner city been resolved? It seems that the affairs in the inner city have not been disclosed. At least Wenmancha hadn't received that information yet. It's kind of solved. If the Iron Guard Knights investigate, remember to deny everything. Make up an excuse for the enmity with the White Wolf gang. Be careful when you go out to avoid any trouble. Wu Heng advised. Okay, I'll be careful. Wenmancha said, dragging him to their room. Seeing her eagerness, Wu Heng said, stop it. All your underlings are outside, it's not good if they hear us. No one will come in, hurry up. The two entered the room, and Wenmancha quickly disrobed. She threw herself into his arms, forcefully kissing him and helping him take off his clothes. Wu Heng lifted her up and placed her on the desk behind him. In the afternoon, Wu Heng left Wenmancha's residence and returned to the inner city. He didn't immediately retrieve his two maids. Instead, he went to a residential area in the inner city. The chubby man from the secret cultivation hall named Caprol lived here. When he communicated with the dead Gianluca, he found out that besides him and Enel, this chubby guy also knew about the assassination plot against Wu Heng. Now the Iron Guard Knights are conducting investigations. Even without definitive evidence, this chubby guy was still an unstable factor. Before acting, he needed to check the situation of this guy. After standing in the dim alley for a while, Glenda, who was invisible and in charge of reconnaissance, flew back. Hovering in the air, she whispered, the building doesn't contain the person you mentioned, only the housekeeper and some servants. Could it be the wrong location? Not here? That shouldn't be. According to the information Wu Heng received, the place where the man lived was supposed to be here, and even if he went out temporarily, there should be some traces left in the building. The information indicates that he lives here. There might be some situation. Wu Heng said, taking out the illusion veil from his space ring, and putting it directly on his head. He transformed into a plump and strong female mercenary and marched out of the alley, heading towards the building. Knock knock knock. He knocked heavily on the door a few times. The door opened revealing a middle-aged man dressed as a housekeeper, who looked Wu Heng up and down before asking, can I help you with something? I have an appointment to see Mr. Capro, is he home? Wu Heng said. Oh, so you're the lady who has an appointment with the master. The butler thought for a moment, handed over 3 silver coins, and said, the master had to leave for a while due to some urgent business. He'll probably return after some time. Please come again next time. Wu Heng surprisingly took the money and didn't quite understand what he meant. He asked, why did he leave all of a sudden? We're not sure either. You can leave an address. When the old master is back, we can arrange to find you, the butler continued. If you are accompanying the old master, it would be best if you dressed up a bit. Don't just come dressed like that. Well, I'll visit next time. Wu Heng said, before turning around and leaving. The butler stood at the door, muttering, "The master's tastes are getting stranger and stranger," before closing the front door. Wu Heng walked back into the alley and took off his veil. Obviously, this fat man had fled. This morning, the news about Gianluca had spread. This fat man must have figured something out and ran away directly. Such a rotund figure, yet his reaction was indeed quick. He leaned against the wall, thinking for a while. His sudden departure was actually beneficial. He was not in the city and this world was without telephones, meaning that the Iron Guard knights wouldn't be able to trace him. After a while, he would try to prove his innocence. But it would be difficult to bring out any valid evidence. With his cowardice, whether or not he would come back is another matter entirely. After thinking it through, he walked straight out of the alley and strode off into the distance. Snake Badge Consortium. Inside the reception room. "Master, you came for us." Minnie ran over exuberantly, covering a distance of 2 or 3 meters with a single leap. Wu Heng caught her in one fluid motion, gently patting her back. Behind him was Andre Willow, and Lesia, who was clad in a silk gown. "Be good. Wait for me at the door." "We'll leave in a moment," Wu Heng said. The two girls nodded, left the reception room and closed the door behind them. Lesia sat across, gracefully crossing her legs and looked at him curiously. "I didn't expect that you would keep 2 little maids." "They were given by my former butler to take care of my life," Wu Heng casually explained. "Humans, they don't like orthodox beastmen, but they do have a fondness for bunny girls or fox girls with human faces and animal features." It wasn't strange for the young and wealthy Wu Heng to have 2 maids at home. Lesia was just jesting and didn't dwell on the topic. She continued, "Is the incident regarding Gianluca you're doing?" "I have heard about it too, but it has nothing to do with me. I don't have that kind of ability," Wu Heng replied. He had entrusted his maids to Lesia. The incident had happened that very night. With Lesia's wisdom, she would have guessed the 9 out of 10 probability. While the consortium had its own sources of information, when piecing it all together, it would lead to him. Not that Wu Heng was afraid of Lesia betraying him. But there were some things that he must absolutely not admit to. If he admitted, things would become more complicated. Lesia rolled her eyes at him. "Gianluca is a member of the secret cultivation hall." "Oh." Wu Heng glanced at her. "Do you know any other members? What are you trying to do? Are you really planning to kill them all?" Lesia asked, surprised. "I've already said it has nothing to do with me," Wu Heng emphasized, before adding, "Thank you for helping me take care of them. When you left them with me, you didn't even give me a chance to refuse. That's what friends are for. If you ever need help, just say the word." "Solve this year's gold business for me," Lesia said, resting her chin on her hand. "The gold performance, she really has her sights set on him. Every time she sees him, it's as if all the gold in Lundham City belongs to him." "Well, I'll see what I can do when there's an opportunity," Wu Heng replied. The two of them sat and chatted for a while. After Wu Heng asked about the skill book, he bid her farewell. He left the consortium. He returned home with his maids. The 2 girls weren't sure about what had happened, but they knew it had something to do with the criminals who had previously stayed at their place. "Master, is everything resolved?" Andre Willow asked. "Yep, everything's sorted out. We'll resume business at the store starting from tomorrow. I'll arrange new guards for you too," Wu Heng replied. "Okay, understood, Master." After giving them simple instructions, Wu Heng went up to his room. The 2 girls were downstairs, preparing tonight's dinner. It wasn't long before the singing voice of Minnie could be heard. Wu Heng opened the boundary door and went straight to the zombie world. Coming out of the office building. Outside the building were skeletons, densely packed and neatly arranged. In the distance, Qiangzi and the others were playing basketball, the women were sitting by the sidelines watching and chatting. The prison didn't seem affected by the apocalypse. Wu Heng glanced from a distance. He didn't pay too much attention to what was happening over there. He took out all the armors from his space ring. This time, along with 200 sets of leather armor, he had also purchased 60 sets of metal plate armor separately. He placed the leather armor aside and had the big head skeleton arrange the ordinary skeletons into a long line to receive their armor one by one. Wu Heng himself brought the 60 sets of metal plate armor to the side. "Come, you guys come over here and put on these armors." The blazing blade and the few skeletons that had turned the previous night all came over. They picked up the armor on the ground and began to put them on. The armor made them look formidable. After a while, Li Yaheng walked over briskly. She said, "You've been cooped up in your room for quite a few days." "Yet." Wu Heng nodded, then continued, "From now on, Basin will follow you around, ensuring your safety." "Ah? Is that okay?" Chapter 211. Basin was kept by Wu Heng's side, fulfilling the role of a personal bodyguard. In Li Yaheng's mind, Basin was different from ordinary skeletons. He was, at the very least, a skilled skeleton who was proficient in martial arts and had high fighting skills. Now, Wu Heng was giving him over to her. "Are you burdened?" Wu Heng noticed her. "No, but what about you? What will you do?" Li Yaheng asked. "Oh. I can just choose another one. Is one enough for you, or do I need to allocate 2 more for you?" Wu Heng continued. "One should suffice. It's so safe here, and having a skeleton following us around every day might easily incite panic among the survivors." Li Yaheng replied. Wu Heng nodded, one was indeed enough. For any significant action, Wu Heng would accompany. "Basin, from now on, you'll follow Li Yaheng and protect her safety." Basin moved from one side and stood beside Li Yaheng. He stood there immaculately, like a bodyguard. "Please take care, Basin," Li Yaheng respectfully said. Basin didn't respond. Wu Heng didn't linger on this topic and continued, "What have you been up to these last few days?" Li Yaheng took out a small notebook, comparing as she said, "We've produced over 300 iron spears, at least 500 javelins, the convoy went to the auto repair factory twice, brought back 525 boxes of various living supplies, collected 3 truckloads of supplies from supermarkets and grain and oil stores along the way, and there are survivors planning on joining us through the radio, they should be coming here in the next few days." That's impressive. She even had accurate numbers. Not bad. It was a correct decision to give these tasks to Li Yaheng. At least the situation was stable, everyone was working according to the original plan, and the efficiency was quite substantial. "Can the survivors make it here?" Wu Heng asked. Most of the routes were still occupied by zombies. Coming here was not as simple as driving. Maybe they would be killed by the horde of zombies as soon as they went out. "I've mapped out a route for them. As long as they get onto the roads we've cleared, they will be safer." Li Yaheng paused for a moment, then said, "We can't rescue everyone." "That's true. Tonight, I'll have Big Head Skeleton lead a team to clear the road again," said Wu Heng. "Good. Is there any news from the outside?" Wu Heng continued. "As mentioned last time, the Flame God shelter has armored vehicles. After reconfirming with them, it's indeed available for trade, at the exchange ratio of 200 bags of rice," said Li Yaheng. 200 bags of rice, that's not a small amount. In this era, food is a crucial resource, especially now that it's already autumn and without food, winter could thin a large chunk of people. 200 bags, certainly no shelter would be willing to trade so much for an armored vehicle. The conditions proposed by the Flame God shelter. Either they are showing off their weapons and equipment to attract more survivors to join. Or they don't have many, and they're using it, deliberately inflating the price. If someone is willing to exchange, they make a profit. If no one exchanges, they don't lose out. What else do they have, aside from an armored vehicle? They also have rifles and light machine guns, but I don't know much about them and couldn't tell the difference, Li Yaheng replied after some thought. Wu Heng nodded, "Let's not consider their offer for now. Plan the action for tomorrow, see if there are any jewelers nearby, places that buy and sell gold and silver. We'll go scavenge resources there tomorrow." "Oh okay," agreed Li Yaheng. Though she didn't understand what the point of finding jewelry stores was in a post-apocalyptic world. But Wu Heng's actions must have some purpose. Jewelry stores are usually clustered in bustling commercial streets, there were countless shops, and they could scavenge resources there. Wrapping up the work-related discussion, Li Yaheng didn't show any immediate intentions of leaving. She glanced at Wu Heng and then lowered her voice to say, "Weren't you curious last time why that shelter is keeping Grandma Wang Ke?" "Ah, why?" Li Yaheng leaned closer, her voice filled with intrigue. "Grandma Wang Ke is a god witch. In the past, if there was something foretold, people asked her. The villagers believe in these things, she has quite a reputation." Wu Heng frowned in understanding. Many of the rural elderly still hold these beliefs, especially in some remote areas. And now, with the apocalypse, everything has become bizarre and the villagers probably have an even more solid conviction in the existence of monsters and evil spirits. Even if her grandmother didn't contribute much, she has been protected up until now. Speaking in terms of designation. A Northeast Shaman. Does it work? Wu Heng curiously asked. I'm not sure, but I guess, it might have some effect. Li Yaheng was unsure, and didn't dare to speculate blindly. If it really worked, she didn't want to cause trouble by speaking imprudently. With ghosts also appearing, it wouldn't be impossible to accept the existence of deities. Have her grandma tell us something good about us then. We are allies, don't want her to cause us trouble. Wu Heng also lowered his voice to say. Are you scared? Li Yaheng's eyes squinted in a teasing smile. I was most afraid of these when I was young. I don't believe you. The two of them stood in front of the door chatting for a while longer. As Li Yaheng had to arrange more work, they had to part ways. Li Yaheng headed to the stadium. She was there to assign tomorrow's tasks with Qiangzi and the others. Upon seeing her and the figure following closely behind her, Qiangzi and the others playing basketball were immediately shocked and exclaimed. Wow, Sister Heng, isn't this the skeleton brother always with boss? Why is he following you now? Hello, skeleton brother. The few people behind her even bowed in greeting. Basin, recognizable by his unique leather armor, was always seen by Wu Heng's side. Now, he was following Li Yaheng like a bodyguard, which surprised everyone. Li Yaheng said, This is Basin. From now on, he will be my protector. There's no need to make a big fuss about it. Wow! Big sister, you're so awesome! Li Yaheng gave him a cold look. Don't make a big fuss, we need to go out for supplies tomorrow. Have your team check the vehicles later and pack everything we need. I don't want any mistakes. Don't worry, Sister Heng, I'm good at this. Qiangzi patted his chest. Good, just remember to actually do your work. Have fun, Li Yaheng stated before she headed toward the residential building. Qiangzi tosses the basketball to someone else, and quickly follows her. With a gossiping look, he asked, Sister Heng, how far along are you guys? Li Yaheng frowned, don't talk nonsense. Sister Heng, a lot of women have their eyes on him. You need to hold on tight to your man. In times like these, everyone wants a reliable pillar to lean on. Qiangzi continued as he caught up to her. Li Yaheng squinted, who are they? The younger ones. If I were a woman, I'd also make a move. Qiangzi slapped his own behind. I think you're just itching for trouble. Sister Heng, I think His Majesty also has feelings for you. Why else would he arrange for Big Brother Basin to protect you? It's clear that he values you, Qiangzi added. Despite hearing this, Li Yaheng couldn't help but feel a bit of joy. Among all the survivors, this favoritism towards her was clear. Although her face was still stern, she replied, Stop talking nonsense. I'm serious, big sister. After a pause, Qiangzi continued, He's dense. You have to be proactive. As the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is like a yarn. You have to break through it, or else you'll regret it if he gets hooked away by another woman. Li Yaheng coughed lightly, How can I break it? Next time you two are alone, take the initiative. Returning to Lundham City, the sky was starting to get dark. The faint sound of thunder could be heard in the distance. It seemed like it was going to rain. A trio had dinner, then rested in the living room on the first floor. Minnie was still practicing her clumsy martial arts moves, huffing and puffing. Nevertheless, her spirit was strong. Starting training at her age, she wouldn't go far, but all things are relative. As a maid, she didn't need to have extraordinary combat skills. The main goal was to strengthen her physique and protect herself. After they arranged new guardians for the two people, they each returned to their rooms to rest. The night was dark and deep. Ka chow! A clap of thunder awoke Wu Heng from his sleep. He immediately grabbed his weapon and eyed his surroundings cautiously. It was pouring rain outside the window, and thunder was booming. Wu Heng walked out of his room. Bahu Dong and Blazing Blade were still guarding the door. At the corner of the stairs, Minnie was curled up against the wall of the landing, holding her head. Minnie! Wu Heng called her name. Master, Minnie looked up pitifully. Oh, you scared me. Why aren't you sleeping, sitting here? Wu Heng asked a bit speechless. I'm afraid of the thunder. Minnie murmured shyly. Wu Heng fetched a blanket and draped it over her, and you're not scared sitting here? Yes, I feel better. Minnie stood up. In the bedroom. Minnie was curled up in his arms, appearing a bit tense. Wu Heng embraced her, leaned in close to her ear and asked softly, Minnie. Bunny girl whispered, Master, sooner or later, we will all be yours. Before long, the bunny girl in front of him was stripped clean. Her skin was smooth and supple, her figure slender and curvy. Unlike the mature Wen Mancha, Minnie was brimming with youthful vitality. Ka chow! Another sudden clap of thunder. Minnie let out a startled yelp and tightly wrapped her arms around him. On the second floor. The thunder startled Andre Willow awake. She looked out the window at the heavy rain, went out to check the doors and windows on the first floor, but found they were all closed properly. There were no signs of any rain seeping in. Just as she was about to go back to her room, she heard a strange sound from the stairs. It was like a cat's meow, varying in intensity. Listening carefully, she recognized it as Minnie's moans, alternating between agony and discomfort. Her face became serious as she suspected that another enemy had infiltrated their residence. Soon after, the sound suddenly turned joyous, and she immediately realized what was happening upstairs. She spat in disgust and went straight to her room. She tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. The noise from upstairs kept penetrating her ears, making her feel hot and uncomfortable all over. After a while, the panting stopped, and she let out a sigh of relief. But to her surprise, they started again. She even took the initiative to go up. Chapter 212. The next morning, it was still lightly raining outside the window. Andre Willow came downstairs, yawning, only to hear singing emanating from the kitchen. When she walked over, she saw Minnie cooking while humming a tune. Her mood seemed to be good. How are you feeling? Andre Willow asked. Minnie, who was cooking, was startled by the sudden question. The kitchen utensils in her hand almost fell to the ground, and she hastily steadied them. Sister Willow, what were you saying just now? I was asking, how you're feeling. If you're not well, just stay at home. You don't have to accompany me to the shop, Andre Willow said. Minnie's face became flushed, and she stammered, I'm fine, I'll accompany you. Really, today's weather will probably lead to few customers. You should stay at home and rest, Andre Willow suggested. Minnie seemed more embarrassed, and shaking Andre Willow's arm she implored her in a whining tone, Sister Willow, I'm really fine. Let me come with you. I'll be scared if some bad people come here when I'm alone at home. Are you sure you're okay? I'm really fine. You were screaming half the night. With her neck turning red too, Minnie stammered for a while before saying, that wasn't because of, I can't explain it. Andre Willow decided not to tease her anymore. She helped with preparing breakfast. By the time Wu Heng came down, breakfast was already on the table. Master, Minnie flashed him a sweet smile. Wu Heng nodded, then asked, are you feeling okay? Master, why are you saying that too? Minnie replied with an intentionally coy tone. Andre Willow snickered on the side, not saying anything. The three of them sat down at the table. Wu Heng continued, I have prepared new escorts for you, all are level 8 skeletons. Take them with you whenever you go out. Level 8. That was not considered a low rank. In smaller factions, they could be leaders, in larger factions, they were core members. In Lundham City, only some of the high-ranking and influential individuals had this kind of setup. Thank you, Master. Both women nodded their thanks. After a quick meal, Wu Heng prepared to go upstairs. As he was leaving, he said, Minnie, if you're not feeling well, stay at home today. Master, go upstairs, Minnie pushed him towards the stairs. She then began to clear the table and followed Andre Willow under an umbrella out the door. Wu Heng glanced at the clock. He opened the boundary door and directly headed to the zombie world. Inside the prison, the convoy was ready, with a large skeleton leading ordinary skeletons onto the back of the trucks at a slow pace. Wu Heng stood in the distance, accompanied by Li Ya-heng. The location chosen this time is the Shadow City Mall in the county. There is a gold store on the first floor and plenty of resources. We can collect a lot from a single trip, Li Ya-heng said, holding a tablet. Shadow City Mall may not have much of a reputation elsewhere, but it was the most bustling place in the county. It had declined in the past few years, but the mall was still open and served as the shopping place for nearby residents. The reason Li Yaheng chose this place was that she had her own considerations. In addition to meeting Wu Heng's needs, she also needed to gather enough resources to face the forthcoming winter. Malls are comprehensive. They have everything, including blankets and cotton clothing, which can solve many problems with one trip. For Wu Heng, the county was also a good place. The main thing was to solve the gold bar problem. With gold bars, he could meet all of his needs. Moreover, the county was the necessary route to the city. He remembered quite clearly the promise he made to Xiao Xiao, if he could get to the city, he would help her find her mother. Although it currently seemed like the chance of her surviving was not high. But as long as her death hadn't been confirmed, there was still hope. Before rescuing Grandma Wang Ke, everyone thought it would be a futile effort, at most providing Wang Ke with some emotional consolation. But the facts proved that she was still alive. In the village, she was a well-known witch and held high status. Xiao Xiao's mother might not be in danger, either. Of course, he needed to head there as soon as possible. Okay, how is the route set up? Wu Heng asked. We move forward along this road. We're definitely going to encounter some zombies along the way. This road is wider, so the chances of it being blocked are smaller. Li Yaheng enlarged the map on the tablet and pointed to a road. After the convoy started moving, the zombies would only chase from behind and pose little threat. The real headache was clearing the obstacles on the road. Damaged vehicles or toppled goods blocking the road. In busy places, the road had to be cleared every few meters, which was very time-consuming. Thus, the choice of the road was also very important. Okay. Wu Heng had no objections. Li Yaheng's arrangements seemed quite good to him, at least he saw no problems. Soon after, Qiangzi waved from the distance, yelling, "We can set off now. Get in the car." Li Yaheng took the driver's seat, while Wu Heng, along with the rest of the skeletons, climbed on the passenger seats. Once everything was ready, Li Yaheng picked up the walkie-talkie. Let's go. The convoy started and drove straight out from the gates of the prison. The convoy moved back to the main road. They drove past Changjing area and continued towards the county, in the same direction as their original residential area. They had previously cleaned up the Changjing area. However, when they returned, there were still numerous zombies staggering around. Even though it wasn't quite a horde, the number was still substantial. The convoy didn't make a stop and dashed through, continuing towards the county. Travel on the main road was very smooth. The simple obstacles encountered on the way could be directly smashed open by the front vehicle's ram, ensuring the smooth progress of the convoy behind. A vast swarm of zombies started to follow behind them. Did you not sleep well last night? Li Yaheng asked casually. What's up? You don't seem very energized. Did you get a good night's sleep? Li Yaheng asked, sounding concerned. Wu Heng subconsciously touched his face. I might not have rested well, as I went to bed quite late last night. Li Yaheng glanced at him and continued, you should find someone to take care of you. There are many young girls in the prison, don't any of them catch your eye? Even though he was not very experienced in this area, he could sense the probing intention behind her words. He smiled and retorted, I have you, why would I need anyone else? A blush crept onto Li Yaheng's face, you have good taste. And what about you? Wu Heng replied with a playful grin, you're the boss of the refuge, have you ever considered finding a man? Li Yaheng's gaze fluttered, she glanced at him before saying, yes, but some people are a bit slow to react. It's like they just can't catch on. Wu Heng knew exactly what Li Yaheng meant. And he also quite liked this intelligent companion. But in this different world he already had several close female friends, and in this world, he wasn't sure how to manage this. In the other world, the strong could possess several partners without reproach. Although in this world the strong could also possess more women, the societal views were different and could cause significant problems later on. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, voices from the other members came in via the communicator. The road ahead is obstructed, we need time to clear the path. And from the vehicle at the end of the convoy, another voice communicated, there are many zombies behind us, if we stop, we might be attacked. Li Yaheng looked up. Wu Heng quickly spoke, order the convoy to pull over and all skeletons to prepare for battle. Li Yaheng nodded, picked up the communicator and issued the orders. The convoy parked on the side of the road, and a large group of skeletons dismounted from the rear vehicle. They neatly encircled the vehicles, entering into a state of combat readiness. Wu Heng opened the car door to look behind. A vast horde of skeletons were surging towards them. Prepare spears. A rustle. The skeletons each pulled out a spear, taking on throwing positions. Throw. A whoosh. The rustling sound of spearheads breaking through the wind echoed. The spears, like black raindrops, fell among the horde of charging zombies. In the midst of the ding-dong sounds of spears hitting the ground, large numbers of zombies were pierced by the iron spears, their bodies pinned to the ground. Prepare spears, throw. A whoosh. The second volley of spears fell from the sky, taking down another group of zombies. Then came the third and fourth volley of spears. Like a harvester, repeatedly purging the battlefield. By the time the horde closed in on them, only around 100 zombies remained. They managed to storm forward, their bodies heavily damaged. In the blink of an eye, the remaining zombies were killed by the skeleton troops. The battlefield fell silent in an instant, the skeleton forces returned to their standby state. The survivors accompanying them were all wide-eyed, in disbelief. It's over just like that? All those zombies, just fell to the ground and vanished. Especially Qiangzi and the others who had come from the automobile repair factory. They had witnessed the earliest battles involving the skeletons. Initially, the skeletons relied primarily on close combat. Now, the entire skeleton brigade was continuously improving. From being mere naked bones to now wearing leather armor. From only resorting to hand-to-hand combat to now having a long-range spear-throwing strategy as well. Now they realized. King Yama's superpower was more terrifying than they had ever imagined. The skeletons he summoned were not just tools wielding weapons, they were also evolving. Qiangzi, what are you doing? Get out of the car and clear the obstacles, Li Yaheng's urging voice came through the communicator. Okay, Sister Heng, Qiangzi answered, jumping out of the car and driving the forklift to clear the scrap cars blocking the road. Li Yaheng continued to issue orders, the rest of you scavenge around, load anything useful onto the vehicles, do watch out for your safety. On either side of the section of the road where they had parked, there were many digital shops. Even though the internet was gone in this world, the camera and radio functions on the phones could still be used. High-end products, which were once beyond their reach, could now be picked up casually. The group disembarked and began filling the shops, moving the products inside. A few regular commercial vehicles were enough to carry these items. Meanwhile, Wu Heng directed the large number of skeletons, commencing the cleanup of the zombie bodies along the way, also collecting back the thrown spears. Li Yaheng's gaze fell on a fresh supermarket in the distance. It was a bit far away, but all the zombies in the street had been attracted to this place. There shouldn't be any problems. She looked at the few people busily removing items. Brother Wang, come with me to check that place out, Li Yaheng called out. Wang Chenggang looked up, okay, Sister Heng. Accompanied by two others, he followed Li Yaheng across. There was still a banner of special offers hanging at the entrance of the fresh food market. Half of a dried-up intestine swayed back and forth hanging from it. Pushing the door and entering. A rotten and moldy smell hit their noses. Even covering their noses and mouths, they were almost knocked out by the odor. All the fruits and vegetables on the shelves were moldy, some even sprouting new buds. The ground was sticky with water stains, there was a strong sticky feeling when their boots stepped on it. Sister Heng, there doesn't seem to be much to scavenge here. Wang Chenggang said, walking beside her. Let's just look around, Li Yaheng continued walking ahead. His thoughts were quite different from hers. Usually supermarkets had a lot of supplies, but a fresh food market didn't seem to have much to take. But they were here, so they might as well take a look. Perhaps there might be something worth taking. After a quick look around the main hall, they proceeded towards the door marked Customers No Entry. But as the door opened, suddenly, a chilling glare headed directly towards them. In Li Yaheng's field of vision, the sharp dagger was getting closer and closer. Chapter 213. Li Yaheng's face changed drastically, a chill rising from her tailbone. The incident happened suddenly, she wanted to dodge, but her body couldn't keep up with the speed. It was about to pierce herself. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the hilt of the dagger. The razor-sharp dagger gleaming coldly, only 2 or 3 centimeters away, was suspended mid-air. It was Basin. Right, she had a very capable bodyguard. Li Yaheng instantly woke up, her body swiftly retreating while simultaneously drawing her dagger from her waist. Wang Chenggang and the others also responded by immediately drawing their weapons, their eyes chilling as they stared at the darkness ahead. The dagger slipped out of Basin's hand and retreated back into the dark. "Come out, you sneaky bugger," Wang Chenggang shouted. "Ha, don't be tense, folks. We thought you were some zombies or monsters," a man's voice echoed from the dim storeroom. Then 6 people emerged, men and women. Bicycle helmets, makeshift armor made of metal, hard plastic, and tires, holding sharpened iron pipes, daggers, or machetes in their hand. One of them even held a homemade hand crossbow, with a crossbow bolt already placed on it. Despite the ragtag appearance, they carried a strong aura of survivors in a post-apocalypse. They must also be looking for resources. However, the way both parties encountered each other was far from friendly. As for the explanation that they mistook them for zombies, Li Yaheng and the others had a hard time accepting it. They were in the dark, while she was in the light. They were talking when they first came in. How could they not tell the difference between humans and zombies? If Basin wasn't there, Li Yaheng would probably be in danger now. Even if they didn't kill her, a small scratch from that fruit knife might turn her into a zombie. By then, it would be too late to say anything. "You were trying to kill me?" Li Yaheng asked sternly. The other side scanned Li Yaheng and her team, seemingly comparing the combat power of both parties. Evading the question, he asked, "What happened outside? Were you guys killing zombies just now, or were you chased in here by zombies? Put down your weapons. Maybe then we can have a talk," Li Yaheng said. Still, the man kept talking. "Where did you guys come from? How did you avoid the zombie horde outside?" Both were speaking, but nobody answered the other's questions. They just kept asking. Li Yaheng lost patience. "Basin, kill them." Everyone present froze for a moment. And Basin, who was standing next to Li Yaheng, lowered his stance and rushed towards the other side like lightning. Bang! The crossbow string sounded, and the crossbow bolt whistled out. Basin lifted his sword slightly, and the crossbow bolt was instantly deflected. His entire body, fast as lightning, charged directly toward the enemy. Wang Chenggang furrowed his brows, shouting, "Follow me." As he spoke, he was about to charge forward. The rest of the people also charged forward with him. Basin had already reached the nearest person, dodged his slash, and the short blade in his hand turned into a flash of cold light, cutting directly through the opponent's neck. Blood gushed out, spraying the thick smell of blood everywhere. One person fell, but Basin didn't stop, his figure, like an elusive shadow, weaving in and out among the enemies, and his twin short blades turning into flashes of cold light. Killing one enemy after another. His movements were clean and quick. By the time Wang Chenggang and his team had killed one person and turned back to provide support, they found all the remaining people had already been killed by Basin. Blood was flowing all over the ground. Everyone's eyes were wide open, looking at the scene in front of them in surprise. They could accept the high combat strength of the skeleton, but his killing speed was too fast. "He's really fierce." Li Yaheng didn't seem too surprised. She had witnessed Basin in battle before. Killing ordinary people was a piece of cake to him. Sizzle sizzle. The walkie-talkie crackled, immediately followed by Wu Heng's questioning voice, "Who's in the fresh supermarket?" Li Yaheng pressed the walkie-talkie and replied, "I'm here. There were a few survivors who tried to attack us. They've been killed. We're about to check the bodies." The walkie-talkie was public. Upon hearing this news, people outside immediately started gathering around. Wu Heng walked in with his skeleton escort. Li Yaheng quickly explained what had just happened, proving that they had killed them only as a necessity. Wu Heng glanced at the bodies on the ground and asked if anyone was injured. Surviving to this point, they realized that humans are now more dangerous than zombies. Any noise could draw zombies out. At the very least, they could judge whether there are zombies in a building based on the roars. Humans, on the other hand, were different. They often hid in dark corners, planning to ambush you and steal your supplies. Even if they sent Xiao Xiao to scout, it was impossible to inspect every room or every corner thoroughly. So what if they're killed? It's no big deal. Wu Heng pacified, and continued, "Let's check what they have. We'll take whatever is useful." Wang Chenggang and the others stepped forward and opened all the backpacks behind the attackers. All the items were taken out one by one. Food, grain, wallpaper, knives, axes, and firecrackers, they had everything. It seemed that they had just left, their collection was not extensive. I found a map here. Wang Chenggang said as he handed over a map covered with tape. It was a map marking the area and roads in the county. What was different was that symbols were drawn with red and blue pens in various areas, indicating that some markings had been made. The mall they were going to was one of these places. A circle was drawn with a red marker, and a red cross was marked in the middle. Could it mean that circled places are dangerous? Li Yaheng speculated. Wu Heng nodded, feeling that it was reasonable. He said to the others, "You go back and check the condition of the vehicles first, be prepared to leave at any time." "All right." Wang Chenggang and the others agreed. They picked up the dead men's spoils and left directly. When the rest left, leaving only Wu Heng, Li Yaheng, and a few skeletons. Wu Heng asked, "Who was the leader of these people?" "It should be this man, he was the one talking during the conversation." Li Yaheng pointed to the man's corpse in the front. Wu Heng didn't say much, directly unleashing communicate with the dead. The corpse jolted up and turned to look at them. Wu Heng asked, "What do the markings on the map mean?" The corpse replied, "A red mark represents danger, a blue one indicates places we've looted." This was pretty close to what Li Yaheng had analyzed. Wu Heng continued to ask, "Does danger mean high numbers of zombies, or mutated zombies?" The corpse replied, "A red circle means there are too many zombies for us to sneak in. If there's a red cross, it means there might be dangerous creatures inside." With these questions, the information on the map was clear now. It also implied that the mall they were heading to housed mutated zombies. Once the issue with the map was settled, Wu Heng lost interest in the rest. He dispersed the necromancy magic directly, and the corpse fell down with a thud. Wu Heng proceeded to transform the other corpses into skeletons. They all left together. They climbed back onto the bus, ready to move on. Li Yaheng asked, "So it looks like the mall is quite dangerous. Commercial streets are bustling areas, all swarmed with zombies, so it's not strange for mutated zombies or other dangers to be present." Wu Heng replied. "So are we going now?" They knew the theory, but it also increased the difficulty of killing. "Let's go, we've come this far, we can't pull back now." Li Yaheng picked up the walkie-talkie and said directly, "Keep moving, be careful along the way." The convoy started up again and continued towards its target. The convoy continued to move. As it got close to the Shadow City Mall, they stopped at the roadside. The skeleton army began to clear out the zombies, cleaning up all the corpse horde attracted by their presence. After the horde was all dead, Wu Heng and the others climbed on top of their vehicles and looked towards the street leading to the mall in the distance. Just from a glance, everyone's brows furrowed. Poison in the air. The entire street seemed to be covered in a layer of grey-white mycelium-like substance, and mushroom-like plants grew on the heads of the bodies leaning against the walls. Like wandering jellyfish, they contracted and expanded incessantly, releasing light green dust. And this dust covered the entire street. It lingered in the air. What the hell is this? Chapter 214. Damn it, the plants have gone rogue, Dave can't control them anymore, Qiangzi exclaimed in surprise. Gone rogue? Dave? The people nearby were puzzled, what do you mean? The plants have betrayed us. They've joined ranks with the zombies, Qiangzi replied. The others still didn't understand. Nobody else paid attention to his comment. They continued to watch the distant zombies, speculating, it's been a long time, maybe the seeds have germinated in their brains. It's possible, or it could be a new type of zombie. The spores they are releasing should be similar to those of the plants, floating in the air, they're definitely poisonous. No doubt, you can tell it's poisonous from its color. The group stared at the green fog engulfing the entire street in the distance, whispering among themselves. Everyone had seen countless types of zombies up to this point. But it was the first time they had seen a symbiotic relationship like this, with plants growing directly on them. It wasn't a good situation. At the very least, the poisonous fog had formed a barrier that made it difficult for any living creature to enter. Wu Heng, standing in the back, was also surprised at this new form of zombie, looking through his binoculars. Genetic virus and necromancy surely had inherent differences. No matter how advanced necromancy gets, it can't coexist with life. This means that even if transformed into a carrion, a plant wouldn't grow within it. It didn't matter whether it was magic fusion or plant grafting. Necromancy was inherently opposed to life. But in the case of the zombies, they could coexist, forming a symbiotic relationship. Has the control center mentioned this type of zombie before? Wu Heng asked. No, we've never heard about this type of zombie before, it must be new, Li Yaheng replied after a moment's recollection. The control center collected information from all over and compiled it. Then they distributed it so that everyone knew about the various types of zombies and their respective countermeasures. The zombie in front of them hadn't been mentioned before, either it didn't exist elsewhere, or no one had obtained detailed information about it yet. But none of that mattered now, what was urgent was to find a way to deal with it. Wu Heng continued his observation. We can go elsewhere if it doesn't work, Li Yaheng suggested. Let's try first. Skeletons aren't afraid of toxic fumes, I think we should be able to handle it, Wu Heng replied. He then checked the time. It was already mid-afternoon. The sun was at its peak. What do we need to do? Wu Heng thought for a while, then instructed Big Head, let all the skeletons down and prepare for battle. Clatter. All the accompanying skeletons leapt off the vehicle. They filled the entire street and began to reorder themselves into a formation with spears in the front and cleavers in the back. Wu Heng continued to instruct Li Yaheng, get everyone to turn the vehicles around. Everyone has a gas mask, right? Be ready, if the poison gas spreads over here, remember to put on the mask. All right, Li Yaheng picked up the walkie-talkie and instructed everyone on top of the truck to go back and prepare their masks. The convoy started up again and began to make a U-turn. This would make it easier to escape in case of an emergency. When everything was ready, Li Yaheng, holding a gas mask, walked over. You stay on the truck, you don't need to follow me, Wu Heng told her. It's okay, I have a gas mask. No. We're not sure about this poison yet. You stay on the truck. It would be easier for me to get to you if anything happens, Wu Heng insisted. Both worlds were different, but they were not too different in essence. All negative effects were related to individual attributes. The stronger the physique, the higher the resistance to various toxins. The higher the intelligence, the less likely one would be deceived by illusions. The higher the charm, the less likely one would be affected by the state of mind. This poison, which filled the air, could not be completely blocked even with a gas mask. Wu Heng did not plan to enter the poison fog, let alone let Li Yaheng follow him through it. It was just a regular scavenging operation. If something happened to Li Yaheng, the loss would be great. Seeing his firm attitude, Li Yaheng didn't persist anymore and said, be careful then. If it doesn't work out, we can always go somewhere else. We have plenty of supplies. All right, go back now. Li Yaheng returned to the passenger car and waved at him. Wu Heng nodded and began to prepare himself. First, he consumed a bottle of detoxifying potion, then held a gas mask in his hand. Then, he released Xiao Xiao and said, Xiao Xiao, you need to help Uncle watch out for any mutated zombies, strange creatures, or survivors in the vicinity. Okay, got it. Xiao Xiao spun in the air and flew towards the front. Once Xiao Xiao had left, Wu Heng immediately commanded, move forward. Clatter. The skeleton army started to move, advancing forward. They sprang into action, moving towards the commercial street. As the skeleton army drew near, the sound of their march immediately caught the attention of the mushroom zombies within the poisonous fog. They turned their heads in unison, staring in this direction. Roar! Upon seeing the advancing skeleton army, they immediately let out deafening roars. One roar after another joined into a chorus. The wandering zombies began to move, those leaning against the wall corners also rose stiffly. Creak, creak. The sharp, constant noises rang incessantly. The movement of these mushroom zombies was incredibly slow. Their movements were even stiffer than the ordinary zombies, like mechanical dancers. As their joints moved, making creaking noises, the mushroom-like plants on their heads continued to emit poisonous fog while they moved. Chapter 215. Just like forcibly snapping a branch. More and more mushroom zombies began to gather along the road, spreading their poisonous mist as they moved. Soon, a massive horde of zombies was formed. They filled up every inch of the view ahead. Jostling and pushing against each other, they advanced towards us. However, their speed was somewhat slow, and their steps were faltering. Wu Heng looked at the poisonous mist in front of him and started to ponder. He raised his hand, casting a fireball technique towards the sky above the zombie horde. The blazing fireball soared into the sky, burst into an explosion with a bang, and descended onto the poisonous mist in a rain of fire. The moment the flames fell, all the toxic mist, like burning cotton wool, the flames spread out, completely burning away the fine particles in the mist. But before Wu Heng could rejoice, the poisonous mist produced by the zombies quickly covered the area again. There was no significant change. It seemed that this tactic wasn't very effective. Seeing the mushroom zombies steadily approaching, Wu Heng put on his anti-poison gas mask. He gave an order, prepare to throw spears. Whoosh! All the skeletons drew out their throwing spears, taking on a throwing posture. When the zombie horde entered their firing range. Release! Hoosh! The throwing spears whistled through the air, falling into the midst of the zombie horde. They landed with a clatter, and at the same time, a large number of zombies fell like cut wheat. Before he could give the order for a second wave of spear throwing, Wu Heng's brow furrowed once again. The fallen mushroom zombies shakily rose back to their feet. The casualties were much lower than expected. It seemed that this type of zombie had an enhanced body, harder to kill than ordinary zombies. They've sacrificed speed to strengthen their bodies, muttered Wu Heng. After some initial probing, it was clear that the mushroom zombies moved slower, but their own defenses had increased significantly. To say they had more defense would be inaccurate, perhaps it's better to say they had tougher flesh. Prepare to throw spears, said Wu Heng again. The skeleton horde took out their second batch of throwing spears. Release! Whoosh! The second round of throwing spears flew out like raindrops falling into the zombie horde. The zombies were pierced by the spears and fell with a clatter. Throw spears, release! Hoosh! Then came the third and fourth rounds of spear throwing, clattering down onto the zombie horde. Even if their skin was exceptionally resilient, many fell under the relentless onslaught of spear volleys. The casualties were not few. The mushrooms atop the deceased zombies' heads closed up, stopping their release of poison gas. Just like they had died along with them. Wu Heng watched as the horde got closer. Just before they reached him, he cast a grease skill and a fireball technique to ignite it. A raging fire instantly soared into the sky, its fierce heat distorted the surrounding air. Wu Heng quickly retreated to avoid the incoming poison fog carried by the horde. And the mushroom zombies showed no increase in intelligence. Groaning and staggering, they charged into the fire. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The raging fire engulfed the zombie horde, and the mushrooms atop their heads burst one after the other under the immense heat. Their slow movement only made the fire burn more intensely. The flames reached well over 2 meters high. Soon, the zombies, looking like charred corpses, sprang from the fire and continued charging. Only that the mushrooms on their heads had now shrunk to the size of charred garlic cloves. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The charred corpses slammed into the spears, producing a sound as their flesh and blood were pierced through. The zombies roared and clawed. And the spear-wielding skeletons ceaselessly thrust their spears, stabbing through the enemy's body. The two sides began their close-quarter brawl. Suddenly, more zombies charged from the lanes on both sides. Wu Heng continued to direct his troops, charging headfirst to meet the zombies in the lanes. The sounds of hacking and slashing, and the roars reverberated throughout the space. The battle grew more intense. Bodies and bones gradually formed small mountains on the battlefield. The number of zombies far exceeded the number of skeletons. After all, they were transported here by truck, not the entire force. But the skeletons were not ordinary level 1 skeletons, their level was not low, fully equipped, and when they fought together, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. While Wu Heng was giving consecutive orders and directing 2 scary claw monsters to assist with the lanes, Xiao Xiao flew back from the enemy's side. Pointing to the Shadow City Mall building on the ground, Xiao Xiao said, "Uncle, there's a monster inside that building. It looks so scary." Wu Heng's expression stiffened. After confirming that there would be no unexpected developments at the scene, he asked, "What kind of monster?" "A person, growing in a tree." "In a tree? You mean a big one?" "Yeah, so scary." "Let me take a look," said Wu Heng. Xiao Xiao responded and immediately dived into her body. The shared vision also appeared in her mind. Inside the Shadow City Mall, the toxic fog grew denser, the ground was covered with green moss, pillars and facades crawled with vine-like branches, scattered limbs and arms everywhere. The mushrooms that emitted the fog were growing. The mall was gone by now. It looked more like a pristine ecological garden. Xiao Xiao took a tour of the mall. In an isolated store on the first floor, she found the monster. It was a female zombie, her whole body seemed to have fused with the plants. Her body was wrapped in tree branches, and her torso was covered in various weird fungal plants. Her feet were connected to the other plants in the building, seemingly unable to move. Her face was still intact, wearing cracked glasses, and there was a plate on her short skirt, reading zincs and seedlings and flowers. This zombie was constantly howling, her body shaking with each howl. The fungi emitted more toxic fog. It seems like she had transformed this place into her den, or breeding ground. She was spreading spores outward, gradually dispersing parasites. Was this a level 2 zombie? Or even higher? The body and plants were in a perfect symbiotic relationship, and she could spread seeds to ordinary zombies. This was indeed a strange zombie. Xiao Xiao's gaze continued to circulate around the whole area. She did not find any other mutated zombies. In normal circumstances, this area was large and was the most bustling section. With such a dense population of zombies, there should be more mutated zombies born. But this was clearly different from the analysis. There was no second type of mutated zombie. Maybe 2 types of mutated zombies can coexist. Wu Heng released Xiao Xiao again, asked her to stay alert nearby, and continued watching the battlefield. The mushroom zombies, like steam locomotives spewing smoke, charged in groups at the skeleton troops. With resilient bodies, they resisted the sharp spears. They fearlessly pounced on the front rank skeletons. However, the spears thrust again and again, piercing the rotting bodies and perforating the charging zombies. Wu Heng glanced at the skeletons beside him and commanded, "Big guy, second chunk, you guys go help. Clean up the horde of corpses as soon as possible." 4 high skeletons, 3 meters tall, stood up. They charged forward with great strides. Bang, bang, bang. Their bodies, like runaway trucks, forcibly plowed a road ahead. They swung their arms like pendulums, knocking all the zombies around them off their feet. SSSSS. The walkie-talkie transmitted the sound of an electric current, followed by the voice of Li Yaheng. "How is it over there? I see the fog has reduced quite a bit. Do we need to move forward?" Wu Heng pressed the walkie-talkie switch. His voice came from under the gas mask. "No need, you guys stay where you are, I will let you know when needed." Received, be careful. She disconnected the communication. Wu Heng kept his gaze on the battlefield, ordered directly, "Advance." The troop of skeletons immediately began moving. The spears pointed forward, they slowly advanced. The tall skeletons and scary claw monster skeletons also began their attack. With the zombies retreating under their push, broken limbs and fragmented bones were scattered all over the ground. Night fell. The battle on the commercial street was gradually coming to an end. Bodies littered the entire road, viscous blood pooling into streams. The remaining scattered mushroom zombies struggled to crawl, only to be trampled by the big guy and the other skeletons, crushing their skulls and breaking their spines. An autumn wind blew past, dissipating the original toxic fog. Wu Heng, leading the skeletons, came directly to the destination of this operation. Shadow City Mall. The floor-to-ceiling glass doors were completely shattered. Only at the edge of the door frame could you see sharp glass fragments. "Uncle, the tree monster hasn't left. It's still inside," said Xiao Xiao. Wu Heng nodded, took a distant look at the building which looked like a smoke bomb had just been thrown inside, and said, "Let's go in and eliminate all targets." Big guy, scary claw monster, along with a large number of skeletons. They directly stepped into the building. Chapter 216. The building's interior was even darker. From outside, one could see waves of toxic mist spreading out. Wu Heng cast a dancing light skill, and 4 balls of light spun out and hung on an advertising board in the mall. The view inside was slightly clearer. A fungus carpet covered the floor and walls, and mushrooms spewing toxic mist grew from severed limbs and sections of arms. The scene was no different from what Xiao Xiao had observed. There was no change inside, despite the elimination of all the zombies outside. "Go in and kill all targets." Big guy, scary claw monster, followed by a horde of skeletons, walked directly into the building. The moment the skeletons entered the building, the interior plants seemed to sense something and began to rapidly emit toxic mist, like an accelerator hit engine. Frequently in operation. The poison mist inside the building became even more dense, blurring even the bright dancing light skill into hazy light orbs. "Xiao Xiao, you go in and peek, when they finish, come out and tell me." Wu Heng directed to Xiao Xiao who was lying on his shoulder. "Okay." Xiao Xiao responded. They went straight through the building and into the mall. Then, battle sounds emanated from inside the building. The violent impact sent waves of toxic mist. It was like a large-scale demolition site, with huge roars and intense shaking, and continuous waves of air. The fighting lasted for over half an hour. Xiao Xiao flew out from inside, motioning with his fists as he said, "Uncle, that monster is dead, and quite a number of your skeletons are dead too. Let me see how they died." Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao penetrated into his body. The battle scene was simultaneously displayed in his mind. The zombie connected to the plants, extended vine-like tentacles from its arms, and continuously slapped the invading skeletons. Each strike splashed moss everywhere and shattered the tiles beneath instantly. The weak point was also obvious. Its body seemed to be connected to the fungal carpet and vines in the building. Although the attacks were fierce, it didn't move a step. Finally, it was surrounded by several high-level skeletons in the middle, and its connecting vines were violently torn off. It was beaten to death directly. In fact, if it hadn't been for Wu Heng's presence, this mutated zombie could be considered invincible. Living creatures fearing the poison gas could not enter, while the surrounding zombies that came close would become parasitized into new mushroom zombies. The Shadow City Mall had become its incubator. It just had poor luck and ran into Wu Heng. The necromantic creatures were not afraid of poison gas and possessed so many skeletons. It had met its nemesis. Quickly, all the skeletons from inside the building filed out. The big guy's shoulder was still carrying half-plant and half-humanoid mutated zombie. A bang sounded as it landed in front of Wu Heng, splashing up a cloud of dust. Wu Heng instinctively retreated 2 steps, waiting for the dust to settle before approaching again. The zombie in front of him was like a plant uprooted, with torn stems at the lower half of its body. Contemplating over the body in front of him, he fell into a dilemma. There was no doubt that this was a mutated zombie. Now the question was whether to transform it into a carrion or a skeleton would be better. Just like the previous Bahudong, after being transformed into a skeleton, it lost the effect of its own scales. The zombie in front of him seemed more fit for the carrion category. But there were downsides to carrion as well, such as carrying disease and a foul smell. Then, another thought came to him: necromancy magic couldn't coexist with plants. Even if it was transformed into carrion, it wouldn't grow plants again. No matter what kind of poisonous plant, it couldn't grow through necromancy magic. He fell into indecision. "Look in the brain of the corpse and find a round, fleshy corpse core," said Wu Heng. Zhang Yi, who was standing by, stepped forward, prized open the mouth of the corpse, and stabbed upwards with a dagger, then he reached in and began to search. After some searching, he extracted a ball of sticky, rotting flesh. Within it could be seen a corpse core, holy red, looking like a miniature brain. A 3rd-level corpse core? Each grade of corpse core has very distinct characteristics. The corpse core before them should have reached the 3rd level. However, without a finished product for comparison, it was impossible to be 100% sure it was at the 3rd level. They picked the corpse core out of the rotten flesh and put it into a prepared plastic bag. They took another look at the corpse in front of them. They still decided to use the corpse manipulation skill. If the carrion had a serious impact on him or the prison, destroying it afterward wouldn't be too late. If it was actually transformed into a skeleton, it might lose its original characteristics. First, look at the attributes. After confirming their thoughts, they immediately released the corpse manipulation skill on the corpse. Necromancy magic gradually enveloped the corpse, and in the next second, the already withered fungal plants on its body fell directly onto the ground. The vine branches extending from its limbs also became more shriveled and stiff. Amidst these changes, the corpse slowly stood up from the ground. Like a humanoid woman wrapped in tree bark. Carrion decay plant creature, level 15. The system named it. Usually, the name would be based on characteristics. Although it's a bit of a mouthful, it does show its own features. And its level has actually reached 15. It surpassed the other undead, becoming the highest level undead attendant. Continuing to check the attributes. Carrion decay plant creature, level 15. Level, 15. Attributes, Constitution 33, Strength 25, Intelligence 18, Perception 24, Charm 15. Characteristics, Decayed Servant, Intermediate Soul, Drywood Modeling, Weak Fire. Proficiency, Biological Aberration, Genetic Mutation. Abilities, Whipping, Entangled Vegetation, Fungal Sputum. Drywood Modeling, when this unit is motionless, it can conceal its human appearance and disguise itself as intertwined dry wood. Weak fire, this unit fears flame. Touching fire causes more damage. Biological aberration, Constitution +3, Intelligence +2, Perception +3. Genetic mutation, Constitution +8, Loss of agility. Loss of agility, this unit cannot move on its own. Whipping, forms a vine whip and causes whip damage to the target. Entangled vegetation, the withered plant monster can stimulate the growth of grasping roots and vines in a specified area, made via the necromancy magic simulation. If the magic expires, they will wither quickly. To non-vegetation beings this area is considered difficult terrain and it binds and attacks them. Fungal sputum, grows fungus in the abdomen and spews it forward, forming a poisonous mist environment. Wu Heng looked at the attributes of the withered plant monster and frowned slightly. He looked over the attribute column twice before confirming that the other party literally did not have the agility attribute. The ghosts had no strength as they were in a spiritual state and had no physical power. But this withered plant monster didn't even have agility and simply couldn't move on its own. Even if its branches were torn off and set upright in front of him. "Come out," said Wu Heng. The withered plant monster still stood there, looking at him without moving an inch. Damn it! It really can't move. A level 15 potted plant. Chapter 217. The highest level. But immobile, what's the difference between this and a potted plant? You can't really keep it in a flower pot, right? Or should it be carried by people during every battle? Setting aside this point for now, Wu Heng took a deep breath. He continued to examine the other attributes. The constitution and strength were not low, even higher than the newly joined blazing blade. The three attributes at the back were not low either. Especially intelligence, reaching 18 points, it had surpassed the other attendants transformed by the zombies. Apart from immobility, the remaining attributes were not low. Among the features, besides the decayed servant and intermediate soul, it also added dry wood modeling and weak fire. Dry wood modeling can completely disguise as a withered wood form in a standstill state. This was actually quite useful, after all, as it was immobile. Camouflage is a good self-preservation method. The second one, weak fire, it's afraid of fire. This seemed to fit well with its fused form with withered wood. If only I knew I could let blazing blade in. Its weapon carries a fire attribute effect, which would make the fight smoother. There are 3 abilities. Whipping was transforming both arms into vine whips to attack enemies, which can be seen in Xiao Xiao's memory. Entangled vegetation was a magic skill, creating a difficult terrain covered by vegetation, restricting the enemy's actions. However, this skill also mentioned the vegetation simulated by necromancy can't be preserved for a long time. Once the magic ceased, it would immediately wither and disappear. But that wasn't important, as there was no expectation to maintain it for a long time. Spewing fungus, it sounds like spewing poison gas. This kind of poison gas has no effect on zombies and undead, mainly affecting living creatures. After checking the attributes of the carrion, except for being immobile, he was satisfied with the rest. He waited outside for a while. The poisonous mist inside the building gradually dissipated. "Let's go in," Wu Heng said, while releasing a dancing light skill on the front skeleton. Once inside the Shadow City Mall, the plants on the ground had all wilted, making a cracking sound when stepped on. He quickly surveyed the surrounding shops. He saw 3 consecutive gold shops on one side, as well as gold and silver jewelry scattered on the ground. Wu Heng immediately put on a smile. The shopping mall in the county is more prosperous than his own. There were 3 gold shops in a row, and the merchandise on the shelves was even more plentiful. Wu Heng walked over and gathered all the gold and silver jewelry he could find. He also found a large number of gift boxes and ribbons in a secret compartment under the counter, and gathered them as well. There was really quite a lot, which made the trip worthwhile. Once he was done scavenging the gold shops, Wu Heng went straight out. As for the remaining supplies, he would leave it to Li Yaheng and the others. He left the shopping mall building. Under the truck's headlights, his shadow was long and thin. Zzzzz. Li Yaheng's voice came through the walkie-talkie again. "How's the situation?" Wu Heng pressed the walkie-talkie and said, "The zombies in the Shadow City Mall have been taken care of, but the interior is covered with a lot of plants and dust, so the supplies you can salvage will be very limited. Wait until daylight, we'll scavenge the parts that aren't contaminated, and leave the rest." Li Yaheng said. "That works, we'll discuss it tomorrow." Wu Heng headed for the truck with his skeletons. Big Guy was carrying the new immobile withered plant monster. The skeletons has completely protected the convoy. All the car lights were turned off, ready for rest. Getting on the passenger car. Li Yaheng spread a blanket on the bench seat. Rest here for a while, it will be morning in a little while. Wu Heng removed his mask and put it aside. What about you? I'm short, so I'll be fine on the short seat. Li Yaheng's face suddenly flushed. Wu Heng didn't say much. The sky was slightly brightened and they didn't have much time for their nap. The supplies here can't be transported in one go, and with all the bodies on the ground, it might take several days. Li Yaheng said. That indeed makes sense. The battle didn't only attract the zombies from the nearby streets. Although many were covered with poisonous mist or mushrooms and were not usable, the remaining supplies shouldn't be less. They definitely wouldn't be able to finish with 1 or 2 transports. Upon thinking about this, Wu Heng immediately said, then let's find a place to stay first and transport it to the prison later. Okay, that's a great idea. Let's rest first and think about these things when the sun comes up. Okay. Daybreak. Li Yaheng and the others began to scavenge in the commercial street. The skeleton team formed a long line, hauling various supplies and loading them into the truck. It wasn't until the afternoon that they had all the trucks and commercial vehicles filled up. The haul was quite substantial this time. The supplies in front of them were more than enough to get them through the winter. Li Yaheng came back and said, the trucks are loaded, but we'll need to make at least 3 more trips. From the look of it, Li Yaheng was in a very good mood. Gathering supplies was like opening blind boxes, providing a novel sense of unexpected gain. Wu Heng looked carefully at the map covered with red circles, and said, let Big Head Skeleton accompany you guys back, I'll hold down this front. Once you guys return, we'll continue to transport the supplies, and we'll also explore these red-circled locations. The dangerous places were most likely the locations of the mutated zombies. Moving back and forth would waste time. Wu Heng planned to set up a temporary base here first. This would make clearing these locations easier, and it could also help with the transport of the supplies. This had been discussed between them the night before. Li Yaheng also agreed. After looking around, she suggested, we should at least choose a place that's suitable for living. There's a hotel over there. We can occupy it. Even though Wu Heng didn't plan on staying here, it didn't really matter whether it was a hotel or not. He nodded anyway. After all, a concealed building was needed, since the boundary door would be used for back and forth transit. Okay, let's head over there. Wu Heng entered the hotel with the skeletons. The hotel lobby was a mess, but most of the rooms were still fairly clean. It seemed business wasn't that good. When the zombie outbreak happened, there were only a few guests in the hotel. Once everything was set up, Li Yaheng, along with others in the convoy guarded by Big Head Skeleton and a portion of skeletal soldiers, started transporting supplies to the prison. When the convoy left, Wu Heng directed the skeletons to completely seal off the hotel, ensuring no creatures would break in. After conducting a thorough recheck, and confirming there were no issues, he headed upstairs. Xiao Xiao floated in the air, asking, Uncle, when are we going to rescue my mom? Wu Heng looked at her and earnestly said, we have reached the county now, once the road is clear, we'll head straight over. In the meantime, let your Aunt Li contact the shelter in the city to see if there's any news about your mom. Uncle, do you think my mom is still alive? He paused on his way upstairs, unsure of how to respond. After a moment, Wu Heng said, of course, if Wang Kei's grandma is still alive, your mom will definitely be alive too. Upon mentioning Wang Kei's grandma, Xiao Xiao quickly floated to his front, rotating in mid-air as she said, I sneaked a peek at her last time, she had lots of idols on her table. Weren't you scared? Scared of what? Is grandma very scary? Xiao Xiao didn't quite understand. Wu Heng shook his head, weren't you scared of those godly figures? No way, all those are just deceptions. Wu Heng looked at the spectre with crossed arms floating in the air, and gave a nod of agreement. He brought her back in. He chose a room, opened the boundary door and entered directly. Upon returning to Lundham City, the house was empty. Minnie and Andre Willow must have gone to the shop and hadn't returned yet. Wu Heng left his house and had a hearty meal at a nearby tavern. He then headed straight to the guild. After all, the Iron Guard Knights were still investigating the massacre of Jinluka's entire family. If he didn't show up soon, they might assume that he had run away, which would complicate matters. He tried to look relaxed as he entered the guild. He didn't go straight to the break room. Instead, he hung around in the lobby, planning to eavesdrop on the others' conversations to learn about the progress of the investigation. But what he heard was a little unexpected. No one was talking about Gianluca anymore. Instead, they were talking about a familiar name, the Hammer Party. The Hammer Party is ruthless, coming here to kill people. I heard that at least 1,000 people died in the outskirts of the city. It's a mess. The bodies that were transported away piled up into a mountain. Hearing this, Wu Heng's brow furrowed. It seemed that something major had happened during the day he had been away. The Hammer Party. They're the same group who previously intercepted the trade route and forcefully blocked it off. They've appeared again. Hadn't the Iron Guard Knights exterminated them? Or were they merely driven away, and now they had come back for revenge? And this time, they attacked the outskirts of the city. Wu Heng stopped, lingering nearby to eavesdrop on a few people's conversation. I guess the city's prices are going to rise again in the next few days, we should buy some more groceries when we get back. I also heard that the Hammer Party has won the support of some gangs, they might make an even bigger move. What a mess! Do you think the Iron Guard Knights could hold up if the Hammer Party attacks Lundham City? They could only protect so much. They'd have to call on the city's gangs and residents. There's only so many Iron Guard Knights. I hope it doesn't come to that. After chatting for a while, the people dispersed. At this moment, several new bounty notices were posted on the bulletin board. The one at the top of the list. Hammer Party Leader Skull Crusher Dragosia, reward, 3 gold coins, 1 high-level item, and 2nd level merit. Chapter 218. Aside from the leader having a 2nd level merit, there were also warrants for key members and squad leaders, with bounties ranging from 500 to 800 silver coins, some even included a 3rd level merit. Seeing this, Wu Heng was somewhat surprised. In the past, only leaders of criminals arrived on bounties. Now, the Hammer Party, from the leader, to the core members, and several team leaders, all made it onto the wanted list. The entire team are ruthless individuals. He had only been gone for a day, but it felt much longer. Indeed, it was surprising. But on a second thought, it didn't seem like a bad thing for him. At least, it significantly diverted the attention of the Iron Guard Knights. The enemy had begun to harass the outskirts of the city and there wasn't much energy left for them to investigate the Gianluca's mansion. A few days later, given the investigative standards of this world, no matter how they would investigate, they wouldn't find him. After looking at the public notice board and eavesdropping on some mercenary corps' conversation for a while, seeing no new explosive news, he walked towards the corridor on one side and headed for the squad's lounge. Upon opening the door, Duke was wiping his battle axe with flaxseed oil-soaked linen. The entire room was filled with the smell of grease. "Captain!" Duke greeted. At the same time, seeing the 2 skeletons following behind him, he curiously asked, "Captain, did you change your attendants?" He had left Basin to Li Ya-hung. His attendants had become Bahudong and Blazing Blade. Blazing Blade was a human warrior, strong and bulky, his figure was obviously different from that of Basin. With his entire body clad in iron armor and a long sword hanging at his waist, one could tell at a glance who he was. "Yes, this is Blazing Blade, a warrior," Wu Heng said. "Oh." Duke nodded at the skeleton, as a form of greeting. Wu Heng walked into the room and sat down beside him, casually asking, "What's going on in the city?" "Everyone is discussing the Hammer Party. Last night, the Hammer Party attacked the outer city area, causing many casualties among gang members and local residents. It is said that the outer city area is now in chaos, with residents panicking and some gangs continuously clashing," Duke replied. Duke was a native of this city. He knew some people from the outer city area, and could thus gather some information. "What does the Iron Guard Knights say?" "The outer city area has never been a priority. So far, there hasn't been any major response. At most, the ruling gang will intervene to handle these things. The inner city area won't get involved," Duke added. "It seems the Hammer Party is really tricky. The last slaughter was led by the Iron Guard Knights, Association Squad, in addition to several gangs. They only managed to drive the Hammer Party away. Now they are back and have killed a lot of people this side." Wu Heng nodded. He was just about to ask about the situation on Gianluca's side. Knock knock knock. The room door was knocked and then a staff member of the association peeped in. Seeing Wu Heng sitting in the lounge, He immediately showed a smile and said, "Captain Wu Heng, the steward wants you in the study." "Oh, all right." The staff member left and Wu Heng stood up and followed him straight out. Steward's study. Gomez was frowning, looking at the document in his hand. Seeing Wu Heng come in, he signaled him to sit down and said, "I didn't see you at the morning meeting. I met an informant this morning. I'm currently investigating a wanted criminal." Wu Heng casually said. The 12th Squad was gradually gaining some reputation in the association. They were best known for arresting wanted criminals. In a short period of time since they were established, half of the reward orders on the notice board were taken down by them. When Wu Heng mentioned that he was investigating a wanted criminal, Gomez didn't doubt him much. He only continued to speak, "You must have heard about the Hammer Party, right?" "Yes, I've heard. They attacked the outer city area, causing a certain number of casualties. Well, all manhunt and rescue missions will be suspended for now. All squads have to assist in patrolling other areas, to enhance the city's defense and security." Gomez put down the document in his hand and said directly. Wu Heng frowned slightly, he was surprised by the news but it made sense. But from a personal standpoint, he didn't think it wise for the association to get involved in this mess. All the leaders and backbones up to the team leader of the Hammer Party were on the wanted list. That's to say, they wouldn't hesitate to kill members of the association. The involvement of the team members will greatly increase the danger. "What about the Iron Guard Knights and those gangs?" Wu Heng asked. "Their tasks are heavier, we are just assisting in patrols," Gomez responded. As an attendant who was assigned the task, he didn't have much choice. However, during the execution of the task, they can avoid certain dangers, for example, not going on patrol, or roughly go around once and then disband and go home. "Assistant, which patrol area are we responsible for?" Wu Heng asked. "Outer City North District, complete 2 patrols a day, and if there is any special discovery, report to me in time," Gomez replied directly. The outer city area was doable. Thankfully they weren't assigned the outland area. "Assistant, there are only 3 of us. A member has been added to your team, you will lead them," Gomez continued. There was no point in arguing after all that. "All right, I understand, Assistant." Back in the lounge, Duke was still fiddling with his battle axe. "Captain, do we have a new assignment?" Duke asked. Wu Heng nodded, "Let Mata come over. The association teams have all been assigned tasks, we should get going soon, and come back early." "Oh, okay," Duke walked outside. After a while, he returned. They didn't have to go and call the members over, there were corresponding staffers to handle this. Knock, knock, knock. Wu Heng and Duke chatted for a while. Soon after, the door was knocked again. "Come in." The door opened, and 2 men entered, one tall and one short. One wore a silver armor with a long sword on his waist, the other wore a leather armor with 2 daggers and a small arrow tube. You could see the arm crossbow retracted on his arm. Inside the room, their gaze quickly swept the room. The swordsman said, "We are the newly assigned team members." Upon hearing that the new members had arrived, Duke immediately smiled, "Come in, this is our Captain Wu Heng, and I am Duke." "Hello, Captain Wu, and Duke," said the swordsman quite seriously. The man in leather armor also showed a smile, "Hello, Captain Wu, and Mr. Duke." The assistant had just mentioned new members would be assigned. "Looks like they have arrived." 2 at once. "Have you brought over your records?" Wu Heng asked. "Yes." They presented the records in their hands, Wu Heng opened them and took a quick glance. The swordsman was named Gallo Burley, 24, a level 6 swordsman, he was from the noble family of Yeko Kingdom, he was originally a reserve member of Team 3, had participated in rescue missions 6 times, and cooperated to capture wanted criminals twice. The man with the daggers was named Burke, 27, a level 7 thief, recommended by the City Hall, his resume simply wrote that he cooperated multiple times in capturing wanted criminals. Wu Heng glanced at the documents, then looked up to see the 2 men in front of him. Gallo Burley was fine, originally a reserve member, this time directly assigned to his squad. But the thief in front of him, was recommended over from the City Hall. The local City Hall can squeeze people into the association now? Before, they could hardly find enough people. Suddenly they were full. Wu Heng couldn't help but raise doubts about their identities. Chapter 219 Wu Heng took a glance and promptly closed both folders. He smiled and said, "Welcome to the team. No matter who you were before, from now on, we're team members, and we should look out for each other." "Yes, Captain." The two instantly nodded. "Just wait a little bit longer, one of our team members hasn't arrived yet." The two sat by the side, silently waiting. The swordsman was silent, and the rogue started up a conversation with Duke. Duke, a towering figure with a young face, quickly engaged in the conversation the moment the other party initiated it. He even assumed the role of a seasoned member, answering various questions for them. Soon, Mata entered the room. After Wu Heng had introduced the new members to Mata, he immediately got up and with a few others, made his way out. "Due to the hammer party issue, the overseer has assigned our team a patrol mission, twice a day, in the north area of the outer city." Wu Heng, leading the group, murmured as he walked. "Isn't patrolling usually left to the guilds?" Duke asked. "We're in a critical period. The Iron Guard Knights are short of manpower, so we also have to help out with the patrols," Wu Heng explained as they strolled. "Oh, we'll listen to the captain." The group directly left the inner city area and did an entire round in the outer city area. The atmosphere in the city was extremely tense. Crowds of guild members could be seen everywhere. Some grain shops and medicinal herb stores had already started to form long queues. It looked like people were in a rush to buy supplies. Although this was the border between two races, there were still a great number of residents. The Hammer Party was notorious, and the many people they'd killed in the outskirts of the city likely caused panic about an impending attack. The team followed the road and completed a full round. They didn't notice anything unusual. People were everywhere, as though the whole city had come out. Once the patrol was over, Wu Heng didn't feel like walking around anymore. "That's enough for today's patrol. We'll meet at the association tomorrow noon to patrol again." "Oh, okay Captain." Everyone nodded and parted ways near the inner city area. Wu Heng headed towards the Snake Badge Consortium in the inner city area. The rest went their separate ways too. Snake Badge Consortium. Wu Heng sat in the reception room. Lazia, propping up her chin, sat at the side and complained a bit, "You're using my place like a tavern, coming over here whenever you're bored. You didn't say that last time." Wu Heng said as he took a sip from his teacup. Lazia gave him a sidelong look. "You probably know about last night's incident. The Hammer Party? I heard many people died." Wu Heng responded. Lazia picked up a piece of freshly cut fruit with her beautifully slender fingers and while chewing, said, "It's even worse than the rumors suggest. All the merchant convoys heading outside yesterday were killed, and the guilds stationed in the outskirts too were wiped out." "They wiped out the guilds?" Wu Heng hadn't heard this information. But coming from Lazia, it must be accurate. It appears that the Hammer Party is quite ruthless indeed. "Yes." Lazia glanced at him and continued, "Next, the Hammer Party will likely further block off the trade routes for an even longer time. Your consortium wouldn't be worried about this, would they?" "It's not about being worried. Chaos in the city is detrimental for everyone," Lazia said. Wu Heng agreed with this. Even merchants with hoarded resources in the city didn't want to see chaos. It wouldn't benefit anyone. Wu Heng nodded, then continued, "I have some gold that could be exchanged here." With a flip of his hand, he took out several brightly glinting gold bars and placed them on the table. 2 50 grams bars and 10 10-gram ones. Lazia's eyes widened a fraction at the sight. "Again, it's those gold bars, with high purity and great marketability. Exchange them all for silver coins." Wu Heng nodded, "Didn't you say you're short on performance for this year? All this can be converted and counted towards your performance." Lazia immediately smiled brightly at him, "You're so considerate." She stood up and invited in 2 staff members from outside. They examined the gold and then started preparing the silver coins. The preparation of the silver coins took some time. Bags of them were brought in and piled up on the floor of the room. Wu Heng collected them up and took out a gift box from the space ring again, pushing it across the table towards the other party. "For you, I hope you like it." Lazia raised her eyebrows and looked sideways with narrowed eyes, showing a look that seemed to say, "I knew you were up to something. I have very high standards, you know." She opened the gift box, and her smile was replaced by surprise in the next second. A gold necklace studded with gleaming diamonds was presented in front of her. The luxurious gift box made the necklace look even more valuable. Lazia's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at Wu Heng, but quickly reacted. She smiled and said, I accept your gift. If anything happens within the city, come to the consortium. As always, it won't be a problem to get you out. Nothing like that, I just thought it suited you, Wu Heng said with a smile. Like I'd believe you. He sat in the reception room for a while before getting up to say goodbye to Lazia. On the way home from the consortium, the two shadowy figures flew back as well, and dived into his body simultaneously. Wu Heng sat down on a wooden chair nearby and began to review the images that the shadows had brought back. Glenda was tracking a newly joined thief named Burke. After the squad disbanded, the thief cautiously circled the outer city area twice before carefully entering a tavern. He went up to the third floor and entered a room. In the dimly lit private room, a few lavishly dressed individuals were seated. Gentlemen, the thief said, slightly bowing. The man in the lead wiped his mouth with a napkin and asked quietly, Did you join the squad? I have, no suspicions raised, the thief replied. Any intelligence, the man continued. Today was just a simple patrol, nothing specific was uncovered. The leader doesn't talk much, so I plan to gather useful information through one of the beastmen in the squad, the thief continued. After a quiet discussion among themselves, the leading man said, Good, your job today was just to join the squad. Make sure you get the information I gave you. You will be well compensated. Yes. The thief respectfully nodded, then carefully exited the room. He left the tavern. From Xiao Xiao's perspective, the newly joined swordsman Gallo Burley didn't deliberately take any detours. After the squad dispersed, he went straight back to the guild. He headed for the steward's study. Seeing him come in, Gomez was not surprised in the least. He casually asked, Did Wu Heng say anything to you? No, he just took me on a patrol around the outer city area, the swordsman replied. Stay with Squad 12 for now. Let me know immediately if anything happens. I've always had a suspicion about him, Gomez said. After a slight pause, he continued, Once this matter is settled, I'll transfer you back to Squad 3, or maybe even promote you to leader when you've earned enough merits. Thank you, steward. All right, off you go. Be careful, he's very alert. Don't get found out. Understood. Wu Heng sat by the roadside. He couldn't help but curse to himself internally. The two new members. They're both spies. Chapter 220. The merchants of the inner city had been killed off, and the Hammer Party attacked the outer city area. Two people were sent to him exactly at this point in time, neither too early nor too late. He could tell that something was fishy. Now his suspicions were confirmed, both were undercover agents assigned to him. The thief was brought in by outsiders to investigate any possible information about him. And the swordsman was one of Gomez's men. He was tasked to monitor his movements. Gomez had begun to cast suspicions on him after the events of the past few times. However, he had no substantial evidence, and this time, he directly arranged for someone to join his team to keep a close eye on him. The thief's situation was completely different from that of the swordsman. One might say that if Gomez's men were to find something suspicious, they would still need to abide by the guild's rules and procedures. But the thief was an outsider sent in to spy on him. The person behind this could be from the Iron Guard Knights, the secret cultivation hall, or any other shadowy figures who might have taken an interest in him. Killing and questioning the corpse would be the simplest and most effective method. But now, the person in question was a member of his own squad. Due to this status, he couldn't be too obvious about his actions. He could only take things one step at a time and figure out what these two people really wanted to know. After a little rest, Wu Heng stood up and headed towards his residence. As dusk approached, sounds of footsteps and conversations could be heard from downstairs. Minnie and Andre Willow returned from the outside with several skeleton guards. The city was becoming increasingly chaotic, and the stores were closing down even earlier. Whether a lot or a few goods were sold didn't matter, the main concern was people's safety. Wu Heng came downstairs. The two women looked up at the sound of footsteps, their faces simultaneously brightening and relaxing. Master! Minnie cheered and tackled him in a hug. She clung onto him, coquettishly showing her affection. Wu Heng held onto her soft, tender body, then put her aside and asked, Are there any problems with the store? Andre Willow hung her coat on the side and answered, There hasn't been any problems so far, but the outer city is getting pretty chaotic now. I saw several groups of people fighting at the herbal shop across from us. Even the gang members came to maintain order. In fact, Wu Heng was just unlucky. The pricing, after a few adjustments by Andre Willow, could now sort of meet the market demand. But different incidents kept happening, causing the store to keep opening and closing. They hardly earned much money in the end. But there was nothing much to be done about the events that had transpired. The inner city has also started to assist in defending the outer city, so there's a small chance of a riot. Be careful when you go out. If there's any problem, go directly to Wen Mancha of the Sharp Peak Gang, Wu Heng instructed. The two women nodded in understanding. They sat in the living room for a while before preparing dinner. Knock, knock, knock. Just before dinner, there was a knock on the door. Minnie, skipping and hopping, opened the door. Wen Mancha, clad in leather armor with weapons at her waist, walked in. She was followed by several guards. She hung her cloak at the entrance and, upon turning around, greeted with a smile and said "Master," before walking directly into the living room. Wu Heng nodded. How's the outer city area? There are signs of disorder, but the gangs are restrained, and no large-scale gang fights have erupted yet. Wen Mancha took a seat and continued, the Sharp Peak Gang was assigned a task by the City Hall, we have to patrol and maintain order. Is the City Hall supporting you? There were countless local gangs, and any random person you could pull off the street was a gang member. But any gang that received any sort of backing from the City Hall would undoubtedly be highly influential. The Sharp Peak Gang was quite small before, it was surprising that they were tasked with an assignment by the City Hall. Support? Not at all. They've allocated the task to various gangs to count their numbers. Once a war breaks out with the Hammer Party, they will push us into it under the guise of being a task. It's the same old trick. Wen Mancha spoke with a sense of helplessness. Wu Heng understood what she meant. In other words, they were basically conscripting some gangs. When they were not needed, they would patrol and maintain order. And when the time for battle came, they would be directly pushed to the front lines. A seasoned gang leader like Wen Mancha was no stranger to these tactics. However, knowing this, the local gangs didn't have much of a choice. It was either compliance or suppression. If any hesitation or resistance was shown, they would be attacked and disbanded by other gangs before the war with the Hammer Party even started. What are you planning to do? Wu Heng asked further. Sigh. Wen Mancha sighed, the Sharp Peak Gang has been too conspicuous lately. After annihilating the White Wolf Gang, we recruited many people, catching the attention of the City Hall. There's no other choice right now. We just have to take it one step at a time, cooperate with their patrol work. It's not like it comes at a loss. From this point of view, it seemed reasonable. Whether or not the Hammer Party would attack was still uncertain. Defying the City Hall's directive right now was obviously not a wise choice. They could observe the situation for now, and if things really escalated to the point of war, then they could plan their next move. It wouldn't be too late. All right, be careful. Wu Heng urged. Yes, Master. After a bit of conversation, dinner was ready. The group gathered round for dinner. Wen Mancha, like an elder sister, was inquiring about the other two and occasionally gave instructions, as if scolding her own children. Minnie and Andre Willow lowered their heads and ate their meal. Sitting alongside Wen Mancha, the gang leader's wife, felt somewhat overwhelming. The atmosphere was slightly tense. After dinner, the group had a chat in the living room. Minnie practiced some boxing techniques with Bahudong, while Wen Mancha and Andre Willow discussed the store. As night gradually fell, Wu Heng returned to his bedroom with Wen Mancha, while Minnie and Andre Willow also went back to their own rooms to rest. Professional workers are physically stronger and have more stamina than normal people. After several rounds, with a flush still on her face, Wen Mancha quietly climbed back on top of him, sitting on him. Wu Heng reached out his hands, holding up her round softness, and said, "You've been quite forward lately." Though he enjoyed it, Wen Mancha's initiative was a bit over the top. Every time they met, they would go through this process. Wen Mancha looked at him with seductive eyes. "Master, don't you like it?" "I really do," Wu Heng smiled, "but I just worry about any pressure you might have." Wen Mancha hesitated before finally saying, "Master, at my age, if I want a child, I need to take the initiative." She paused after her saying this. She looked at him with a pitiful expression, whispered, "Is that okay?" Wu Heng was taken aback. In this world, both men and women start families early, and they have children even earlier. Considering Wen Mancha's age, she was indeed a bit old. Then try harder. Thank you, master. An elated expression appeared on Wen Mancha's face, becoming more active. When it was done, Wen Mancha controlled her emotions. With the flush of her face slightly fading, she said, now the pinned gang has close to 2,000 members. After the matter with the Hammer Party is settled, we can collect more information for you, help you earn meritorious deeds. Wu Heng, still touching her smooth body, said, no rush. All the teams have temporarily stopped capturing fugitives. We can discuss it later. Oh, that's a good idea, Wen Mancha nodded with a smile. Wu Heng got up to drink some water, then took out a bottle of strength potion from the space ring. This is for you, drinking it can enhance your strength. Wen Mancha narrowed her eyes slightly, smiled and said, Master, where did you get such a potion? Only those nobles can afford it. Are you afraid I might harm you? Wen Mancha looked at him a bit resentfully, what are you talking about? I'm all yours, there is no chance I can harm you. It's a good thing. I've made a lot of effort to get it. This could also improve your ability to protect yourself. A potion made from the corpse core. It won't increase the level, but it directly affects your physical properties. It's not much different from leveling up. Okay. Instead of taking it, Wen Mancha got off the bed. Kneeling down, she opened her mouth wide, Master, pour it in. Don't spill it. Then, be careful. You're getting better at this. Open your mouth wider. Wu Heng slowly poured the potion from the bottle. The silvery moonlight made the potion look even more crystal clear. Wen Mancha swallowed it big mouthfuls, her throat bobbing. Only when she had finished drinking the potion did she lower her head, catching her breath. Soon, her face changed, her whole body started getting red. She slumped on the ground, moaning softly. But soon, the abnormal condition on her body disappeared rapidly. Wen Mancha was back to her normal self, standing up and stretching a little. Surprise spread across her face, I feel like I have become stronger. Of course, this potion is very precious. Wu Heng wiped the drops of water from the corner of her mouth and put it back into her mouth. Thank you, Master. Okay, rest now, it's getting late. They settled back into the bed, holding each other as they rested. The next day, after breakfast, Wen Mancha left early, as she still needed to run the gang and couldn't dally around for too long. Minnie and Andre Willow went to the shop as well. Wu Heng opened the boundary door. First he went to check the zombie world. After verifying that Li Yaheng and her team hadn't returned, he left his house and headed to the association. As soon as he entered the hall, a staff member from the front desk came up with a wax-sealed envelope. Captain Wu Heng, you have mail. Thank you. Wu Heng walked over to receive the letter, then headed straight to the lounge. There was no one in the lounge as the squad wasn't there yet. Wu Heng sat down at the desk, opened the envelope and took a look. The reply came faster than he expected, it was somewhat surprising. He tore open the envelope, confirmed the sender. It was Slither's response. The contents of the letter mentioned that he should stay away from the secret cultivation hall and not get too involved with them. Meanwhile, it also mentioned the special item Blood Cup. According to Slither, this special item is related to the Eternal Night clan. She hoped he wouldn't give it to the secret cultivation hall. If she handled it, it would be of great help to both him and Slither. In the letter he had written to Slither, he only mentioned the Blood Cup, one of the two special items, since it was just an item from a fugitive. Unexpectedly, it also involved the Eternal Night clan. No wonder the reply came so fast, she is afraid that I will sell the Blood Cup. It was Slither's good luck. He and the secret cultivation hall are now at a life or death impasse. No matter how much money they offered, he wouldn't sell it to them. He reread the letter again. An idea suddenly crossed his mind. Among the leaders of the association's factions, the leader who serves as a secret speaker is Lilith Ann Bishop from the Blood Clan. Chapter 221. As for the leader of the Blood Clan's secret speakers, there is not much information available in the outside world, they only know it's a female member of the Blood Clan. Leaders of other factions serve at most a few decades, before a new leader takes their place, causing some personnel changes or reforms. This is not the case with the secret speakers, they have not changed their leader in hundreds of years. Because of her long-term leadership, the direction of development is relatively unified, allowing the initially small faction of the secret speakers to gradually enter the public's view. They began to become an important intelligence department within the association. Slither's letter does not explicitly say so, but by piecing it together, we can infer the source of the information related to the Blood clan. The individual who could bring benefits to him and Slither is this centuries-old leader. Exchanging a special object to get the attention of a faction leader in the association is not a bad idea. You could even say it's more profitable than selling it for a large sum of money. Women are indeed meticulous, he thought. Now it seems that there is still a gap between him and Slither. While he was thinking about how to sell the special object for the highest possible price, Slither directly contacted a leader of the Eternal Night clan. She was the one who was more decisive. Once he figured that out, there was nothing left to hesitate about. Taking an envelope and letter paper from the drawer, he began to write a reply to Slither. The content was very simple. Since she had arranged everything, he would definitely support her. The special item wouldn't be sold, one could come to get it at any time, or there was any way to send it to her. Of course, the letter did not mention that the buyer has already been killed by him. He put the letter in the envelope. Just as he finished sealing it with wax, the door was pushed open. Duke and the thief Burke walked in while they were chatting. Seeing Wu Heng sitting in the room, they immediately greeted, "Captain, you are here early." Did you come together?" Wu Heng asked. "Burke also lives in the outer city area. We ran into each other on the way here, so we came together," Duke explained. Wu Heng looked at the thief with a smile and asked, "Burke, do you live in the outer city area?" "Yes, Captain." "Who is at home?" Burke was suddenly silent. After a few seconds, he finally smiled again, "My mother and my brother." Wu Heng nodded, "Work hard, do a normal job for a few years, and you can have a better life as a captain." "Yes, Captain." Duke also added, "Just follow the captain, it's not hard to make meritorious service." "Yeah, I'm counting on Captain and Brother Duke." As they were chatting, Mata and the warrior Gallo Burley also walked in. After talking to each other for a bit, Wu Heng led everyone out. He delivered the letter to the front desk, and then went to the outer city area to start patrolling for the day. Outer city area. The whole street was in chaos. They saw 3 or 4 groups of people in conflict along the way. Wu Heng and the others did not interfere, only watched from a distance, just to avoid getting caught up in the crossfire. Soon, members of the governing gang separated the conflicting parties and issued warnings. Seeing nothing else to watch, they continued on their patrol route. They had a large group and nobody dared to cause trouble for them. In fact, Wu Heng did not know what he was patrolling for. They did not know any of the people from the Hammer Party, nor could they really catch a couple of infiltrators. As they reached the center of the area, suddenly, a figure burst forth from a short distance away. "Sir, Captain sir!" Just as the figure approached, he was kicked back by Bahudong with a loud thud. He fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Wu Heng could now clearly see the man's face. A fat man in a dark blue robe, somehow familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Duke took the battle axe from his back, his eyes alert, watching the man. The fat man sprang up immediately and explained, "Sir, you don't recognize me. The last time, you bought a few slaves from me, and you picked 2. Slave trader." The image in his mind overlapped with the plump man before his eyes, the very same who had sold slaves before. Wu Heng curiously asked, "You were looking for me?" "No, no." The fat man brushed some dust off his body, glanced at the people behind him and said, "Sir, can we talk for a moment? It won't take up much of your time." Wu Heng looked around. Along with his 2 skeleton guards, he moved to a more secluded spot. "Speak." The fat man rubbed his hands and whispered, "Sir, I have some girls. They all meet human aesthetic standards and the prices are reasonable right now. I was wondering if you might need any more." Wu Heng was surprised that it was about this. He turned around, ready to leave. The fat man didn't dare to stop him. He hurriedly said, "Sir, outside is not safe these days, most slaves can't get into the city, please do a good deed and buy them to serve as maids." It seemed that it was due to the Hammer Party again. Prices in the city had skyrocketed, keeping slaves had now become an expensive cost. Now, the outer city area was unsafe too. Everyone wanted to find a way to get in. "Why don't you just free them and be done with it? Why would I need to play the good guy?" Wu Heng said bluntly. "Sir, this is Lundham City, I do have some deterrence power. But without finding buyers for them, they can hardly survive if I just let them go, the fat man continued. I don't believe you at all. You're eating and growing fat as a ball, with expensive jewelry on you. And now you're talking like you're considering for the slaves. I can't afford to buy more slaves, you should ask others. Wu Heng flatly refused. Things were already a mess on his end. He had to arrange guards for 2 maids, he didn't have the ability to buy more people. Besides, could he save them all? Sir, do you know where the generous lady from last time lives? The price of slaves has dropped by half, I don't know if she might still need some. The fat man continued. He was asking about Slither. Indeed a strong and generous woman. She's not in Lundham City, I can send her a letter to ask, but we would need to wait some time for her response, Wu Heng said. Slither might need to employ some people on her end. Last time, the price for buying slaves was not low, but now it could save quite a lot of money. Oh, okay, thank you very much, sir. The fat man hesitated again, and then said, if you want to buy slaves, you can directly come to me, I'll give you a more preferential price. Wu Heng headed in the direction of his squad, waving at him on his departure. He returned to his group. Duke immediately asked, Captain, what was he sneakily doing? He was asking if I wanted to buy slaves. I guess the situation isn't very good now and he can't sell them off, Wu Heng casually answered. Oh, a slave trader, hey. They followed the patrol route for a round. After confirming there was nothing amiss, they returned to the association. Wu Heng told his team members, I have some errands to run this afternoon. Duke, Mata, you guys take the 2 new members and go on patrol. Remember, we are here just to assist in guarding the city, don't try to take matters into your own hands, report any issues to the rector. The members were taken aback. They agreed nonetheless. Roger that, Captain. Once confirming there was no problem. Everyone disbanded and left. Zombie world. When Wu Heng came over and stood by the window, he pulled open the curtain and looked outside. On the commercial street, a row of caravans had already parked. Qiangzi and others were wearing masks and transferring the goods inside. Li Yaheng and her team were back. Wu Heng went downstairs and went towards the caravan. As soon as he approached, the walkie-talkie received a message. The scout had informed Li Yaheng that Boss Yama was on his way down. Soon, Li Yaheng came out from the Shadow City Mall. When did you come back? Wu Heng asked. Around 2 o'clock. Seeing you were resting and there weren't any zombies out, we started transferring the goods. Li Yaheng replied. She must have tried to contact him through the walkie-talkie when she arrived. Since she didn't get a response, she started scavenging for supplies. Considering the distance from here to the prison, their speed was quite fast. Oh, I didn't hear it earlier. By the way, what do you think of being nominated as a disaster prevention and relief commander? Li Yaheng suddenly asked. Wu Heng was taken aback. What do you mean? The headquarters wants to appoint a disaster prevention and relief commander for each region, and our prison is on the candidate list. Chapter 222. A regional commander for disaster relief? If this was in the past, this position would carry the weight of an official, a very important one at that. But at present, it seems to carry no real significance. At most, it's just a title, serving no functional purpose. Most survivors have gathered in communities or villages, forming isolated clusters. Separated by hordes of zombies, there is no longer a notion of regional command. Even if one is chosen by the headquarters. Even with orders issued within the region, it's doubtful anyone would heed them. If a commander suddenly contacted the jail or himself for some assignments, Wu Heng would definitely not listen. He might even curse him out on the radio. What use is this disaster relief commander? Wu Heng asked. Just a position, I guess. After all, there are still some official organizations in various places. They can support each other, and once the roads are opened, there will be support in terms of weapons and technology, Li Yaheng said. As for the rest of the official organizations, they're probably the relief teams or gathered military. Mutual support is indeed beneficial. As for weapons and technology, weapons would likely mean support with guns and ammunition, while technology refers to the development of an antivirus. Neither of these two hold much appeal for him. In terms of battle, he does highly regard modern weapons, but waiting for the roads to be cleared and supplies to be sent takes too long. Additionally, he has enough ammunition for now. Combat in this zombie world relies more on the number of skeletons. No need to get caught up in these details. As for the antivirus, as long as he's careful, there won't be too many issues. As for the corpse core potion, it has already neutralized the zombie poison. He might have developed it even sooner than they did. There's no need for him to get involved with them too deeply. After sorting out his thoughts, he bluntly stated, "It's not of much help to us, we don't need to fight for such a title. It's better for us to focus on our development and get through the winter smoothly." Although Wu Heng didn't care much for their various antics, there was no need to provoke conflict with the headquarters. After all, modern remote missiles can be quite fierce. Keeping a low profile would be better for him. Understood. Li Yaheng nodded, then added, "I plan to report the mushroom zombies we killed earlier to headquarters, so that the other regions can be aware of the characteristics of these zombies." "Sure, I have no objections," Wu Heng replied. "Then I'll write it down. You can take a look when I'm done and I'll inform the headquarters afterwards." "All right." The two stood together, chatting for a while. Then on the map, they picked a location marked by a red circle. Continuing with the skeleton army, they headed there. Becoming stronger was the ultimate principle. Even if he didn't care about this title, he needed to have the authority to keep others from pointing fingers. The skeleton army moved forward grandly and imposingly, heading towards the marked location on the map. In addition to the accompanying skeleton army, there were a few mutated skeletons and previous reanimated plant-human carrion, the withered plant monster. Because it couldn't move on its own, Wu Heng found a wheelchair from a nearby pharmacy and had a skeleton push it. It looked like a severely ill patient. Upon reaching the location marked in red, with one look, he saw a large number of zombies on the road, as well as a huge mutated zombie sitting on top of a car. "There really is a mutated zombie!" Li Yaheng exclaimed. The locations marked with a red circle on the map each represented a risk beyond zombies. They picked a random one, and saw a level 2 mutated zombie. After spending time with Wu Heng, Li Yaheng didn't feel a huge emotional swing when seeing a mutated zombie. It was as though he had killed so many that it was no longer anything special. "Advance!" Wu Heng ordered. The skeleton army continued moving forward. The scattered echoing footsteps immediately drew the attention of the zombie horde. The first zombie let out a roar. The horde of zombies all turned to look at the skeleton army. The next second, they roared and charged, revealing their claws and flashing their teeth. Spear array. The spear-wielding skeletons moved quickly to the front, forming a formation. The other skeletons also pulled out their spears, ready to throw them. Wu Heng, seeing the quickly gathering horde of zombies, didn't immediately give an order. Glancing at the withered plant monster in the wheelchair, he said, "Release the entangled vegetation." The withered plant monster in the wheelchair bent forward, its arm-like branches planted directly on the concrete ground. A dark grey energy quickly spread forward. Dark red thorned vines sprang up from the ground, forming an area of dense thorny terrain. The horde of zombies charged into the terrain. Their running started to falter. Some were tripped up by the thorny vines, and those remaining struggled to push through while battling the thorns. "The effect is this good?" Wu Heng was somewhat astonished at the scene before him. Ordinarily, the zombies run fast, but now they were trapped in the vegetation terrain. Their speed was slower than normal walking speed. At seeing a large number of zombies trapped inside, Wu Heng directly commanded, "Throw your spears, throw!" Whoosh! A multitude of spears flew into the horde of zombies. Since their movements were already limited, the chances of hitting them dramatically increased. In an instant, a large number of zombies fell face first. Foul blood flowed, pooling on the ground. "Continue, throw!" Whoosh! The second volley of spears was thrown, clanking into the horde of zombies. Followed by the third and fourth, Wu Heng said. And so the rinsing of the zombie horde continued. Before they could even leave the thorny terrain, more than half the horde had already vanished. Chapter 223. Only a little more than 100 zombies remained, still tearing at the thorns in the thorny ground, unable to climb out. Li Yaheng's eyes widened, somewhat incredulous at the scene before her. It no longer mattered how the thorns had formed. Her mass-produced spears, were they this effective? Was their killing power this great? Usually there were hordes of zombies advancing, engaging in close combat with the spear soldiers. Now, there was barely even a need for close combat, as they died almost instantly. At the rear of the horde, the giant zombies, which did not step into the thorny ground, stood outside, pacing back and forth. Their eyes were filled with blood vessels, and they were panting heavily. Their bloodthirsty genes made them dangerously violent and restless. But the awakening consciousness inside them reminded them that advancing would mean death, not to proceed. Standing outside, they would take 2 steps forward then quickly retreat. Walking back and forth like this. Wu Heng's gaze fell on the giant zombie opposite him. Seeing that it did not intend to come closer. Release entangled vegetation. The withered plant monster sitting in the wheelchair took back its magic and the thorns blocking the road disappeared in a blink of an eye. Wu Heng continued to command, "Go and kill that giant zombie." Whoosh! The big guy clad in iron armor, climbing wall scary claw monster, and the remaining zombies were knocked away, directly rushing towards the mutated zombie. The giant zombie, which was still pacing around, finally realized the danger. It turned its head to escape to the back, but the many skeletons swarmed it, blocking it from all sides and encircling it. Soon, the sound of combat ceased. The twisted giant corpse was directly dragged over and thrown on the ground. Clean up the battlefield. The skeletons instantly dispersed, beginning to transport the bodies littering the ground. Wu Heng released the bone manipulation skill on the giant corpse on the ground. The flesh fell off. The tall skeleton rose. Skeleton Warrior, level 11. No significant changes in level and attributes. From now on, you'll be called Five-Head, Wu Heng casually named it. At the same time, he squatted on the ground and found a level 2 corpse core, promptly storing it away. Once the bodies were transported to both sides, Wu Heng took Li Yaheng back. "Let's go. We'll stop here for today, let's go back." "Okay." On the other side, the materials for the caravan were almost loaded. Li Yaheng took out paper and pen and wrote down all the characteristics of the mushroom zombies, handing them to Wu Heng. Wu Heng nodded and continued, "Mushroom zombies, their skin is more resilient than regular zombies, and ordinary swords and knives have difficulty penetrating them. They move slower than regular zombies." He had seen the mushroom zombies up close. Besides the external features that Li Yaheng wrote, he supplemented with details about their physical characteristics. Li Yaheng quickly jotted down these notes and raised her head, her eyes widened. "Anything else?" "There are also the 3rd-level mutated zombies, you can send the information to the headquarters as well," replied Wu Heng. Li Yaheng glanced at the withered plant monster sitting in the wheelchair. "Will it affect us?" "Not much. Just don't mention that we killed it. Just say we encountered such zombies," said Wu Heng. He had also received quite a lot of zombie intel from the headquarters. These were collected and compiled from various places. He had received intel from them, and giving out some intel, hopefully, would help others as well. "Oh, okay, write down what you said. It looks like this." Wu Heng pointed to the withered plant monster beside him. Li Yaheng glanced at it, nodding to show she understood. Wu Heng continued, "Its characteristics are immobility. Its attack methods include whipping with long vines and releasing poisonous gas. Also, it has a weakness. It is afraid of fire." "Oh, okay." Li Yaheng quickly wrote these down. Once all was done, Wu Heng looked it over and felt there were no problems. "All right. You do have a flair for writing," he complimented. Li Yaheng shot him a glance. "You're actually flattering me." "Really, it's pretty good." Li Yaheng pouted, looking at the ready caravan outside. "We're about to leave. We might rest in the prison for a day and come back the day after tomorrow." "All right, be careful on the road," said Wu Heng. Li Yaheng glanced at the waiting caravan again, hesitating in place. "What's wrong? Come over here." Li Yaheng's face started to blush as she pulled him to the middle of the hall. She hesitated for a long time. With a grit of her teeth, she put her arms around his neck, tiptoed and kissed him passionately. It was forceful yet clumsy. Wu Heng was a bit taken aback, looking at her blushing face, her knitted brows, her closed eyes showing her nervousness. He also found it kind of amusing. His hands supported her buttocks, lifting her entire body. Li Yaheng's face grew even redder. But she opened her eyes, gazing at him deeply. They had known each other for quite some time and felt the mutual attraction. Little did he know that Li Yaheng would be the first to express it openly. The two kissed in the stairs for a while before parting. Li Yaheng touched her lips. "Did I bleed?" "No, it's a little red, looks a bit swollen." "You were too forceful, what if they saw us?" Li Yaheng complained. What's there to be afraid of? They'll know sooner or later. Wu Heng placed his hand on her waist, which was round and bouncing. Li Yaheng nodded and once again pressed her red lips against his. The walkie-talkie on his waist rang. Chapter 224. Qiang's voice came through, Sister Hong, the convoy is ready and can set off at any time. Li Yaheng turned her head and pressed the talkie, okay, I'll be going out. With some regret, she said, I have to go now, I should be able to return around noon the day after tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you to return. Wu Heng lightly tapped her perky buttocks. Li Yaheng's face turned redder, she straightened her somewhat disheveled clothes and walked out directly. Shortly after, the convoy started up and headed off into the distance. Wu Heng watched the convoy leave. He didn't hurriedly return to Lundham City, but instead stepped out of the inn again and began to cast Dead Bones Battlefield on the piled bodies. One skeleton after another rose and walked towards the team on the side. This continued until dusk. Only then did Wu Heng return to the hotel, and back to Lundham City. The next day, in the association's conference room. The slender conference table was filled with people on both sides. Steward Gomez, serious-faced, saw that everyone was present and spoke directly. The Hammer Party operatives have colluded with the gangs in the city and almost opened the gate last night, which could have led to irreversible consequences. At this announcement, everyone in the room looked grim. If the previous attack by the Hammer Party on the outer city area, killing gang members and residents, was for the sake of revenge for the previous siege. This time, they colluded with others to try to open the city gate. This confirms that the Hammer Party wants to attack the city. It was only yesterday that the patrol in the city became more strict, otherwise if the city gate had indeed opened, it would be difficult to say whether the city would still exist. What arrangements are there in the city? The old beastman sitting at the head of the left asked in a quiet voice. He leaned on his walking stick, dressed flamboyantly. Vice Executive of the Association, Beastman Shaman Ethan Ashkarl. The Iron Guard Knights have taken over the walls of 2 city districts. Steward said, then added, if the city is breached, the Hammer Party will surely commit mass slaughter and pillage, our association's personnel will also face danger. Besides the daytime patrol tasks, each squad will also patrol the walls at night to increase the city's defense. Also, they are authorized to use force. Anyone found opening city gates or colluding with external enemies can be killed on sight. Everyone instantly felt the added weight of responsibility. Their leisurely days were gone, replaced by nightly patrols. But with things as they are, nobody had any better ideas. If the Hammer Party really stormed in, nobody would be spared. Understood, Steward. Everyone nodded in response. All right, you may all leave now, start patrolling according to the arrangements. The steward continued. Everyone stood up and headed out. Returning to the rest room. The 4 squad members all sat in the room. Seeing Wu Heng enter with a solemn face, they all sensed that something may have happened. Leader, what happened? Duke asked. Wu Heng replied, the Hammer Party attempted to open the city gate last night, and they nearly succeeded. Everyone's faces changed instantly, their hearts raced. If the city gate was really opened, many people would surely die. So what's the plan? Mata continued to ask. The association has added night patrol duties to all squads. Let's patrol first, then go back early to rest. We'll also need to patrol the city walls tonight. Wu Heng said. Okay, got it. The people stood up and followed him out. They quickly took a tour of the outer city area. While they only met more chaos, they didn't find anything particularly unusual. They completed their training and split up. And returned home to rest. Afternoon. After a brief rest, Wu Heng headed straight into the zombie world. The active threats from the Hammer Party made him feel threatened. He could play mind games with the people from the association, or the secret cultivation hall, but there was no room for him to negotiate with a gang of bandits. Once they entered the city, real fighting would have to begin. The thing that set him apart from others was the boundary door. Should he fail to resist, he could hide in the zombie world, but that would be a last resort. If the city was really taken over by the Hammer Party, he would have to hide for a while before he could emerge, thus slowing down his progress. It would be best not to let things escalate to that extent. Wu Heng opened the map and found a spot marked with a red circle. He gave the command straight away, follow me. The skeleton army immediately set in motion, grandly marching towards the target. Upon reaching the spot, ranks of zombies began to attack. The spear array formed up and the spears rained down. Zombies fell in droves. Your level has increased to 8, Intelligence +1, Charm +1. Trait unlocked, Knowledge of Souls, Knowledge of Haunting. Chapter 225. Your level has risen to 8, Intelligence +1, Charisma +1. Unlocked features, Knowledge of Souls, Knowledge of Haunting. Knowledge of Souls, your understanding of souls has improved, making your own soul more tenacious. Also, your eyes can see souls and virtual entities. Knowledge of Haunting, you have gained a deeper insight into confusion controlling knowledge and have become proficient in dealing with various types of ghostly and ghoulish hauntings, Charisma +5. The sudden notification made Wu Heng pause. He had risen to level 8 and unlocked 2 features. Unlike the initial slow level ups, the current battles were all against hordes of zombies, at least 1,000, at most, tens of thousands, a dense mass. After killing them, the speed of experience accumulation was particularly fast. Every battle could bring a large swath of experience. If it were just ordinary zombie combat, it would even feel like a lawn-mowing game. Wu Heng looked at the notification again. At level 8, the attributes increased were still intelligence and charisma. It seemed that the primary attributes of the necromancer profession were intelligence, charisma, and constitution, which appeared on every level up. This time, in addition to increasing attributes, 2 exclusive features were also unlocked. Knowledge of Souls and Knowledge of Haunting. The first one, Knowledge of Souls, made his soul more tenacious, which could be understood as an increase in soul strength. This was quite important. The Book of Necromancy noted that some attack methods target the soul. Even if your body isn't damaged by such an attack, the person could still disintegrate. Being able to resist these types of attacks was another self-protection feature. If he could look at it pessimistically, having a strong soul means that even if he were to die, at worst, he could become a ghost, like Xiao Xiao and Glenda. Even without his body, it could be considered as being alive. It wouldn't be a loss. At the same time, the knowledge of souls could allow his physical eyes to see spiritual bodies or virtual entities. This enhancement of perception was helpful. Thinking this, he let Xiao Xiao out. "What are you up to now?" Xiao Xiao half lay in the air, curiously asking. Hosting a soul felt like a rest for the living at night. It could nourish his spirit on its own. So he felt slightly groggy. "Xiao Xiao, you go invisible," Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao looked at him with a dubious expression and slowly disappeared into thin air. Wu Heng continued to watch. Even though Xiao Xiao disappeared from the air, in his gaze, he could still see the faint figure. Combined with the soul sense he had awakened before, he could clearly see Xiao Xiao's presence. "What's going on?" asked Xiao Xiao, who was invisible. "You changed your position and see," Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao flew in a circle and asked from the left, "Where am I?" Then she quickly flew to the right. Wu Heng looked straight at her, "Here." "Yay!" Xiao Xiao gasped in surprise, then slowly appeared, "Uncle, you can see me." "Well, I just started to see you," Wu Heng said. Apparently, his awakened characteristic was useful, as he could see the invisible ghost. Xiao Xiao very sportingly said that he was really great, then floated to the sky above the battlefield to cheer for the fighting skeletons. Wu Heng continued to look at his second feature, the knowledge of haunting. This feature was simpler. A deeper understanding of the confusion controlling knowledge became proficient in dealing with various types of ghosts. Also, charisma +5. Confusion controlling spells corresponded to charisma. He could get a chance to gather some corresponding skill books. This attribute also added 5 points of charisma, which was also quite good. The features checked, he casually opened the feature tab and had a look. Name, Wu Heng. Level, 8. Attributes, Strength 24, Agility 25, Constitution 25, Intelligence 28, Perception 15, Charisma 26. Features, Spear Proficiency, Basic, Swordsmanship Proficiency, Basic, Light Armor Proficiency, Basic, Arcane Training, Knowledge of Souls, Knowledge of Haunting. Abilities, Greyhawk Swordsmanship, Beginner, Enhance Will, Soul Sense. Skills, Bone Manipulation Skill, Bone Armored, Corpse Cage. Looking at the overall attributes, his intelligence had finally overtaken. It was no longer like before when strength and constitution were higher than intelligence. After taking a quick look, he closed the attribute board and his gaze fell back on the battlefield in front of him. The battle between the two sides was gradually coming to an end. The zombie swarm had almost been wiped out by the skeleton troop after several rounds of charges. Wu Heng swept his gaze over the entire battlefield. Neither on site nor in the pile of corpses was there any mutated zombies. According to the map, the red circle represented a special danger. But from the current situation, he didn't find any particular danger. "Uncle, there is a bad dog over there," Xiao Xiao suddenly flew back and pointed at a distant alleyway. Following Xiao Xiao's gaze, Wu Heng saw nothing due to the discarded cars blocking his view. However, the bad dog she mentioned usually referred to a mutated dog. "How many?" Wu Heng asked. "2, they are peeking from over there." "Good, Xiao Xiao, you're excellent." Hehe. The battlefield continued, with skeletons slaying the occasional stray zombie. Wu Heng lowered his voice and said, "Bahudong, you take a few skeletons and flank from that side. Don't let the mutated dogs escape." Bahudong did not hesitate, leading a few skeletons from behind to encircle the area. Once Xiao Xiao made a sign from the air, Wu Heng gave the order immediately, "Charge!" Big Guy instantly threw 2 trash cans, smashing them at the entrance of the alley. The peeking mutated dogs were startled and ran down the alley. But after only running a few steps, they were blocked by several figures on the other end. Turning back, they found another exit blocked off. The 2 mutated dogs growled angrily. They rushed forward immediately. Bahudong swung his leg, throwing the 2 mutated dogs against the wall. The skeletons behind him rushed up and hacked them into sludge. The battle ended. The skeletons began cleaning up the battlefield. The 2 mutated dogs were dragged out as well. After Wu Heng used the bone manipulation skill to turn them into skeleton dogs, he found 2 corpse cores. He put them into his space ring and continued to unleash Dead Bones battlefield on the zombie horde to replenish the number of skeletons. Then, he reopened the map, looking for the next location marked with a red circle. "Let's move this way." With a wave of his hand, he took his skeletons and moved towards one side. At dusk, outside the market, the skeleton army had almost wiped out the zombie horde, and they began to clean up the battlefield. In the course of the afternoon, Wu Heng checked the map, and he had visited 3 places marked with red circles. He killed more than 10,000 zombies, 3 mutated dogs, and 2 mutated cats. Some of them were pretty cautious and ran away as soon as the battle began. He didn't catch them. The gains were still considerable, his experience level increased, the number of skeletons increased, and he found 5 level 1 corpse cores. The potion made from corpse cores was also effective for other people in both worlds. Even though it didn't have much of an impact on him anymore, it was still a useful item for nurturing his subordinates. Wu Heng glanced at the sky. He decided to give up the idea of cleaning the 4th wave site. He had to participate in the patrol at night, and he needed to maintain a good condition to avoid any dangers. "Take the corpses and let's go back," Wu Heng ordered. A large group of skeletons picked up the corpses and began to head back to their hotel. The incident in Lundham City still put a lot of pressure on him. It urged him to accelerate his power leveling, to face the dangers that might occur at any time. They quickly returned to the hotel. He had the skeletons pile the corpses on the opposite side of the road. He went back to his room and returned to his place via the boundary door. A bedroom on the 3rd floor in Lundham City. Wu Heng went downstairs, and he heard voices from the 1st floor. Minnie and Andre Willow were already preparing dinner. They were both maids that he had purchased at the same time and they got along well. Minnie accompanied Weir to the shop during the day. When they returned, Weir also helped Minnie prepare meals and clean. They had a very good relationship. When Minnie saw Wu Heng came down, she smiled, "Master, is Wen Mancha coming for dinner today?" "Maybe not, it's busy over there." "Oh okay." Minnie's smile relaxed a lot. "Master, please wait a moment, dinner will be ready soon." "Okay." Wu Heng nodded and lay on the sofa to rest. He attended a meeting in the morning, led his members on patrol. In the afternoon, he was busy clearing zombies, and he was quite mentally exhausted. He lay on the sofa and rested for a while. Footsteps echoed. Andre Willow was the first to come out from the kitchen. She stood in front of the sofa and glanced at him cautiously. "Master." Wu Heng frowned, "What is it?" Andre Willow immediately knelt down. "Master, I beg you to help my kin." Chapter 226. Witnessing Andre Willow suddenly kneel down to beg. Wu Heng frowned slightly, also sitting upright. What's going on, tell me. Andre Willow looked up, her big eyes full of moisture, and she began to speak softly. Wu Heng sat beside her and listened for a while, understanding the meaning of her words. Andre Willow's tribe had been destroyed by the battles among the beastmen. The few remaining tribesmen were sold as slaves to slave traders. Andre Willow was more than just a common slave, she was the daughter of the leader of her tribe and held a certain degree of influence among her people. After Wu Heng bought her, she planned to gradually save money to buy the remaining tribesmen back. However, she did not expect the situation in the outer city area to worsen, with the Hammer Party even starting to slaughter people indiscriminately. With no other choices, she could only ask Wu Heng to help her buy them back first. Master, I beg you to help my people. Andre Willow pleaded again. Wu Heng rubbed his temples, understanding the meaning of her words. He had sensed that Andre Willow was not ordinary, at least not like a general slave like Minnie. She held a level 7 special job, could read and write, and her handwriting was exquisite. Beastmen did not normally attach much importance to these skills. Not to mention a slave. It turned out she had the status of a junior clan leader. How many of you are left? Wu Heng asked. There are 5 of us left with the slave traders. Andre Willow answered. Once they are brought back, how do you plan to arrange for them? There is not enough room in our house to accommodate so many people, Wu Heng continued. Andre Willow looked up and seriously made her plan. Master, we could have them reside at the shop. The shop has been performing well, but it is lacking in people to keep watch and guard. At times when people are needed to transport goods, my tribesmen can do all these tasks. We beastmen are accustomed to hardships. A usual business does indeed demand a lot of manpower. Wu Heng's general store was barely managed by just 2 maids. It was sporadically closed and opened again. Not much proper business had been transacted. Since it was insufficiently manned, it would undoubtedly be understaffed in the longer run. In the Malayo armor shop, for example, there was no shortage of staff serving the customers, transporting goods and delivering purchases to customers' doorstep. A lot of them. Not all of them were housebred, but a significant number of them were. What Andre Willow said made sense. It seemed like she had made plans beforehand. You must think clearly that I have many enemies. I can arrange protection for the 2 of you, but I cannot do the same for your tribesmen. They might be exposed to even more danger after coming over, Wu Heng reminded again. Master is a good man. Following you is the best choice for them, and my tribesmen know well how to protect themselves, Andre Willow insisted. Can you assure that they will keep our secret? I can keep an eye on them, and to begin with, they won't have any dealings with you. All their work will be confined to the shop, Andre Willow immediately replied. Wu Heng thought that made sense. If they lived at the shop, they would mainly heed Andre Willow's instructions. They wouldn't have access to any secrets. How much money would you need? Right now slaves are cheap, 300 silver coins would suffice, and I will repay you in the future, Andre Willow said softly. Wu Heng nodded, taking out 3 pouches of money from his space ring. Go and buy them back tomorrow, settle them on the 2nd floor of the shop as you have planned. Watch over them, and don't let them do anything out of line. Thank you, Master. With tears in her eyes, Andre Willow joyfully spoke. At this moment, Minnie, who was eavesdropping from the kitchen, came out hesitantly. Master, I also have 2 good friends, could you help me buy them back? I will repay you the money. Damn it. The little one is trying to worm her way into it too. Considering the dangerous situation in the outer city area now, it was quite reasonable to have a couple of friends. How do you plan to accommodate your friends? Wu Heng asked. There are just 2 of them, they can be your maids, Master. Or they could live in the shop, Minnie responded. How much money do you need? 50 silver coins should be plenty. Wu Heng withdrew another 50 silver coins. Go with Willow tomorrow, let them stay in the shop first. Hehe, Master is so kind. Minnie cheered excitedly. A master willing to pay for slaves was indeed a rare sighting in the entire Lundham city. It at least demonstrated that Wu Heng did take good care of them. Minnie coquettishly scurried back to the kitchen to prepare dinner after flirting a little bit. With the soft and affectionate look in her eyes, Andre Willow, full of gratitude, also stood up. She gently cradled Wu Heng's head and nestled it on her lap. Thank you, Master. I am so fortunate to have met you. You both are excellent too, Wu Heng smiled. After dinner, Wu Heng instructed the two of them and then left for the guild. After obtaining his patrol assignment from the attendant, he proceeded to the break room. Upon pushing the room door open, his 4 members were already waiting inside. Seeing Wu Heng walk in, they all rose to their feet. Captain! Captain! The 4 of them greeted as they stood. Wu Heng nodded. Let's go. We are assigned to the outer city area and must head out before the inner city gates close. The assignments were distributed by drawing lots. Among them, 8 teams were dispatched to the outer city area for rotating patrols around the city walls and the important locations near the city gates. The remaining 4 teams patrolled the inner city area. Wu Heng was unlucky to have randomly drawn the outer city area assignment. Once the assignments were handed out, everyone had to abide by them, there was no way to change them. Among the other members, besides the swordsman Gallo Burley who resided in the inner city, the rest lived in the outer city area. They naturally did not have any objections, and everyone left together from the association towards their assignment location. After leaving the inner city area, the bustling streets were deserted, with few pedestrians in sight. Even the boisterous tavern was empty. The alluring women who normally flaunted themselves at men by the door were nowhere to be seen. Upon reaching the city walls of the outer city area, the Iron Guard knights on duty and some gang members could be spotted. After Wu Heng and his team showed their tokens issued by the city hall, they began to patrol as per regulations. Nothing major happened, it was just a patrol around the city walls. If an attack on the city was discovered, or if anyone inside tried to open the city gates, they had to step into question or straightway kill. It was deep into the night. The team was a bit tired. Wu Heng had just thought of letting the team rest at a deserted spot. The ranger Mata spoke up, "Captain, something is going on over there." As his voice died down, an immediate alarm was raised on the city wall, and although the guards in the watchtower did not ring the alarm bell, they were loudly alerting others of the special situation. Looking down from the city wall, a large group with torches could be seen rushing out from a location outside the city. They ran straight into the buildings, they began killing anyone they found on sight. Sounds of fighting and violent brawls echoed from below instantly. A large number of Iron Guard knights and gang members swiftly climbed up the city wall, their eyes all focusing on the battle location outside the city. Fires spread rapidly, with people constantly falling to the ground, being slain. The battle, however, was taking place only in the distance. There was no indication of them nearing the city walls. It's the Hammer Party, killing the residents outside the city again. Chapter 227. These damned bandits, swordsman Gallo Burley said furiously. The others also joined in the cursing. But no matter how much they cursed on the wall, they could do nothing about the situation outside the city. Soon, many bodies lay on the distant ground. Those holding torches began to plunder the residences, carrying all sorts of spoils, swiftly disappearing from sight. Everything was swallowed again in darkness. Only by listening carefully, one could hear the agonized groans in the darkness. After they left, a new group of people with torches arrived. Some started tending to the wounded while others used it as an opportunity to take things away. It was a complete mess. On the city wall, some of the Iron Guard knights and gang members remained, while the rest descended from the wall. "Captain, they've all gone. What should we do?" Duke asked. Wu Heng glanced at his surroundings and said, "We should also find a place to rest. Dawn is breaking soon, and there shouldn't be any trouble today." "Oh, let's go to my place," Duke suggested. "Too far, let's just take shelter in the corner of the wall, and take turns on duty. Make sure not everyone falls asleep," Wu Heng instructed. "Okay." They tidied up a spot under the city wall and took turns guarding before closing their eyes to rest. Until daylight, nothing happened. Wu Heng climbed onto the city wall and looked into the distance. The members of the other teams began to withdraw. Wu Heng waved his hand and said, "Let's go, end of shift. Everyone returns home. We don't need to patrol during the day. Gather in the resting room before bedtime tonight." "Okay, Captain." Everyone dispersed, yawning as they returned home. Wu Heng returned from the outer city area. Pushing the door open, the aroma of food greeted him from the living room. Many said, "Sir, you must be tired. Breakfast is ready." Wu Heng nodded, washed his hands, and sat down at the dining table to eat his breakfast. Andre Willow served him a bowl of soup, placed it on the table, and quietly asked, "Sir, nothing happened last night, did it?" There was a fight in the outer city district, lots of people died. Hammer party's handiwork? Andre Willow asked. It doesn't seem like it, it looked more like gangs taking revenge or seizing an opportunity for robbery. It's hard to say, Wu Heng replied while eating. Andre Willow's expression shifted to slight worry. Then let's pick up the men right away to avoid any problems. Wu Heng nodded, passed her the team leader emblem of the association. Ahoy, take my emblem. If anything happens, say you're from the association. Thank you, sir. After breakfast, the two tidied up quickly and left the house. Wu Heng returned to his room and slept until noon. After freshening up, he opened the boundary door and headed to the zombie world. He pulled open the curtain of the hotel. The convoy was already stopped outside. Wang Chenggang and several others were huddled together, chatting while lighting up cigarettes. At this point, Li Yaheng led Basin out, seemingly giving tasks to the group. Wang Chenggang and Qiangzi nodded in understanding and walked towards a building nearby. They quickly returned and began moving supplies into the vehicles. Wu Heng pressed his walkie-talkie and said, Li Yaheng, come here. Upon hearing Wu Heng's voice from the walkie-talkie, Li Yaheng immediately looked up. When she saw Wu Heng standing behind the window, she couldn't hide a delighted smile. She quickly regained her composure and calmly said into the walkie-talkie, Okay, I'm coming up now. She then walked into the hotel lobby. As Wu Heng descended from upstairs, Li Yaheng ran up to him and threw herself into his arms. She looked up at him, her eyes warm and tender. I miss you so much. Wu Heng bent down, and they passionately kissed. Subconsciously, his hand slipped inside her stab-proof vest, lightly fondling. Li Yaheng had quite a muscular body. After all, she previously did strenuous work, so he could feel her abdominal muscles and muscle lines. Her features were slightly larger than Minnie's and very firm. Li Yaheng's skin was turning redder, and her breath quickened. Wu Heng picked her up and started walking towards his room upstairs. Now. Li Yaheng's eyes dropped, avoiding his gaze. What's wrong? Li Yaheng hesitated briefly before whispering, I am willing to give myself to you, but isn't there something important to deal with soon? It might not be appropriate to do it now. Seeing Li Yaheng's clumsy reaction, it appeared she hadn't been with a man previously. Rushing into the act wasn't good after all. Squeezing her firm buttocks, he replied, You decide when, I will go by your arrangement. Let's wait till we return to the prison, we'll have plenty of time then. Her wheatish skin was now tinged with a blush. So, I need to wait for a long time. Li Yaheng gave him a glare and complained, You're so strange. I hinted so much at you before, but you did not respond at all. I thought maybe you liked men, but now you're so eager, boo-hoo. Wu Heng pushed her against the wall once more, silencing her with a passionate kiss. Li Yaheng wrapped her arms around his shoulders, enthusiastically responding to the advances of her beloved. After what felt like eternity, they pulled apart. Li Yaheng caught Wu Heng's roving hand, blush spreading across her face as she said, All right, we will have plenty of time in the future. Wu Heng nodded, then let's focus on work first. Spreading out the map, he said, these locations have all been cleared out yesterday. When the time comes, let Qiangzi and the others go to retrieve the supplies. Chapter 228. Okay. Li Yaheng nodded, continuing, What's the plan for today? Today, we need to clean up these areas, Wu Heng replied. The red circle near the hotel had already been cleared once. There were still some areas that were farther away, which made it inconvenient to drive back and forth. Wu Heng selected a few places that hadn't been marked before, indicating that the people who marked the map had never been there. The primary goal was not to kill the mutated zombies, but to level up by killing monsters. After all, the threat from the Hammer Party was increasing. If they wanted to protect themselves, increasing their level was crucial. Li Yaheng looked at the map, frowning slightly. Do we need to clean up so many areas? Is it necessary to be in such a hurry? It is urgent. We should try to progress as much as we can so we can return to the prison faster when the time comes. You're so annoying. Li Yaheng lightly hit him again and said in a low voice, Fine, I'll listen to you. Wu Heng lightly patted her firm buttocks, saying, Okay, let's go. When we go out, don't pat my butt. After all, I'm now the big sister. Li Yaheng rubbed her buttocks. Okay, then I'll pat it when no one's around. Li Yaheng, her face reddening, began to straighten her clothes. After rechecking her appearance in the mirror and confirming that her face was the only thing that was red, they finally left the hotel. Li Yaheng went to tell Qiangzi and the others. Then, she followed Wu Heng, heading in one direction. East Gate Passenger Station. A thick crowd of zombies began to attack. The withered plant monsters' entangled vegetation spread across the ground, transforming the terrain into thorny undergrowth and slowing the zombies' advance. At the same time, dense spear throws rained down from above. Zombies then fell to the ground one by one. Attack, kill them all! Wu Heng commanded. Whoosh! The skeleton army charged directly and smashed the zombie crowd in an instant, turning the scene into a melee. Then, all the skeletons transformed from mutated zombies also rushed out. Lots of zombies were thrown out. Turned into a mangled mess of flesh. Li Yaheng glanced at the figure beside her with some confusion. Even though she had never commanded a skeleton fight before. But the way the skeletons were fighting now was completely different from before. They no longer defended first and then fought back. After throwing all their spears, the skeleton soldiers directly charged. More aggressive. Soon, the battle ended. Wu Heng had the skeletons start cleaning the battlefield while he himself set up the Dead Bones battlefield. Under the condition of having enough spiritual power, he increased the number of skeletons. The buses here can be used, there should still be keys inside, Li Yaheng said, looking at the rows of buses in the distance. There were more than 10 buses parked in the station. The keys to these common buses were generally kept in nearby buildings and managed centrally. They could still be used if found. Wu Heng looked at the building nearby and said, "Let Qiangzi handle it later, we should go to the next location first." "Oh, okay." Li Yaheng didn't say much else. The two of them headed to the next location together. At around 4 p.m. Wu Heng and Li Yaheng ended their zombie killing for the day. While the skeleton troops were constantly transporting the bodies to and fro, Li Yaheng took Qiangzi and others to start the buses at the station. Wu Heng stood at the door, checking his experience. Level 8, 25882/48,000. The battles of these 2 days have been quite effective. Just yesterday, he reached level 8, and today his experience has already reached half. The city's population is still dense. Randomly going to a place will result in a large crowd of zombies. Now, these zombies have become his experience to level up. Shortly after, a few buses came back. Parked on the main road. Li Yaheng ran over and said, "We didn't bring enough people today, we'll move these buses another time." "Sure, it's no big deal to leave them there, no one will steal them." "Who said someone's going to steal them?" Li Yaheng carefully looked behind her where Qiangzi and others were boarding the truck, then in a quiet voice said, "I'm heading back, hurry back when you're done." "Go ahead, be careful." "Okay." Li Yaheng waved her hand, boarded the bus, and left with the convoy. Wu Heng then got to the front of the bodies and continued to set up the Dead Bones battlefield until his spiritual power was somewhat insufficient. Then he returned to the hotel and opened the boundary door. He rested for a while on the 3rd floor. The sound of the door opening came from downstairs. Walking down, he saw Minnie and Andre Willow returning with some items. Upon seeing Wu Heng come down, they both saluted in unison, "Master." How are the arrangements going?" Wu Heng asked. Andre Willow saluted again, gratefully saying, "Thank you, Master. I have bought back our clan's people and settled them down in the shop." After a pause, she continued, "I've explained the situation to them. From now on, they will be responsible for the work in the shop, and they will not cause you trouble." "Minnie, how about you? My friends have also been saved." "Master, can they also be maids? Why must they become maids?" Minnie twisted and turned, "They all don't have any profession and are clumsy. Aside from being maids, they can't do anything else." Both Wu Heng and Andre Willow were left speechless. Why does she feel like maids can afford to be clumsy? Wu Heng looked at Andre Willow, who was fighting back laughter. Wu Heng considered his words carefully and said, "We only have such a small place here. We don't need that many maids. Life activities, only one maid is enough." Andre Willow's purpose was actually for the shop. Indeed, having 2 more maids in such a small place would be redundant. Seeing that Minnie appeared to be disheartened by the rejection, Wu Heng added, "Let them help in the shop first. When we get a bigger house in the future, we'll bring them here." "Okay." The 3 of them sat in the living room chatting for a while. Minnie went to prepare the dinner. After dinner, Wu Heng bid the 2 goodbye. He walked out of the house and headed to the association. The small team arrived at the dormitory. When they opened the door, they saw all the members sitting and chatting in the room. "Captain!" Several people stood up and saluted. Wu Heng nodded, glanced at the people who all had blankets with them, and said, "I will take your blankets. If someone saw them, they would think we went to slack off." Hee hee. Duke scratched his head and laughed. The others also handed over their blankets. Wu Heng took them into the space ring, saying, "Let's go, we shouldn't be late. We shouldn't give people any reason to find fault in us." Everyone nodded, standing up and following him out of the association. On the way, Duke quickened his pace, walked up to Wu Heng and said, "Captain, a lot of people died in the suburbs district last night. I heard the leader of a gang was decapitated. Was it the Hammer Party?" "Not sure, and no one checked." Duke whispered, "In these times, who would check these matters? Dead is dead." The gang members disbanded and were then recruited by other gangs. Chapter 229. Two possibilities could be the cause of the current chaos. One is that the Hammer Party is colluding with the guilds to continuously stir up trouble and launch attacks. The other is that the guilds are seizing this opportunity to rob and exact revenge. Once done, they blame it all on the Hammer Party. Given the current situation, the city folk don't have time to deal with this. In any case, the different guilds are probably going to start imitating this. This will only cause more chaos. Wu Heng continued to look at the others and asked, "What information do you all have?" Mata spoke while walking, "Quite a few people have left here, planning to avoid the trouble until things stabilize." "The outer city area?" Wu Heng asked. "The entire city. Apparently, the gentry in the inner city area have almost all left. People from the outer city and beyond the city are also leaving." Mata continued. "Hasn't the Hammer Party blocked the roads? Only the entrance of merchant convoys has been restricted. Given the vast territory here, leaving isn't difficult." "That makes sense. The Hammer Party has set up roadblocks, mainly to intercept the main roads. If one wants to leave, they can take a detour. Or perhaps the Hammer Party members just wouldn't stop others. Letting everyone escape makes it easier for them to conquer the city." True." Wu Heng nodded. They arrived at their patrol area, starting their patrol with the team. At midnight, as with the previous night, fighting erupted in the outer city area, the outcry of battle resounding. Small-scale skirmishes also occurred in the city, but the Iron Guard Knights put a stop to them before they caused any chaos. Wu Heng and his men brought blankets and found a new place to sleep. Waiting till dawn. "Shift's over, everyone goes home," Wu Heng said. Everyone waved goodbye to him. Wu Heng headed to his residence. Just as he reached the door, he saw several towering figures waiting for him. Glask, the beastman proprietor of Malayo Armor Shop. Wu Heng walked over. "Boss, you're looking for me." Upon hearing his voice, the beastman shopkeeper looked up and immediately smiled. "Captain Wu Heng, you weren't here just now, so we waited a bit. Is something up? Things have been rather chaotic in the city recently. The shop might close for some time. We've prepared some armors that you need in our warehouse. We'd like to deliver them to you in advance." The boss looked around cautiously and said, "Would that be convenient for you? Seems like the armor shop is also planning to leave. The armors Wu Heng ordered have been partially made. No one knows what will happen next, so they want to deliver them to him in advance." "Boss, do you think this city will fall?" Wu Heng asked straightforwardly. "I wouldn't dare to speculate." The boss promptly denied, then replied, "We're just doing small-scale business. We've never been late on taxes and protection fees in the city. It's just a good time to return to our tribe." Wu Heng glanced around, pulled him aside, and said in a low voice, "I won't obstruct your departure, but we're friends. Give me a hint, which way is safe to leave?" The boss whispered, "As long as it's not a merchant convoy, the Hammer Party will basically let you through after collecting some money. If you want to leave, it's best to go through the woods. North or south, either works. After hiding for a month or two, everything definitely would have ended." "All right, I understand." Wu Heng nodded. "Those armors. How many other goods do you have left in your warehouse?" Wu Heng continued to ask. "There are several dozen sets of iron armors and leather saddles. I'll take them all at a reasonable price considering the information you just gave me. It saves you the trouble of selling them off elsewhere." Wu Heng stated outright. The beastman boss's eyes lit up. After thinking for a moment, he said, 5 gold coins for everything, 112 sets of leather armors, over 80 iron armors, and more than 120 items like leather saddles and shields. I just want gold coins. Gold coins are easy to carry. Silver coins are too heavy. It's hard to be inconspicuous when escaping with silver. Deal. The shopkeeper's smile widened. With gratitude, he said, thank you, Captain. When business resumes, I'll make you a better set of armor. I'll have someone fetch them now and bring them to you. I'll go with you to fetch them. Transporting so many armors here might cause trouble. Wu Heng stepped forward and continued, inform the bosses of some weapon shops and herb shops. If they want to sell at low prices, they can find me at your shop. I can help them clear their stocks. All right, I will have someone take care of it right away. Outside the city, in an abandoned castle. In the dark and damp structure, a middle-aged man in black attire sat with several guards. They were silent, waiting quietly. Not long after, footsteps could be heard from outside. A few tall and burly beastmen walked in surrounded by attendants. One of them was wearing iron armor, a long sword hung at his waist. He removed his helmet, revealing the visage of a beastman and large tusks. If someone from the guild was present, they would recognize his identity at a glance. He was a prominent member of the Hammer Party, with a reward of 700 silver coins, conferred a Tier 3 Valor award. How's the plan going? Our leader has urged several times now. The beastman said directly. The man in the suit spoke softly, 3 nights from now, there will be an attack from within the city, and the North City Gate will be opened. At that time, you can directly attack. Are arrangements in place? Arranged by the gentry, using insiders from various factions. Absolutely no problem. Those old jerks are only capable of such sneaky tricks. The beastman said coldly. The man across him became slightly cold and retorted, watch your words, don't forget that we were the ones who supported you after you were besieged by the Iron Guard Knights. Don't paint yourself as a hero. The beastman sat with one leg on the chair, we both need something. You want to change the city, Lord, we want to enter the city. We can cooperate normally in the future. The man in the suit took a deep breath, not wanting to quarrel with the bandit. He continued to say, after you enter the city, the gentry want you to do something special. Speak, don't waste time. After attacking the city, arrange for someone to kill the 12th team leader of the association. Don't touch anything on him. Send the body over here. The beastman raised an eyebrow, I have to say, you businessmen have bad brains. Once the war starts, it's hard to know who anyone is, let alone find some team leader. He's easy to recognize. He wears the captain's armor of the guild and has black hair and black eyes. He's the only one in the whole city who looks like that. All right, I got it. The beastman nodded, emphasizing, 3 nights from now. Remember your arrangements, don't mess it up. Rest assured, everything is already arranged. Malayo Armor Shop. Inside the shop, Wu Heng was sitting on the side. Below him were humans or beastmen, at least 80 to 90 of them. They were all owners of various shops in the outer city area, and the followers they brought. Shopkeeper Malayo said straight away, this is Captain Wu Heng of the association. When I called you here, I also explained the situation. If you want to sell your goods at a low price, Captain Wu Heng is willing to buy them. This would save you the trouble of running around, and the transactions are in gold coins, which are easy to carry. All the shopkeepers sized up Wu Heng. They then began to engage in hushed discussions with each other. Wu Heng spoke directly, gentlemen, if you wish to sell, you can tell me the types of goods you have, their quantity, and your price. Chapter 230. Everyone in the room turned their attention to the figure in front. Lundham City was no longer safe, the Hammer Party could invade at any moment. People could escape, but the goods in the city could not be taken with them. When the Hammer Party stormed the city, these goods would not be secure. Even if they did not enter the city, they couldn't guarantee the safety of the goods when they left without anyone to guard them for a long time. Here, in Lundham City, a place teeming with gangs and mercenary groups, an unattended warehouse would be as good as lost property on the street that would be stolen within 3 days. The best option was to sell the piled-up goods before leaving. Turn it into cash and take it with you. All shops have been contemplating this matter for the last few days, but they all chose to seek out business groups who are already selling goods. Finally, someone willing to buy showed up, but it seemed like they would haggle the price. "Captain, can you handle the goods of so many of us?" someone asked, puzzled. The size of the transaction is hard to handle even in normal times, let alone now when the hammer party has cut off routes. "That depends on the price you're offering. If it's favorable, I'll be happy to help lighten your burdens. If not, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do," Wu Heng said candidly. "Captain Wu Heng, my shop sells cloth, high-quality cloth material. I'm willing to cut 30% off the profit and sell this batch of goods to you," an old human merchant said, smiling from his chair. Wu Heng considered the man's words. A 30% discount, that was practically free. That was about the discount he got when making a bulk order from the Malayo armor shop. This must be their normal pricing for bulk orders. Wu Heng glanced at the man and shook his head. "It's too expensive and you don't show me much sincerity. Even in ordinary times when I buy goods, you give me a larger discount than what you're offering now." The cloth shopkeeper looked embarrassed, apparently not expecting a guild captain to have experience with bulk purchases. He explained hurriedly, "Our cloth is of the highest quality and is not to be compared with, those regular ones." Wu Heng raised his hand to interrupt him, "You may consider your offer and let me know your thoughts later." The cloth shopkeeper's face turned red, but he didn't say anything further. Amidst the chuckles of the other shopkeepers, he sat back down. He crossed his arms and swung his foot, as if to see what offer others might produce. The room fell silent for a few seconds. A beastman stood up and made a beastman salutation before saying in a deep voice, "Captain Wu Heng, I have some weapons and shields left in my shop that I'm willing to sell to you." Wu Heng had seen this beastman shopkeeper before. He was the owner of the weapon shop opposite the Malayo armor shop. When Wu Heng was going to research the styles of throwing spears, it was Duke who had taken him to that shop. They'd met, but weren't familiar with each other. "Definitely, it depends on the discount on the price." The weapons shop owner didn't hesitate to state, "You will get a 40% profit. They're the weapons we normally sell to mercenaries so the quality can be assured." Things like cloth weren't what Wu Heng needed. As long as the price was low, he would take it; if the discount was minimal, he wouldn't. But weapons were something Wu Heng would consider buying. After all, the skeletons had been using kitchen knives for certain periods, and now he had an opportunity to procure a batch of real weapons for them. While the kitchen knives were practical enough, they did have their limitations compared to real weapons. "I'll take them if you give a 60% discount." No, that would be too much of a loss for us." "Well, since you're leaving anyway and can't take these goods with you, why not take the cash and have a comfortable life back at your tribe?" Wu Heng continued. The beastman shopkeeper continued to shake his head, then after a moment said, "Perhaps you are not aware, Captain. Our workers have been requisitioned by the city lord's mansion. We would not be able to leave even if we wanted to. We are required to hasten the manufacturing of arrows and repairing weapons, so we're not going anywhere." Upon hearing that, everyone in the room froze. Soon, people started to sweat and shake their legs nervously, becoming restless. The fact that the weapon shop's craftsmen had been taken to mass-produce arrows indicated that a battle was definitely imminent. The information regarding the city's internal area was always more accurate. Regardless of whether you are leaving or not, your goods won't be secure once the war began. "Give me a fair price, and I'll buy them, especially that we already know each other," Wu Heng said straightforwardly. The beastman shopkeeper squinted his eyes and glanced at the owner of the Malayo armor shop not far away. 50%. "Final offer," he finally replied. Not wanting to haggle any longer, Wu Heng agreed, "Deal. I'll take all the goods in your shop." The beastman shopkeeper nodded, "Then I will go back to take an inventory and give you an accurate price." "All right." Wu Heng nodded. The beastman shopkeeper stood up and left without paying any attention to the onlookers. At this moment, the cloth store owner who proposed to sell Wu Heng cloth earlier, chimed in quickly, Captain, I thought about it. I can give you a 50% discount." Wu Heng replied immediately, "Regarding the cloth, you should give an 80% discount, and I will then offer a 20% price." That's too low." Before he could haggle, another shopkeeper stood up. "Captain, I have a batch of new furniture here. Some of them are engraved with runes and are magical tools. Are you interested? I run a medicinal shop. I have herbs in the shop that I'm willing to sell to you. Jewelry is a sure bet. You will not regret buying them." In an instant, the shop became noisy. It was a mess. You could hear people naming their prices, but you couldn't tell who was from which shop. Wu Heng motioned for silence and declared, "I'll buy weapons, armor, and medicinal materials at a 50% discount. As for cloth, food, magical tools, and general goods, I'll buy them at 20% of the price. Shop owners who are willing to sell can go back and prepare. Give me a list later and I'll come to collect the goods." Magical furniture was engraved with runes and used for everyday life, differing from magical tools. After a moment of silence, the room once again erupted into chaos. "Captain, shouldn't jewelry be counted in the 50% too? Captain, don't you want the girls? You didn't count the slaves. They're all young girls." Squeak. Amidst the argument, the door was pushed open. Several mercenaries, armored and with long swords at their waists, strode in. Scanning everyone present, they squeezed out a smile on their serious faces and said, "We are from the Lyle Business Group. Is it here that someone purchases warehouse goods?" "Yes, what's in your warehouse?" Wu Heng asked. "Fabric and spices." Wu Heng hesitated, but still said, "Purchase at 20% of the original price. If you can agree, you can stay." The mercenaries looked troubled, hesitated for a while. "Okay, I'll sell." Then he added, "Do you want horses and carts? You want to sell the cart too? They were used for cargo in the city, and the horses are all in their prime. If you need them, I can also sell them to you at a low price," the mercenary continued. "Deal. Go and count your goods. I will later send people to check," Wu Heng declared. "All right." The mercenary came quickly and left just as fast. He turned around and went directly to the warehouse to count the goods. The mercenary had just left. The door was pushed open again. More shop owners and mercenaries from other blocks walked in. "Is it here to sell goods?" Whoosh! The hall became even more noisy. "I'll sell you the fabric, I'll go back to count the goods now and deliver them to you soon. I also have several carts there, I'll sell them to you too." Those shopkeepers, who had just been haggling, began to immediately step forward. After confirming with Wu Heng that they wanted to sell their goods, they rushed out of the shop to count their goods. At 9 a.m., Wu Heng exchanged for gold coins at the Snake Badge Consortium. With Andre Willow, he began to visit the stores he had noted earlier at Malayo Armor Shop, buying their goods. Wu Heng received the goods, and the shops received cash. Both sides achieved their goals. Usually, after Wu Heng gave the money, he would put the goods in his space ring. The owners would close their shops immediately, then quickly leave with their people. No one knew when the battle would start, or if the city gates would be closed and people couldn't leave. It was best to leave as soon as possible. Looking at every house closing their doors on the street, Andre Willow looked up. "Master, do you think the hammer party won't come?" Everyone else was selling their goods at low prices, while their master was exchanging gold coins and sweeping all the shops. He was buying anything and everything, even the least popular items. So, she began to wonder if Wu Heng had some inside information and knew there wouldn't be a war. Wu Heng shook his head, "I'm not sure, but judging from the current situation, this battle is likely inevitable." Every organization had its intelligence sources. The first batch of people in the inner city area had almost left, and now the shop owners were leaving too. His recent visit to the Snake Badge Consortium had been under guard. Clearly, things had gotten quite serious. Andre Willow began to look worried, speaking softly, "Master, why are you buying these goods?" Without waiting for Wu Heng's reply, she continues, "Master, why don't we also go hide for a while? Even if we have to live outside for some time, Minnie and I can take care of you." In her and Minnie's eyes, their master definitely came from some big family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so generous, so young yet a captain at the association, and have a good relationship with the consortium's local manager. He wasn't leaving the city because he was afraid of hardship. But a bit of hardship was better than getting involved in this fight, wasn't it? Wu Heng raised his hand, touching her little head, her fluffy ears softly trembling in response to his touch. "We haven't reached that point yet. In this position, there are responsibilities that need to be fulfilled. They are businessmen and mercenaries, they can abandon everything and leave. As a captain of the association, I can't just run away when I hear rumors." Andre Willow seemed to understand, nodding her head, "Then let's do as Master says. Don't worry. Even if a war breaks out, I can take you two away," Wu Heng said. The two continued to visit the remaining shops, buying up all the goods in their warehouses. Along the way, business groups still came to ask him about the prices and sold all their goods to him. When everything was over, Wu Heng looked at Andre Willow, buy some supplies for your kin. Recently, the shops aren't open, so they should try not to go out. If anything dangerous happens, go find Wen Mancha of the Pinned Gang. Oh, okay. I'll go handle that now. After settling everything, come back home quickly. Don't stay outside. Okay. Andre Willow nodded, walking briskly towards the shop, while Wu Heng returned home with the goods. Chapter 231. After returning to his home, Wu Heng took a simple wash, opened the boundary door, and set out for the zombie world. The hotel on the other side pulled up, was now filled with stacks of goods he had been shipping over. This procurement had finished off the money he had saved from the theft of the gold shop. But it was well worth it. Apart from his own weapons and armor, the fabric, spices, and various necessities he bought could turn him a good profit if sold later. It was a deal he wouldn't lose out on. Previously, Wu Heng had entertained the thought of leading his skeleton troops to loot in the midst of chaos, scoring a shopping spree for free. But he had quickly given up on the idea. In a real war, it was questionable whether he would have the energy to go around scavenging warehouses. Plus, if people saw him doing it, it would damage his reputation. After all, he was still the captain of a guild. He had his eyes set on getting promoted to a steward, and then just loafing while on salary. He couldn't allow any lapse due to such a petty issue. Wu Heng had people clear out the mobile service station and bookstore next door, and had the goods moved there in batches. Once everything was in place, Wu Heng pointed to a skeleton clad in leather armor, holding a long spear, and said, "You, come over here." The skeleton walked up the steps and stood straight in front of him. Wu Heng looked it up and down. It was already level 6. Among the converted skeletons, it was the highest level skeleton. The higher the level, the more experience required. A level 6 was thus the highest level a regular zombie could be converted into. Among the skeletons, there were already not a few at level 5, still rapidly increasing. They were the mainstay of the skeleton army. "Take off your leather armor." The skeleton set down the long spear in its hands and began to strip off its leather armor, revealing the empty bone beneath. Wu Heng walked a lap around the pile of armor, pulled out a set of human plate armor, and handed it over. "Try it on." The skeleton took the plate armor, and began to put it on. This type of armor, plate armor, was metallic on the outside and had a layer of thick leather on the inside. There were certain requirements for wearing it. People who were not up to standard in strength or physique would be burdened by it. It would be like carrying a heavy object, forget about fighting. Among professionals, most swordsmen did not wear this kind of all-covering plate armor, instead wearing leather armor with partial reinforcement. The skeleton warrior put on the plate armor and stood upright again in front of him. All parts of its body were under the silver armor, only the skull beneath the helmet exposed. "Walk a couple of steps." "Step, step." The skeleton warrior moved 2 steps forward. "Walk over there, and come back." The skeleton warrior moved forward, walked to the wall and turned back. There were no issues with movement. Wu Heng continued to command the skeleton to pick up the long spear and gesture in the air a couple of times, similarly finding no issues. In the attributes of the undead, there was no concept of endurance. Thus Wu Heng didn't have to worry about exhausting his energy. "Call all the higher level skeletons out, have them take off their leather armor and put on this plate armor," Wu Heng said directly. Big Head Skeleton gave the order. Amidst the rattle of bone friction, a large group of skeletons came out, started removing their leather armor, and donned the plate armor. The human body-sized plate armor supplied by the Malayo armor shop numbered just over 40 sets. But the armor warehouse that Wu Heng had bought did not only have armor from them. Once the skeletons had finished changing to plate armor, he roughly counted around 130 skeletons in plate armor, dressed in silver armor, holding long spears. Standing at the foot of the steps, they suddenly gave off a much more imposing vibe. Next, Wu Heng had the ordinary skeletons dress in leather armor and change their weapons from kitchen knives. There were 5 types of weapons in total: iron swords, iron sabers, nail hammers, single-handed battle axes, and shields. The bows and arrows from weapon stores had all been requisitioned by Lundham City, leaving only these melee weapons. Once all the skeletons were equipped, they formed ranks again, standing at the foot of the steps. Looking down from the top of the stairs, the formation had a whole new look. The front row consisted of skeletons in plate armor holding long spears, a shiny array under the sunlight. Behind them were the sword and shield and knife and shield skeletons, then the axe and hammer skeletons. The rest were still known as the squad of kitchen knives. They still formed the vast majority of the skeleton army. Wu Heng looked at his army, a satisfied nod on his face. If the hammer party indeed threatened him, he could really go all out with them. In terms of the number and momentum, he might not necessarily lose to them. Having observed from above, he went down and released the dead bones battlefield toward the pile of dead bodies. Large groups of skeletons stood up from the ground. He continued to command them to pick up the replaced kitchen knives and stand in line. Once everything was almost sorted out, Wu Heng continued to open the map and found an unclean spot. He brought the skeleton closer, preparing to clear away the zombies. 5:30 p.m. The third batch of cleaning spots was in a community called Fojingan Community. The herd of corpses, like a flood, were gathered from the distant road, rushing towards the skeletons that appeared ahead. Iron spears rained down from overhead. They crashed into the horde of zombies, causing large chunks of bodies to fall. Before they could get up, they were trampled down by the corpses behind and silenced. When the spear throwing ended, with a command from Wu Heng, the skeleton army started charging. Their brilliant silver armor and long spears clashed against the horde of zombies first. It sent the zombies in the front row flying out and falling all over. At the same time, nail hammers shattered skulls, and battle axes and cleavers chopped heads off in large areas. The skeleton army showed an unprecedented killing power. Much like killing machines, the horde of zombies fell in chunks without much resistance. Wu Heng stood in the back, continuing to observe the battlefield. He was somewhat surprised and nodded in satisfaction. Well, the money wasn't spent in vain. A large group of zombies was killed. The system prompt appeared again. Your level has risen to 9. Body +1, Intelligence +1. Skill unlocked, Magic Sensory. Magic Sensory, you have an extremely strong sixth sense for the magic around you, sensing the presence of an aura of magic, Perception +3. His level increased. And another skill was unlocked. It seemed that from level 6 onwards, each of his level ups would unlock some features or skills. This time it was Magic Sensory. It could have an extremely strong sixth sense for magic aura. Wu Heng cast a dancing light skill and felt it, but there was no sensation. He didn't quite understand the meaning of this sixth sense. The skill also added 3 points to his perception, which was pretty good. Attributes were still very important. Soon, the fight in front of him ended. Wu Heng commanded the skeletons to clean up the battlefield, and a large group of corpses were brought back to the hotel. He converted some corpses for some time before returning to his residence. Association office. The atmosphere was a bit off in the conference room. 2 team leaders were absent without any explanation, but everyone knew they had left without notice. No one was foolish enough to submit a formal resignation before leaving. By the time that happened, people would probably be unable to leave. Wu Heng didn't care about it either, he could always retreat to the zombie world, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Wu Heng drew lots, and his luck this time was good, he was assigned to patrol the inner city. Back to the team. All 4 of his team members were sitting in the room. Wu Heng looked at the few people and said, "Let's go. We'll be in the inner city today. It should be easier." The team members got up and followed him out. Duke stepped forward and said, "Captain, Glask didn't go out." Glask was the owner of the Malayo armor shop. He had sold all his inventory to Wu Heng today. "What's wrong?" He was drafted by the Iron Guard Knights to repair the armors. It would have been better if he had left earlier. Wu Heng said. "I guess he was targeted. As soon as he moves, he will be kept in custody. There aren't many people left in the city." Duke continued. Wu Heng had no solution. It may not necessarily come to a fight, let us just do our jobs. The group left the association and patrolled the designated city walls. They found a place to sleep at late night. They went home to rest at dawn and proceeded to the zombie world in the afternoon. In the afternoon, the convoy returned. Qiangzi, Wang Chenggang and others stared in disbelief at the skeleton army who had changed their equipment. They looked astonished. Why are they wearing iron armors, and holding weapons? What's going on? Wang Chenggang asked in disbelief. Damn! I'm having a déjà vu from the Lord of the Rings. They believed him when he said that the ability to summon skeletons was a superpower. But now that even their weapons and equipment had been changed, wasn't that a bit too much? Such iron armor and weapons couldn't even be made in the prison, yet he had managed to equip such a large batch. Qiangzi was also a bit surprised, but having seen the skeletons equipped with leathers before, he quickly accepted it and said, "What's there to be surprised about? Aren't they just equipment distributed by the underworld? Damn, it really has something to do with the underworld. I don't know. Sister Hong told me not to speculate." The rest of them were even more surprised. Chapter 232. Inside the hotel. Li Yaheng sat at the table, propping up her chin and gazing intently at Wu Heng as he ate. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" asked Wu Heng. Li Yaheng tilted her head back and smiled, still watching him. "You look so clean and nice. Are you sick or something? Your tone is like a ruffian's." Wu Heng was somewhat speechless. "Maybe I am." Li Yaheng retorted playfully, throwing him a flirtatious glance. Wu Heng grabbed her arm and pulled her into his arms. He reached around her back to undo her clasp and laid it across her chest. "You, always stirring things up and then ignoring the consequences, don't you have any sense of responsibility?" Wu Heng spoke bluntly. With one hand draped over his shoulder and her legs swinging in the air, Li Yaheng responded, "Letting you touch me casually isn't considered responsible enough? The environment here is terrible, even the air stinks. I don't feel like doing anything." After a slight pause, she said shyly, "Sooner or later, I'm all yours. What's the rush?" If Wu Heng insisted, Li Yaheng would no doubt agree. But as she mentioned, the environment here was pretty bad. It was not a suitable place for Li Yaheng. Wu Heng did not force the issue. He lowered his head to rest against her chest. "I'll listen to you." "Gentle," Li Yaheng said gently, cradling his head in her arms. After a while, they separated. As Li Yaheng buttoned up her coat, she asked, "Are we moving all these goods back or leaving them here first?" The sudden appearance of all sorts of strange goods no longer surprised Li Yaheng. She did not want to pry into the secrets of her man. Even if she did, she might find it hard to comprehend the reasons behind them. As long as their current lifestyle could continue and further progress, that was all that mattered. Overthinking in this world would only drive one mad. Wu Heng replied, "We don't need to take these back. Your convoy just needs to grab all the supplies from the shops and get ready for winter." There was no use of cloth, spices and some ore in the prison. The main thing was waiting till Lundham City ended, and taking it back for resale. Running back and forth was time-consuming and laborious. It's better to leave them here as long as they're kept well and not soiled or damaged. "All right." Li Yaheng walked over and turned her back to him. "Help me fasten this." Wu Heng walked over and began to fasten her buttons as he said, "I've also cleared out the nearby residential areas. Let Qiangzi and his team go and gather resources. You've been working so hard lately. We have enough resources in the prison for the winter, there's no need to rush." Li Yaheng said. It's best to gather as much as possible," Wu Heng replied casually, continuing, "Oh, next time you come, bring the heavy machine guns from the wall, bring two. I'll need them." Li Yaheng was somewhat puzzled. Guns still had power, but they were not particularly effective against zombies. Also, the prison didn't have much ammunition. She couldn't figure out why they needed to bring them. But since Wu Heng needed them, she didn't want to question further. Then, she immediately realized something and asked, "But what if the skeletons guarding the wall won't let me take the guns?" The skeletons only obeyed Wu Heng amongst all the living. Unless given the order to obey someone else's commands, no one else could control the skeletons. Going ahead and doing something against Wu Heng's orders might get her attacked by the skeletons. Li Yaheng didn't want to die at the hands of a skeleton because of a moment's negligence. "I'll let Big Head know. It'll go with you and give the skeletons the command," Wu Heng replied. "Okay." The couple briefly discussed their upcoming plans and straightened their clothes. Together, they left the building. Wu Heng ordered the skeletons to assemble, while Li Yaheng took out a map to explain to Qiangzi and his team where they could transport resources from. Once everything was ready, they set out together. They went to a new location to continue their fight against the zombies. As dusk approached, Wu Heng returned with a large group of skeletons. The skeletons piled the bodies they carried on their shoulders across from the hotel. They had cleared out 4 residential areas of zombie hordes in the afternoon. Though their experience had increased, they still had a long way to go before they could level up. Among the spoils, apart from piles of bodies, they also found 1 gold bar weighing 100 grams and 12 weighing 10 grams each in 2 banks they searched along the road. This was an unexpected delight. Inside the hotel lobby. "Why don't you come back with me? Then we can return together," Li Yaheng suggested. Wu Heng shook his head. "Sooner or later, I'm all yours. Why the rush? Who's rushing?" Li Yaheng shot him a glare. "I'll be back in a few days." Wu Heng patted her head. "Oh, and when you get back, visit the alchemy skeleton again and bring back some mental and healing elixirs, and those corpse core elixirs too, their production speed needs to be increased." "Why do you think your skeletons will listen to me?" Li Yaheng queried. "The alchemy skeleton is highly intelligent, there's no difference between it and a normal person. As long as you speak normally, it will understand you." Wu Heng replied with a smile. "Fine then." Li Yaheng draped her arms over his shoulders, looked into his eyes, and then closed her own. Wu Heng held the back of her head and gently kissed her. After a while, they separated. Only then did Li Yaheng say, "I'm leaving, see you next time. Don't forget the machine guns and the elixirs. Rest assured, I might forget the car, but I won't forget your stuff." Li Yaheng left and boarded the bus. After waving goodbye, she departed swiftly with the convoy. Chapter 233. Through the boundary door, they returned to their dwelling. By the time they came downstairs, dinner was already prepared. Since the store was closed again, Minnie and Andre Willow didn't have much to do now. They had prepared dinner together at home. The three of them sat at the table to eat. Wu Heng asked, "Any news from the city?" Andre Willow said, "Most of the people from the outer city district have fled, leaving empty houses everywhere." "What about the outer city area?" "The people in the outer city area also have reduced a lot, only some food stores, stores for daily necessities are open, those who can leave have left, the others are local residents." Andre Willow solemnly replied. "If it wasn't for the fact that families were living in the city, it would be hard to flee, fearing that the whole city would be deserted." Wu Heng nodded, then asked again, "Has Wenmancha come over?" "I visited Sister Wenmancha yesterday. The Pint gang has been assigned patrol duties and they're being watched, so they won't be able to come over for a short while. She asked me to tell you." Andre Willow said. The Pint gang is a gang, having a few thousands of members. Even if they were assigned patrol duties, there were sure to be some restrictions. If so many people rebelled in the city, it could become a major problem. It's indeed correct for Wenmancha not to come over for now. Wu Heng just nodded, not saying anything more. After finishing dinner, he continued to instruct the two of them. Then he directly went to the Union, to continue with the night patrol duty. Today's patrol location was still the inner city area. He led his team members around on patrol. Randomly found a place, then nestled in a corner to sleep. After dawn, everyone returned to their own homes. Zombie world. Wu Heng looked at the reddish dawn sky, ordered to clean up the battlefield. The skeleton army began to carry away the bodies, forming into one long line, going back and forth from the location of their dwelling. Wu Heng stood there watching, while also opening his panel to check his experience. Level 9, 49828/64000. In 2 days, he had cleaned up the zombies in 8 or 9 locations. The speed of experience gain was slower than what he had calculated. But it was okay, he should be able to reach level 10 tomorrow. According to the Book of Necromancy, level 10 belonged to the third-tier professions. The strength would have a significant increase. At that time, he would be able to better handle the threat of the hammer party. After the bodies had all been moved, Wu stood in front of the bodies, continuing to release the Dead Bones battlefield spell. When it was about time, he made his way to Lundham City, preparing for the night patrol task. At the Union, in the team's lounge. Upon opening the door, all the team members were sitting in the room. "Captain, where are we going today?" Duke asked. "We go to the outer city area today, let's leave early to get there. After the patrol, we find a place to rest," Wu Heng said. These past few days, they had adjusted to the night. It was nothing more than a few rounds. When night fell, they found a place to sleep. "Captain, my mom sent a bearskin blanket for you, it's very warm." Duke picked up a black fur blanket from the ground, shook it and gave it to Wu Heng to try on. It was indeed a bearskin blanket, and one could make out the shape of the bear's head. Seeing the bear skin, his first thought was of Yuli, the druid girl. For me. Wu Heng touched the bear skin. Ah, I told her that humans don't like these things, but she insisted that I bring it to you. I had no choice. Duke scratched his head. Wu Heng looked at him and said, okay, I accept it. What did your mother prepare for you? A blanket, it's in your space ring. You can use the bearskin blanket tonight, it's quite valuable. My mom would kill me if I took it. You should keep it. Talking and walking, they left the inner city area. There were hardly any people to be seen on the streets of the outer city area. Most of the shops had already closed. The ones that were still open had their doors smashed open, everything inside had been looted. He had underestimated the efficiency here, they didn't need 3 days, they started in one night. Mata, you are patrolling the outer city area today. Suddenly, an inquiring voice came from the opposite side. Gazing ahead, he saw an old beast woman. Carrying half a sack of rice, and holding a child in each hand, she was walking out of the alley. Ah, why are you still wandering outside? Mata asked. I came to buy some things, I'm going back now. The old woman grinned, her wrinkled skin crinkled together, looking like tree bark. Maka nodded, go back soon, don't go out if it's not necessary. Okay. The old woman agreed, leaving with her children. Wu Heng watched the old woman leave. Mata explained, their whole family lives here, most people still choose to stay. Aren't they afraid of the hammer party? Wu Heng asked curiously. Mata paused for thought, then said, actually, everyone is betting that the hammer party won't break in, or betting that the hammer party only wants to occupy the city and won't hurt ordinary residents. After a moment of silence, Mata added, Lundham City has never been peaceful. They arrived at the patrol location. Wu Heng led the team to climb up the city wall. A few familiar gang members nodded to them as a form of greeting. Standing on the city wall and looking down below. The buildings close to the wall had been demolished, leaving about 100 meters of buffer zone to ensure that the enemy couldn't use the houses to attack the wall. The Iron Guard Knights and the city gang members were guarding on top of the city wall. Chapter 234. The Iron Guard Knights were quite diligent, whereas the gang members were overall rather lax, looking around and clearly not taking things too seriously. Basically, these gangs being recruited was their hard luck. If they were in a smaller gang, they might have run away by now. Even if they wanted to run now, they couldn't. Once the fight started, they would be at the front. The night gradually deepened. The sky seemed to be covered with a curtain. Only the torches on the city wall, emitting an orange-red flame, the crackling sound of burning, and the faint sound of people conversation could be heard. Wu Heng led his men around the city wall. After confirming there was no problem, he waved his hand and said, let's go, let's get down. Taking advantage of the unnoticed, a few of them descended from the city wall. In an empty shop, they spread blankets and rested. Waiting for dawn. Late at night. Curses, shouts, and the sounds of swords and knives slashing came from outside the house. Wu Heng abruptly opened his eyes and saw the thief Burke standing beside him. What's wrong? Wu Heng's eyes instantly grew cold. Captain, it's bad, they started fighting outside. The thief immediately said. At the same time, all the others also woke up. The noise outside got even louder. Wu Heng signaled everyone to be quiet. He walked to the window and looked outside. The building was ablaze, and heavy smoke was billowing. Numerous gang members dressed in different outfits were fighting with the guards at the city wall. The sounds of shouting and cursing merged into one. You could faintly hear the sound of crossbows being fired, and the wailing of pain. Mata shared his vision with the tamed beast. His face turned ugly too, and he said, Captain, the city gate is open, the hammer party has stormed in. The faces of the people in the room changed instantly. The hammer party had really made their move. And in this manner had they breached the city's defenses. Wu Heng didn't reply. The noises of shouting and fighting outside were getting louder and louder, and the area of conflict was approaching their location. Boom boom boom. The sound of fierce knocking on the door was heard. At the same time, a shrill voice came, there are people here, come quickly, let's kill them together. Clang. After a couple more knocks, the door fell down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then, 5 beastmen wearing various armors, with white armbands on their arms, rushed in. Covered in blood, they emanated a vicious aura. However, when they saw the people inside and their outfits, they froze. Ambassadors! The beastman who had just called for help paused. Another person pushed him aside and scolded, Ambassadors, what are you afraid of? We've fought this far, kill them and no one will know. Exactly, once we take the city, the whole ambassador group will be replaced. What are you afraid of now? Someone else chimed in. Kill them, don't let them escape. Kill. Boom boom boom. Before they could finish speaking, Wu Heng released the safety catch and fired a few shots. The front few people were shot in the head and fell to the ground. The two at the back didn't even see what had happened, and instantly 3 of their partners were dead. They turned and left the room, disappearing into the chaotic street. Don't chase, let them run. Wu Heng said. Duke came over to block Wu Heng. Captain, what do we do? Before Duke could finish his words, noises again came from outside the door. The 2 who had escaped brought even more gang members over. They were cursing and blocking the door. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed, he glimpsed at the thief and his squad, then quickly averted his gaze. Prepare for battle. At the same time, he released the corpse manipulation skill. The 3 corpses blocking the door stood up one after another, standing to one side. Breakout. Chapter 235. Suddenly, a tumultuous uproar echoed from outside. The 2 gang members, who had retreated and now returned, brought more people with them, a throng of at least 40 or 50 people. Torches held high, they stood outside, listening to the description of the situation just moments ago. Inside the house, Wu Heng focused on the corpses, casting the corpse manipulation skill directly. The 3 corpses blocking the doorway stood up one after another. Their steps faltered as they bent down to pick up the weapons that had fallen to the ground. Duke, Mata, and the others instinctively took a step back. This was their first time seeing Wu Heng use necromantic magic. They'd nearly forgotten that their leader was a necromancer. As soon as they confirmed that the corpses posed no danger, they quickly regained their composure. At this point, the type of tactic used was no longer important, as long as it could resolve their current predicament. Wu Heng glanced at the gang members outside and commanded directly, break out. The 3 carrion bodies turned around and stepped out of the wooden house. With their decaying faces, they looked towards the assembled gang members in the distance, weapon in hand, and charged directly towards them. The night was dark, and the torches provided limited illumination. Seeing their recently deceased companions rushing towards them, the gang members were momentarily stunned. Are you guys okay? Why are you running? What happened? Someone realized something was wrong and began shouting loudly. But the carrion didn't respond. Their pace quickened and like wild beasts, they began to run. They're not human, fire arrows. The rearguard reacted promptly and commanded the archers to fire. Whiz, whiz. Bolts from the crossbows shot out and pierced the rushing bodies in an instant. Yet, the charging individuals merely swayed in their stride, with arrows protruding from their bodies, they lunged at the crowd. They had just charged past when they were beaten to death by the assembled gang members. Their bodies fell to the ground. A man stepped on the fallen bodies and held a torch closer. Carrion. Someone turned them into carrion, he said. Carrion. All the people furrowed their brows. Weren't the people inside from the association? How were they able to transform people into carrion? However, before they could figure it out. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 fallen bodies exploded like overinflated balloons. A dense green mist filled the area instantly, enveloping the gathered gang members. Coughing and retching, dizzy and disoriented, their vision completely obscured. Damn it, it's toxic. Everyone, spread out, don't stay together, someone shouted. People began scrambling to get away, stumbling and bumbling around. Then, from afar, another round of piercing explosions ensued. Bang, bang, bang. Loud gunfire sounded from the front. Bahudong and Blazing Blade walked out of the building wielding assault rifles. The undead's vision was unaffected by the smoke and darkness, allowing them to clearly aim at the figures in the poisonous fog. Dense bullets poured out, causing immediate wails of pain. Wu Heng cast the white bone armor spell, his body enveloped in bone-chilling white bones, leaving only his eyes and nostrils visible. Leading his team members, he stepped out of the wooden house. He surveyed the poisonous mist and the struggling gang members emerging from it. He gave the order, 2 people to a group, go kill those who escaped. Show no mercy. Yes, Captain. The team members nodded and charged out quickly, attacking the poisoned gang members. The fight ended swiftly. The smoke dispersed, leaving a field of corpses on the ground. More people are coming, and there's a lot of them. Mata rushed over and reported directly. They must have been drawn by the sound of gunfire. Whose side are they on? Like them, they're wearing white armbands. It seemed they were from the same enemy faction. Wu Heng nodded. Go, order everyone to bring all nearby bodies here. Doesn't matter whose they are, as long as they are corpses. Okay. Mata quickly went down. Along with the others, he moved all the nearby bodies and dumped them in one pile. Together with the gang members who had just died. A total of about 70 or 80 bodies had been gathered, all apparent to be gang members or mercenaries based on their attire. They had gathered enough. Wu Heng cast the Dead Bones battlefield spell, and all the bodies on the ground transformed into carrion, shaking as they stood up. Pick up your weapons. All of the carrion bodies bent over to pick up the weapons on the ground, holding them in their hands. Sure enough, the people Mata mentioned quickly rushed in from one side. Both humans and beastmen, they frowned at the multitude of carrion bodies looming in the darkness. Wu Heng noticed the white armband on their arms, then issued the order, attack. Swoosh! The carrion standing in place started to run. They charged towards the opposing enemy. For a moment, the sounds of battle filled the area. In the city's wall area, the city gates were wide open, allowing a vast number of Hammer Party members to flood into the city, attacking the city's defense squadron at the front. These members were robust, clad in dark iron armor. Considering their equipment, they were no less formidable than the Iron Guard Knights, and were extremely fierce, demonstrating formidable combat strength. The two sides engaged in fierce battle at the foot of the city wall. Bodies littered the ground, severed limbs scattered everywhere. The Iron Guard Knights and the allied gang members formed a shield formation, resisting steadfastly. No one had expected that a moment of negligence would lead to the city gate being opened straight away. At that moment, the momentum of the Warhammer party suddenly waned. The crowd split left and right, leaving a path wide enough for just one person to pass. A tall, burly beastman in crimson iron armor, shouldering a massive toothed war axe, lumbered in. He scanned the line of shields before him. With both hands gripping his war axe, he pushed off the ground and catapulted himself forward. Bang! A thunderous crash. The war axe swung and struck the shield. Instantly, the member holding the shield was thrown back 3 to 4 meters, overturning a number of people behind him. The beastman, along with the members of the Warhammer party, plunged into their midst, with his war axe spinning like a whirlwind, reaping all enemies surrounding him. Those who tried to resist fell to pieces, their end pitiful beyond words. In the blink of an eye, the formation of the Iron Guard Knights crumbled. No less than 10 fell immediately. The beastman stood firm, roaring, "Blood axe Negazio of the Warhammer party, death awaits those who dare stand in my path." The sound resounded like a bell tolling in the night, echoing back and forth. The faces of the defenders instantly changed color, staring fearfully at the towering beastman in the middle. Damn, he's a core member of the Warhammer party. The blood axe, wasn't he supposed to have been besieged and killed outside? How come he's still here? He must be at least level 10, how can we fight that? A core member of the Warhammer party. Incredibly, he was leading the attack on these city walls. With the city gate wide open and morale already low, the addition of this infamous member seared fear into the hearts of the defenders. Eyes darted around frantically, seeking an escape route. Nobody wanted to face such a killing machine. Seeing signs of a collapse in the ranks, the commander of the Iron Guard hurriedly shouted, "Inform the inner city that Blood Axe is here, call for reinforcements, the rest of you maintain formation and wait for backup." His voice rang loud and clear, but facing a core member of the Warhammer party, few dared to confront him directly. As the towering beastmen advanced step by step, they gradually retreated. In terms of morale, they were already at a disadvantage. The several gang leaders cooperating with the defense also yelled, "To kill the enemy, who is not carrying his head on his shoulders, what are we afraid of?" Their voices shook the heavens, but their feet showed no intention of advancing. Instead, they continued to urge others to block the advancing Warhammer party. Blood Axe of the Warhammer party, a man with a 3-tier medal hanging from the wanted list. This represented that his level was definitely over 10, perhaps even reaching 12 or 13. His war axe had cut out quite a notoriety for him. Beastmen are naturally robust, with vigorous vitality and a murderous red aura emanating from their bodies. Now, anyone who went up against him would be asking for death. If they did, they would just be fodder for their enemy. Seeing the fear in the city guards, the Warhammer party's killing intent increased further. They rushed into the crowd like madmen, relentlessly slaughtering their targets. Blood Axe laughed heartily, eradicate them all, take the city tonight, sleep with their women, live in the inner city area. Sleep with their women, live in the inner city area. The crowd echoed in unison, their morale soaring. At his command, the Warhammer party began a frenzied attack. The Warhammer party was unstoppable, breaking through their lines. The knights scrambled to respond, while the allied gang members, who had little will to fight, fled at the sight of such a ferocious enemy. In an instant, chaos ensued and casualties were countless. There's movement over there. Suddenly someone shouted loud. The attacking Warhammer party suddenly slowed their rhythm, all turning to look in the same direction. From a side alley, thick green smoke began billowing out. The murky green smoke spread from the alley. Then came the sounds of disorderly footsteps. Unsteady figures could be detected through the smoky shroud thanks to the sparse light of the cold moon. As they came closer and closer, they became increasingly defined. The figures moved rigidly, dressed in mismatched armor. Bare skin displayed flesh turned inside out, but no blood was shed. Undead Carrion narrowed his eyes at the sudden appearance of this contingent. Lundham was a melting pot of various elements, so it wasn't surprising to find a necromancer in the city. But the scale of what was before his eyes. The carrion slowly neared, and when they neared the alley's mouth, they suddenly exhibited agitation. The steady forward trudge gradually increased, then it transitioned from walking to running. Like maddened beasts, they lunged at the members of the Warhammer party. In the blink of an eye, they traveled the distance and were upon them. Blood Axe snorted coldly, kicking away a corpse and sweeping his war axe, cleaving off the upper bodies of 5 or 6 carrions that pounced. Blood and viscera exploded in all directions, showering the vicinity. So fragile. Blood Axe muttered, you guys continue to kill the Iron Guard knights and the rest follow me to kill these carrions. Yes. The others responded and went to slay the carrions. Blood Axe continued to swing his war axe, leading the Warhammer party to kill the oncoming carrions. As they were basking in the joy of slaying. Boom boom boom. A series of violent explosions echoed as all the carrions they had killed detonated, releasing thick smoke. The faster they killed, the more carcasses there were, and the denser the smoke got. In an instant, it covered the entire area. Blood Axe's face changed dramatically. Nobody had anticipated that the corpses would harbor poison within. Damn it! The undead relentlessly advanced, but killing them only unleashed poisonous fumes. If they didn't kill, the undead would continue to attack. The chilling gaze shifted towards the direction the carrions were coming from. Searching for the figure of the Necromancer. Chapter 236. Blood Axe hadn't expected such a tactic from the opponent. Initially, he thought it was just reinforcements from Lundham City here to bolster the city's defenses, but now he wasn't so sure about their identity. They showed no regard for the lives or deaths of either side. The poison gas spread throughout the field, affecting not only the members of the Hammer Party but also those knights and guild members who were already caught in the bitter fight, worsening their predicament. One by one, they lost their ability to fight and collapsed on the ground. Blood Axe pulled out a potion from his waist, tilted his head back and drank it after uncapping, then he tore a piece of cloth from his body, dampening it with water and covering his mouth and nose with it. Staying in the fog for too long would impair his senses and hinder his ability to discern direction. However, by noticing from which direction the carrion were coming he could still figure out his location. His gaze swept towards the direction of the advancing carrion, searching for the silhouette of the Necromancer. It was said that mages have frail bodies, so as long as he could get to the Necromancer and kill him, the problem would be solved. Blood Axe's countenance began to darken and look upset. He shouted out loud, the guy manipulating the undead is right in front of us. Whoever can still stand, come and kill with me. Behead him, reward of gold coins. All right. Sparse voices of agreement came from around him, indicating that not many people were able to move anymore. Blood Axe pushed off with his foot and headed straight towards the enemy. His battle axe continued to swing, cutting the advancing carrion into 2 halves and splintering them. But after moving forward a few meters, he abruptly halted, holding his battle axe in front of his chest. Clang! A flaming longsword slashed through the fog and struck the handle of his battle axe. The metallic resonance was deafening. The immense force pushed Blood Axe back a step. Before he could regain his footing, a buzzing sound filled the air again, the poison spread with the wind, and a leg wearing armor swung towards him. Blood Axe's body instantly tensed up, gritting through the adversary's blow to his ribs. His body moved another 2 steps to the left. He looked forward with a start. 2 figures stood in front of him, one wore iron armor with a flaming sword in his hand, the other was a skeletal figure with exposed iron-grey bones and armor hanging around his waist, extending down to his thighs. Crack! Crack! Blood Axe cracked his neck, the sound of bone friction filled the air. He sneered, mages are indeed afraid of death, leaving 2 guards by their side. The 2 skeletons in front of him were different from the carrion earlier. Judging from their previous exchange, their strength was on par with his. These kinds of elite warriors, regardless of their organization, could attain a high position. But now, they could only serve as the undead attendants of a mage. The mage's identity was obviously not simple either. But none of that mattered, the Hammer Party had been besieged multiple times and was even posted on the professional association. Siege was their only choice. Regardless of the enemy's background, it didn't matter. Since they dared to participate in this war, their only outcome could be death. No one answered Blood Axe's words in the dim night. He glanced at the figures in front of him and rushed forward again with his battle axe. The axe swung wide in the air, he avoided the poison fog and chopped at the figure blocking his way. The blazing blade held a flaming sword and engaged him in battle, while Bahudong weaved around the side of the beastman, constantly exploiting gaps to attack special locations like the knees, lower back, and ribs. They continuously danced around Blood Axe, delaying his advance. As time passed, Blood Axe's face became harder to read. The sounds of combat in the poison fog had reduced, indicating that not many of his subordinates were left. Even though he was robust and could resist the poison's effects better, prolonged exposure was intensifying the poisoning effect. His mind was alert, but his body could not keep up. His opponents had found a few opportunities and left several wounds on his body. These wounds turned purple and began to rot as they came into contact with the poison fog, further affecting his fighting capability. Splurt! Blood Axe looked at his deformed arm and rotting abdomen, cursing in a low voice, "Necromancer, could you do anything more than hiding like a rat? Do you dare come out? I'll let all 3 of you attack me." His voice echoed in the night sky yet received no response. Blood Axe continued to yell, "You are nothing more than a scared reptile, filthy scum!" He shouted, making a fake charge forward, then abruptly turned around and howled, "Retreat!" He made one charge, ramming the iron-grey skeleton at his side, and ran towards the city gate. He was fast. Contemptuous of whether his subordinates had heard him or not, he sprinted with his battle axe. However, when he reached the city gate, Blood Axe's expression suddenly changed. The towering city gate was shut, with dozens of carrion blocking the entrance like defending guards. At the very start when the poison fog spread across the field, the gate was closed, severing the Hammer Party from entering. The carrion obeyed orders and shut the gate without anyone noticing. Blood Axe turned around wanting to climb the city wall and retreat. But by then, the blazing blade and Bahudong had caught up from behind, trapping him in the archway of the city gate. Nowhere to escape now. Blood Axe's face turned even more ferocious. He cut down the carrion who came close, tore off the scarf, took 2 big gulps of 2 potions. He yelled coldly, "Come on, today I'll slaughter all of you." At this time, the poisonous fog still pervaded the field. The sounds of battle were fewer and smaller, replaced by low groans. Chapter 237. Whether it was the Iron Guard Knights or the Hammer Party, their level was not enough to resist the poison fog. Even if they had some resistance to the poison fog, they couldn't stay in it for a long time. Their bodies would gradually be eroded by the poison fog, eventually losing their combat power, and even dying directly. Choosing to fight in the poison fog was not a wise decision. But from Wu Heng's perspective, he was willing to see such an outcome. After all, he was the one who unleashed the poison. In the distant lane, the remaining team members all showed varying degrees of surprise. They had never seen any profession that could single-handedly change a battle involving thousands of people. Moreover, this was a newly appointed team leader who was about their own age. The power he demonstrated was simply terrifying. "Captain, you're too fierce. What does it take to become a necromancer?" "I want to become one too," Duke scratched his head and said. He followed Wu Heng the longest and knew more about the situation. Though he knew his captain was powerful, he never imagined he'd be this strong. It was simply terrifying. Anyone who didn't kill him immediately on the battlefield would find their forces increasing. The rest of them remained silent, their expressions turning from initial surprise to disbelief and even fear. After a while, the fighting gradually ended and the lingering fog slowly dissipated in the night breeze. Laid bare was a ground full of corpses. At the city gate position, the tall beastman had fallen, the blazing blade longsword cut down, severing the beastman's head. Wu Heng led the team out of the alley, saying, "Let's check on the Iron Guard Knights, make sure they didn't all die here, we'd have a hard time explaining if they did." "All right." Several people nodded, heading towards the position where the Iron Guard Knights had previously defended. Wu Heng went straight to the city gate area. Kicked the beastman's head which had rolled away back, bending down to rummage around the body. A potion, a smoke bomb, and a small bag with about 10 silver coins. As a core member of the Hammer Party, he clearly wouldn't have this little wealth. He must have left everything out before the battle. He placed the head at the wound on the neck and directly released the bone manipulation skill. The reason he didn't transform this corpse into a carrion like the others was because Wu Heng had his own considerations. He planned to keep this corpse by his side as a guard. After all, he did show a valiant side in battle. And he was a core member of the Hammer Party, his level couldn't be too low as a result. Necromancy covered the corpse, flesh fell off, and a beast warrior skeleton over 3 meters tall stood up from the flesh. Skeleton Beast Warrior, level 14. A level 14 skeleton beast warrior, enough to not disappoint him. From now on, you will continue to be called Blood Axe. Pick up your weapon, Wu Heng ordered. The skeleton beast warrior bent down to pick up a giant battle axe and carried it over his shoulder. Bahudong, Blazing Blade, and now Blood Axe, their levels were not much different, and the gap could be bridged by battle skills. But, just judging by appearance, Blood Axe, approaching over 3.5 meters in height, was far more intimidating. At this time, footsteps approached. Duke and Mata led the commander of the Iron Guard Knights over. This was a middle-aged man with short hair and a beard. They had met during a patrol before, but they never interacted much. His steps were shaky, his face pale, and his armor bore many marks. It appeared he had been involved in an intense battle too. "Captain Wu Heng, thank you for your support," the commander said directly as he approached. Even though the method Wu Heng used had affected the Knight Squad. But looking at the current situation, it did solve the problem, and the city gate had already been closed again. Even if he had complaints in his heart, he dared not say it at this time. There was nowhere to go for justice even if he was killed. Being polite would be to his advantage. Wu Heng looked him up and down, and asked directly, "Are you all right?" "I'm all right, I've taken a detoxifying potion, and others have begun to rescue the injured," the commander said. Wu Heng nodded, and continued, "What are you planning to do next?" "According to the orders of the city hall, once an uncontrollable situation appears in the outer city area, we should immediately abandon the city wall area and retreat to the inner city area." Looking at the closed city gate again, he still said, "I plan to take the existing guards back to the inner city area, where we can also treat the injured." Hearing this decision, Mata and Duke glanced anxiously at each other. They understood the meaning of the commander's words. He planned to abandon the outer city area and protect the bigwigs in the inner city area. This meant the residents of the outer city area would be done for. Given the ruthlessness of the Hammer Party, there wouldn't be many residents of the outer city area who could survive. Wu Heng said, "The city gate is closed, the core members responsible for attacking this wall have been killed by me. There's no danger on your side, I hope you can continue to command and defend the city wall." "But Captain, this is inconsistent with the orders from City Hall," the commander continued. "The order from City Hall is for you to retreat when the city wall can't be defended. Now that the city wall is safe and the city gate is closed, if you retreat directly, it is actually inconsistent with the order." "Well..." The commander hesitated, looked up at him. He was the most clear about the kind of order the inner city area had issued. Wu Heng's words were obviously a bit far-fetched. But he understood Wu Heng's meaning. Right now, he was still discussing with him, which meant they hadn't clashed yet. Asking him to defend here, he really didn't have any other choice. Indeed, as Wu Heng said, with the city gate closed and the Hammer Party suffering heavy casualties, the likelihood of a continued attack was low. "All right, I'll take your advice, Captain, and continue to hold the city, but I need to arrange to send the injured members back to the inner city area for treatment." "Fine. Then I'll go arrange everything. The commander left. Wu Heng looked at his squad members and said, "You guys, come with me." Having said that, he led the few inside a nearby building. In the deserted interior of the building, 2 torches were lit. Duke removed his helmet, wiped his sweat, and asked, "Captain, what's wrong?" The others looked up as well. Wu Heng's gaze fell on the rogue Burke and said directly, "You were the one who led those gang members to the city wall, right?" Everyone was taken aback. They all turned their heads to look at their rogue companion who was standing at the back. In the orange torchlight, the rogue's face was extremely ugly. "Captain, what do you mean by that? We were all together at that time, and I was the one who woke you up. How can you say that it was me who opened the city gate?" He was still unwilling to admit it. Bang! The gunshot echoed. The bullet pierced the rogue's skull, tendrils of fresh blood dripping down his forehead. The rogue's eyes were wide open, his body limp. Everyone was startled, some even not able to react. Swordsman Gallo Burley immediately drew his sword, his gaze fixed on Wu Heng. "How dare you kill?" Chapter 238. Everything happened too quickly. Before anyone could react, Burke's body had already slumped down. His body twitched slightly, and fresh blood flowed from the bullet hole in his forehead. Swordsman Gallo Burley pulled out his sword in an instant, and the Duke also reacted swiftly, standing in between them. "Don't do anything rash," the Duke said outright. Gallo Burley's gaze circumvented the towering figure in front of him, landing on Wu Heng. "How dare you kill a member freely?" Wu Heng glanced at him, then refocused on the body on the ground, casting Communicate with the Dead. The next second, the body sat upright from the ground, its hollow eyes gazing at the crowd. The swordsman was clearly familiar with this skill, even though it was his first time seeing Wu Heng use it. He did not show much surprise. Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, Wu Heng asked directly, "What was your plan for tonight?" The thief's corpse replied in a calm tone, "To help the insiders open the city gate, to kill Captain Wu Heng." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed instantly. Previously, when Wu Heng had taken decisive action, even though Duke and Mata trusted their captain, they still felt he had acted somewhat prematurely. At least he should have investigated thoroughly before acting. But now it seemed, the situation was more serious than they had imagined. This new member of Squad 12 obviously had an ulterior motive for joining. He didn't just plan to open the city gate and throw the whole city into war, but also to kill Wu Heng. One of their own teammates was actually here to commit murder. It was spine-chilling. Wu Heng, however, didn't seem too surprised. After he first woke up, the ghost Glenda, who was in charge of keeping watch, had flown back into its own body. They shared the scene at that moment. During the night, team members took turns to keep watch. During the thief's watch, he had secretly left for a while, leading the members of the insider faction. They had bypassed the defensive area and directly attacked the city gate. They captured the city gate with one stroke. The association's squad was in charge of patrolling the wall and supervising the factions. They knew the layout and the guard positions of the entire area. Where the guards were more numerous, where the defenses were weakest, it seemed he had noted all these while on patrol. He exploited this to open the city gate from within. What Wu Heng hadn't expected, was that he also had one more mission to kill him. When he had just opened his eyes, he saw him approaching. He must have planned to act. His decisive action had been the correct response. In such a situation, any hesitation would have only made him die faster. Unfazed, Wu Heng continued to ask, "Who ordered you to do this?" The thief replied, "Lord Mumloda." A strange name, to be referred to as a lord, it must belong to some noble in the inner city. He repeated the name inside his heart a couple of times, to deepen his impression. He then asked, "What plans do you have next?" "None, I only had 2 tasks, and I could find a way to escape after completing them." "How much do you know about Hammer Party's plans?" Wu Heng asked. The thief went silent for a moment, then slowly spoke, "I have no connection with the Hammer Party, but from the tasks I was given, other parts of the city wall probably also have people arranged to open the city gate. I don't know anything beyond that." There was one last question left. After some thought, Wu Heng asked, "How do you contact Mumloda?" "He notifies me of the place to meet. If there is an emergency, I'd send a message to Lord Mumloda in the inner city." The 5 questions ended, and the body fell to the ground with a thud. By now, everything was clear. The thief was planted here with a special purpose. Not only to cooperate with the Hammer Party, but also to kill him. Such a person was actually arranged into the squad. It was somewhat speechless. Wu Heng looked at Gallo Burley, who was still holding his longsword, and said, "Then, are you his accomplice?" "Certainly not, how could it be possible?" Gallo Burley replied immediately. "Put your sword away, we'll discuss your situation later," Wu Heng said outright. Gallo Burley paused, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped. He looked at the corpse again and sheathed his longsword. Up till now, it seemed like he didn't have the upper hand. "Captain, what should we do with the corpse?" Mata asked. The matter was thoroughly investigated, there was nothing to pity about his death. But the association was, after all, an organization with complete rules. Everything had to follow a procedure. Privately passing sentences, especially for team members, clearly did not conform to internal rules. Wu Heng glanced at it and said, "Treat it as a casualty and pay condolence money, send it to his mother afterwards." The others were taken aback, but understood his intention. They immediately replied, "Understood, Captain." Once everything was settled, Wu Heng led a few people out of the house. The Iron Guard knights and the members of the defending factions started to remount the city wall for defense, while part of them began to clean the battlefield. As per Wu Heng's request, they collected all the corpses. Seeing Wu Heng come out, the middle-aged commander of the knights quickly walked over and said, "Captain Wu Heng, we have rearranged the defensive forces. The enemies beneath the city have no plans to continue attacking the wall, they have retreated to both sides, it seems that the other city walls have also been breached." According to Burke's words, the other city walls also had people to connect with the Hammer Party. Even though they had held this place, one couldn't say for sure about the other city walls. Chapter 239. It's possible that the battle had already begun. You all continue defending, as if the enemy has begun a large-scale siege, have someone notify me when it happens, and I'll come to assist you, Wu Heng continued. "All right, team leader Xia," the middle-aged commander nodded. After thinking a bit, Wu Heng said once more, "Give me your command token, I'm going back to help the other city walls, and it might come in handy." "This," the other person began to hesitate. "The command token is the commander's identity, giving it to someone else is wrong. Considering the current circumstances, can your wretched token make the Hammer Party retreat?" Duke said from the side. "The association does not have a concept of command tokens. A team leader has a badge, which can be used to prove their identity in any city. This is even more prestigious than a command token from Lundham City." "Okay." The middle-aged commander responded, handing over a command token. After receiving it, Wu Heng immediately said, "I'll return it when everything's over, it's no use for me." "All right, I'll go now." Wu Heng nodded. The commander turned and headed towards the city wall. He pocketed the command token. Wu Heng walked towards a nearby pile of corpses. There were at least 1,000 bodies here, piled into a mountain of corpses. The strong smell of blood filled the entire area, and blood slowly flowed down the pile of corpses, forming a dark red stream on the ground that drained into a sewer. The sewage here flows into the river outside the city. The entire river is likely now blood red. Looking at the corpses, Wu Heng didn't feel much. After all, in the zombie world, cleaning up a horde of zombies would yield several times this number. Only when corpses fill an entire street, then it's called a mountain of corpses. This was just a small hill. Wu Heng didn't have much reaction, but Duke and Mata had somewhat difficult expressions. They weren't afraid of dead people, but this was the first time they had seen so many. Wu Heng walked up close and began casting Dead Bones Battlefield, causing corpses to stand up and stagger down from the pile of bodies. Wu Heng removed the white bone from his head and took out 2 spirit potions to drink. After restoring his spiritual power, he continued to cast Dead Bones Battlefield twice in a row, turning all the bodies into carrion. Once all the bodies were transformed, Wu Heng, accompanied by a horde of carrion and a strong smell of blood, emerged. The knights on the distant city wall retreated a few steps with fear in their eyes. "Captain, what should we do next?" Duke walked over and asked. Wu Heng asked, "Are your family members settled?" "We made some arrangements, but we are not certain about the current situation," Mata said, showing a worried expression. Duke also added, "I'm not sure either." They both lived in the outer city area and had relatives at home. The incident happened suddenly, and nobody knew exactly what was going on. To say they weren't worried was clearly impossible. Wu Heng outright said, I'm giving each of you several people, go home first and settle your family. After saying that, he allowed them each to pick a few carrion and told them to leave and settle their family first. The two didn't decline and nodded. Thanks, Captain. Thank you, Captain. After thanking him, they turned and left. Wu Heng looked at the swordsman Gallo Burly standing nearby without moving. Aren't you leaving? I have nothing set up, so I'll stick with you. Wu Heng nodded. Let's go, to the North City Gate. The battle lasted for a few hours. The city's alarm bell rang loudly, fires were raging. Those seizing the opportunity to loot treasures and commit arson and murder were not few. The whole city was plunged into chaos. It seemed like Lundham City would have a new master after today. Wu Heng didn't have many people in the city. There was little danger for Minnie and Andre Willow in the inner city area. Even if the Hammer Party invaded the outer city area, they wouldn't be able to invade the inner city area in a short time. If danger arises, they would go to the consortium to find Leziah. Wu Heng had already arranged a retreat route ahead of time. The only concern now was Wen Mancha of the Pint Gang. As a gang conscripted by the city hall, they were responsible for CO defending the north. Being his first maiden, he didn't want her in any danger. Who are we going to find? Gallo Burly noticed the progressively increasing pace of the team and asked. Rescuing a friend, replied Wu Heng. You still have friends? Am I not allowed? Wu Heng joked. You just got here, you shouldn't have friends you need to risk saving. Wu Heng fell silent for a moment before saying, an informant. I don't want her to get into any trouble. A woman. Wu Heng looked at him, surprised. I can tell by your expression. Outer city north area. Thick smoke billowed and cries of war were continuous. Charge. Gold, silver, women are all in the city. Whoever gets it owns it. A female beastman with twin blades, beheaded one by one, shouting loudly amidst the crowd. The Hammer Party, Tuskegshire, the only female backbone. With her hair flared up, she swung her weapon crazily among the crowd. Wherever she went, heads fell, and her advance was unstoppable. With a battle cry, the members of the Hammer Party became even more excited, echoing the call and launching even more frenzied attacks. Living in the deep mountains, the Hammer Party had always longed for the city before them. Now that they had made their way into the city, their blood was boiling like magma. The female beastman also sprang to her feet like a sharp arrow, leading her team into the crowd. The Iron Guard Knights and other defensive gang members retreated one after another. There was no room for resistance. The defensive formation was rushed and dispersed, and the soldiers fell like harvested wheat under their blades. They could only back away continuously, swinging their weapons in panic. Dong! A piercing knock echoed. The steel helmet on the Knight Commander's head was brushed off and flew out of sight. The horrified commander touched his head and was dragged towards the back of the crowd in panic. Living in the city has weakened the knightly orders. They had no way to withstand the Hammer Party. Once he was in a safe place, the middle-aged commander's gaze swept past the CO defending gang leaders, finally falling on a voluptuous figure wearing leather armor, her fiery red hair bound up. This woman, taking over her husband's gang, was not high-ranked and took over not long ago. Neither her strength nor prestige was worthy of attention. She was the perfect sacrificial lambs to be sent to the front line. Such a pity to ruin such a good look. Once decided, he promptly said, Wen Mancha, lead your Pint gang to cover our retreat. We will set up defenses in the inner city and wait for you. Wen Mancha, far away, turned around solemnly after hearing the command, looked at the falling crowd and said flatly, Why should I? The commander's expression changed. In a cold voice, he said, Wen Mancha, obey the order, lead your people to hold back the enemy now. I will commend you to City Hall afterward. Pfft! Give up, you're the one running away first, don't bother commending me, Wen Mancha retorted without submission. What did you say? Disobeying orders, I can kill you now. The middle-aged commander pointed his long sword at Wen Mancha. Several figures with their faces covered surrounded Wen Mancha, getting ready for a fight. All the nearby people, several gang leaders, all looked surprised at this woman. In the past, when discussing her, they mentioned her overtaking her husband's gang, wiping out the White Wolf gang, her appearance and her body. Now, it seemed she had more of a temper than Rocky. Fighting among ourselves now, do you think that's the right choice? Wen Mancha didn't back down, her cold eyes watching him. Whether she got pushed out or not, she'd still die. At least now she could still negotiate with him. The commander's face grew even darker. The surrounding members of the Iron Guard Knights turned their guns towards them. Wen Mancha, don't be petty, think of the bigger picture. Obey the commander's order, hold on for a few minutes, then you can retreat, right? What's wrong with you? Don't tell me the Pint Gang wants to disappear. The rest of the leaders and backbone members all gathered around. One by one, they tried to give advice, but their formation was pushing the Pint Gang members to the front. Chapter 240. Wen Mancha's face was cold, and there was a strong sense of resentment in her heart. Everyone knew the purpose of the city hall mobilizing the gang members. Under normal circumstances, they were given cooperative defense tasks but were sent to the front as cannon fodder once a war started or under special circumstances. However, they didn't expect to be singled out to shield the city hall. Even the Iron Guard Knights couldn't withstand the Hammer Party. If they went out, they feared that they wouldn't even get a chance to fight back. Gentlemen, are you not afraid of being ridiculed if you send a woman like me out there? Wen Mancha continued. Someone sneered coldly, Wen Mancha, all of us are gang leaders. We need to weigh the pros and cons of our actions. This isn't about men and women. We're not in the bedroom. If a task has been assigned to you by the knights, you should follow it. The knight commander glanced at the Hammer Party, which was still wildly slaughtering. He spoke directly, Wen Mancha, if you don't obey the order, I will kill you now. Wen Mancha looked at the people who were closing in on her, gritted her teeth and said, fine, I accept it today. The middle-aged commander immediately ordered, Pint Gang, move forward and cover others in their retreat. We will set up a defensive circle along the way for you to cross. The Pint Gang members, like prisoners, were driven to the front. They met the rampaging Hammer Party head-on. Being a small gang, they lacked the strength to confront the Hammer Party. In an instant, they were massacred, leaving cries all over the place. The remaining people, upon shaking off the Hammer Party's pursuit, immediately turned and ran in full flight. In a whoosh, almost everyone scattered away. When did you start suspecting Burke, the swordsman? Gallo Burley asked on the side. Wu Heng, leading his army of carrion, continued forward, looking at him, why do you ask? Now that I think about it, you kept a close eye on him, you should have suspected him a long time ago. Gallo Burley continued. He was recommended by the City Hall, and the association recruits talents, but rarely works with local power. Don't you think it's strange? Wu Heng said casually. Gallo Burley fell into thought, do you suspect the councillor? Only with his permission could someone be arranged in. The councillor probably didn't know about this, or due to some special relationship, agreed to let him in. He's dead now, so there's nothing more to say, Wu Heng replied. Councillor Gomez must have not known the other party's intent. Because Gallo Burley was the spy arranged by Gomez himself. It was unlikely that he would arrange two spies at the same time. Wu Heng did not care much, now that the other party was dead. With the chaos in Lundham City, all conflicts would be revealed. There was nothing to fear anymore. Who could survive until the end was uncertain, so why think too much about it? Gallo Burley stopped talking. The team then passed through the alley and directly entered the main road leading to the North District. Just as they stepped out, they saw a large group of deserting soldiers running towards the central city district. One by one, they discarded their armor and were in a sorry state. Stop them! Wu Heng ordered. The carrion army charged out in an instant, blocking the way. Suddenly, a chilling wind, accompanied by a pungent smell of blood, rushed to their faces. The escaping troops suddenly stopped. They all looked up together at the crowd blocking the road. As they recognized the appearance of the group, their faces all changed, and the timid ones took a few steps back. The troops in front were in different outfits. The Hammer Party, the Iron Guard Knights, and equipment featuring gang characteristics. Their skin was shriveled and waxy yellow, wounds with flesh overturned, they looked like corpses that had just crawled out of a grave, disheveled, with limbs slack, holding various weapons. Carrion. How could there be carrion in the city, and they even came from within the city? Crap. The Pint Gang couldn't hold on for much longer. Now their path was blocked by this group of carrion. And there were quite a few of them. Why was he running so slowly? Damn it! At this time, two figures came from behind the carrion. From their attire and insignia, it was clear that they were from the association. What are you running for? Wu Heng asked, his eyes sweeping over the crowd without spotting Wen Mancha. The city gate was compromised. Following the city lord's mansion order, we followed the commander's order and retreated to the central city district, one of them said stammeringly, often looking back as if he was afraid someone was chasing them. Where's the commander? Wu Heng continued. Ran, he ran the fastest. What about the Pint gang? Did they also run out? At his words, everyone at the scene was stunned, all maintaining silence. Wu Heng squinted, speak. The Pint gang, the commander ordered the Pint gang to cover the others in their retreat. They are still left behind. The hammer party will be here soon. Please let us go, the gang member pleaded uneasily. The hammer party was so fierce. They divided their forces and could still cause such chaos. How many people are in the hammer party? Who's leading them? Tell us and you can go, Wu Heng stated directly. There were a lot of people, it was too chaotic at the scene, so I am not sure. The leader was a core member of the hammer party. There's a bounty on her at the association, she's a female beastman, nicknamed Tusk, the gang member spoke hurriedly. After speaking, he continued, can we leave now? Wu Heng gestured, and the carrion opened a path. Thank you. All the gang members fled immediately. Wu Heng stared ahead and ordered directly, speed up and proceed. Chapter 241. On the battlefield, the Pint gang confronted the hammer party. Helpless and vulnerable like infants. Even the Iron Guard knights couldn't resist the hammer party, let alone members of gangs who used to focus on stealing and gathering information. They had no room to fight back. They were beaten back step by step, falling in groups. Their remaining purpose, is it to slow down the hammer party, or to waste some of its energy? Wen Mancha's face was pale, and she was pulled back continuously by the guarded skeleton. The members in front of her kept dying. The sight was a sea of blood red, with severed limbs and shattered bodies flying everywhere. It's over. It seems like we're going to die here today. That's how a gang works. Every day is filled with fights and kill. Many gangs disappear overnight. I expected this day would come. But when I'm really facing death, I still feel some regrets. Would Rocky perform better if he lives? After all, he is good at pleasing the nobles and major gangs. What would my life look like if I could survive? I want to have a child for my master and secure my position. It seems to be too late for everything now. Sister-in-law, we'll cover you and get you out. Sister-in-law, if my mom asks, just say I'm out for a mission, and I'll return later. Wen Mancha was awakened by the calls of sister-in-law. But she didn't make any response. Can we make it out? If we could, the Iron Guard knights wouldn't be in such a desperate situation. I'm sorry. Wen Mancha whispered. Just when everyone was desperate, exchanging their last words with each other. The sound of rapid footsteps came from behind. Wen Mancha, thinking it was the reinforcements from the inner city, hastily looked back and saw the carrion marching on in neat rows. The members of the Pint gang looked as grey as death. In these years, all kinds of strange things have happened. Tramp! The fast-moving carrion started running. Just when the Pint gang decided to drag a few to death with them. A voice came from afar, Wen Mancha, order your men to retreat. Wen Mancha looked towards the rear of the carrion in surprise. She didn't see anyone, but the voice sounded like a lifeline to her, making her heart skip a beat. She glanced at the hammer party, who had slowed down and was on guard. She ordered directly, retreat, do not attack these carrion. The Pint gang members, who were carrying or supporting the wounded, began to retreat. However, the carrion kept running, bypassing the gang members, charging into the crowd of hammer party like frenzied beasts. Ding ding ding! The fight broke out again. Like suicide attackers, the carrion rushed ahead, hacking, tearing, and then falling to the ground. Meanwhile, amid the booming sound of boom boom boom, the green poisonous smoke burst out and filled the area. On the outskirts of the inner city area, the battle had been raging from midnight till dawn. Dead bodies could be seen everywhere on the streets, and a thick smoke was blowing up. In a building near the inner city area, a figure was sitting on a wooden chair in the center of the room. He was 4 meters tall and had a robust physique. Drawings of black totems were painted all over his grey-green skin. With long hair and thick mutton chops, he sat upright, as robust as a lion. Next to the seat was a long-handled war hammer smeared with fresh blood. The leader of the hammer party, Skull Crusher Dragicia. On both sides were 2 figures, one a beastman holding 2 axes, the other a human magician dressed in a deep green robe. At this point, the door opened. A scout from the Hammer party came in and reported directly, "Leader, members from the East City Gate claim they were attacked by enemies, the gate is shut, and Boss Bloodaxe hasn't come out." Hearing the report, Skull Crusher's eyebrows furrowed instantly. Despite such a tight arrangement, problems still occurred. "And sure?" Skull Crusher continued asking. "No news. Maybe it's not over yet," the scout answered. Both teams didn't appear, making the final assault on the city less powerful. "Leader, I can take some men to recapture the city wall now," the double-axe beastman said as he got up. Skull Crusher thought for a moment and glanced at the sky outside the window, then said directly, "We can no longer divert forces out. I don't want any more problems. Leave them be. The outer city area is not important. We take the inner city area as quickly as possible and then deal with the situation outside. What happens outside, no one cares. All the power base is still in the inner city area. Taking the inner city area within the planned time is the most important thing." "Okay, we'll follow the leader's orders," the 2 core members had no objection. Skull Crusher stood up, dragging his long-handled warhammer and walked out. Coming out of the house, it was already full of people and equipment ready for the attack. Besides the Hammer party, there were also many gang members with white armbands. The crowd was huge, and the momentum was great. Skull Crusher looked up at the city wall of the inner city area in the distance and ordered, "Attack the city, take the inner city area, and the money and land will be divided among all. Attack the city! Attack the city!" The messenger soldier ran to deliver the command of the leader. "Charge!" Everyone shouted and rushed towards the city wall of the inner city area. North City Wall. The Carrion and Hammer party were fighting together. The intense shouts filled the whole area. Although the Carrion were undead creatures transformed, they retained their own combat strength and were not afraid to die. They threw themselves at the enemy with no regard for their own safety, hacking and tearing, and even biting the enemy. They killed the enemy in every possible way. At the same time, the killed Carrion began to explode violently. Dense green poison smoke filled the area instantly, making it hard to breathe and see. The female beastman with a double blade in her hand kept swinging in front of her, forming a blade barrier to cut the attacking Carrion into pieces. The female beastman took a look around. Her face became more serious. She didn't expect another necromancer in this city. If she continued this way, her side would suffer even heavier casualties. "Follow me, let's retreat, we'll take the other city gates," yelled the female beastman. Just then, as her voice just fell, the poison smoke in front of her suddenly cleared, and a huge axe emerged and fell on her head. "Dang!" The female beastman stepped back, jumping back to dodge the strike. She looked up abruptly. A tall skeleton holding 2 axes was coming towards her step by step. The female beastman's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at the skeleton. She was all too familiar with this gear and weapon. "Bloodaxe, how did he become like this? Negazio, how did you become this hideous?" Chapter 242. Both of them are the core members of the Hammer party. The female beastman recognized at a glance that the skeleton in front of her was Bloodaxe Negazio. She knew he was dead, transformed into a skeleton. But as a level 14 warrior, Bloodaxe fell remarkably fast. In response to the female beastman's inquiry, Bloodaxe made no response. His battle axe once again cleaved through the poisonous gas, chopping horizontally at his opponent. The female beastman twisted her body agilely, dodging a strike quickly. Her double blades, like unsheathed tusks, swirled to the left and right towards the waist of Bloodaxe. Bloodaxe retreated half a step, creating a distance, and continued to launch a fierce attack. The female beastman was agile, fending off the massive axe while quickly retreating, planning to exit the green mist zone. However, just as she got closer to the city gate, 2 figures blocked her retreat. One man held a flaming longsword, and the other, with his bare torso, revealed a ferrous skeleton. Both charged at her simultaneously. In an instant, the female beastman was entirely at a disadvantage. Under the combined attack of the 3 men, she received more and more wounds, and the corrosive effect of the poison gas was also becoming increasingly severe. With time, the female beastman eventually started to falter. She kneeled on the ground with her shuangdao, resting the 2 beast face knives in front of her, panting heavily. "Damn it! Come on! Today I'm going to cut you all," the female beastman cursed. She launched herself directly, dual blades slashed towards the ferrous skeleton's skull. The opponent dodged in the nick of time and ran toward the city gate without looking back. However, just after she had run a few steps, a red streak of light flashed past. The rushing figure stumbled, her skull falling from her neck. It rolled to one side. Behind the carrion, Wenmancha stumbled into Wu Heng's arms, burying her head deeply in his chest, reluctant to lift it up. Swordsman Gallo Burley frowned as he observed the two. It seems not about saving any informer, but more like saving a lover. Similarly, the remaining members of the Pint gang froze in place, helping each other stand. Wu Heng, the captain of the 12th squad. Most of the older members had seen him when he came to the guild headquarters to investigate the disappearance of their boss Rocky. They had met each other several times. Back then, the captain's attitude towards the Pint gang was not so good. He even scolded Wenmancha in front of everyone. However, now his sister-in-law was in his arms, their familiarity making their relationship seem anything but ordinary. Well, no wonder the Pint gang had been developing so rapidly. The sister-in-law had even gotten involved. Wu Heng gently patted her back, saying, "As long as you're okay." Wenmancha grunted in acknowledgement and snuggled further into his arms. "People are still watching." Wu Heng softly reminded her. "Let them watch, I don't care." Wenmancha replied, but still stood upright from his embrace. After adjusting her clothes, her face regained the cold, aloof demeanor of the guild's sister-in-law. She ordered her subordinates, "Treat the injured. Use all the potions you have, the guild will reimburse." "Oh, okay sis." Members of the Pint gang entered a nearby empty building and began to treat the wounded. Wu Heng continued, "What about Andre Willow's clan? Didn't they come looking for you?" Andre Willow's clan was settled in a shop in the outer city area. Once the city became chaotic, Wu Heng told them to find Wenmancha. After all, the Pint gang had been developing reasonably well recently and could solve some problems. Wenmancha softly said, "I arranged them at the guild's residence. This is the war zone, it's not safe, they're in danger if they follow." This arrangement was correct. Many would have died if they had come over. "Well, good arrangement." Wu Heng nodded. Wenmancha did not say much, she went to the side to count the remaining number of members and arranged for the aftermath. As time went by, the main battlefield also gradually reached its climax. The dense poison gas gradually dissipated, revealing a ground full of corpses and carrion waiting for orders. At this moment, Wenmancha came from the side, asking, "Do you need us to clean up the battlefield?" Wu Heng glanced at the wounded, "I can let the carrion do it." Blocking the gazes of the guild members behind her with her body, Wenmancha shook his arm, seemingly coquettishly saying, "Let us do it. So many people have died, we must allow everyone to get some benefits." Wu Heng looked at the guild members looking in their direction and said, "You can go ahead and loot the bodies. I'll let the carrion clean up the battlefield." "All right." Wenmancha nodded, then turned to the gang members behind her and said, "Those who can move, go loot the bodies. Take anything valuable." All the members got up one after another, quickly rushing into the midst of the dead to look for items. For a guild, especially for a guild like the Pint gang, looting on the battlefield is also a source of income. Meanwhile, Blood Axe dragged a bloody female beastman corpse over. Wu Heng saw the fight. This female beastman showed great fighting strength, her double blades were used very cleverly, she was prominent in both physical strength and skill. Wu Heng searched her body. In addition to a money bag and potions, there were 2 scrolls, and 1 magic item, a vein wrist guard. Both scrolls were to increase weapon attack effects. Wu Heng specifically looked at the magic item that was a leather wrist guard. Vein wrist guard. Description: with each attack, you will become increasingly invigorated, your perception will elevate, and your agility will increase. A wrist guard that amplifies your attributes as the battle progresses. Chapter 243. Not cheap judging by these 2 attributes. Moreover, these enhancement gears are universal for all melee classes. Everyone needs them. After checking the available loot, Wu Heng used the bone manipulation skill on the corpses. Necromancy magic enveloped the bodies. Flesh fell away, and a female beastman skeleton rose to its feet. Skeleton Beast Warrior, level 13. It was a level lower than Blood Axe, but level 13 was still not considered low. "From now on, you'll continue as Tusk. Wear this and stay by my side for now," Wu Heng handed the wrist guard to it. Tusk donned the wrist guard, joined the protective team, and stood next to Blood Axe. Wu Heng did not give the Pint gang a chance to continue looting. He ordered the zombies to move all the corpses from a distance to him. He then cast the dead bones battlefield. A grey-white circular light wave spread out. One corpse after another came back to life, rolling over from the pile of bodies, and they picked up weapons nearby and stood aside. There should be more fights to come. Therefore, he chose to turn this batch of bodies into carrions. It's still better to use carrions against living beings. They can release various magical traps from the bodies, such as the poison-based evil explosion skill. The Book of Necromancy also records other spells like corpse explosion technique and pestilence skill. All of these can be hidden inside corpses. Living beings were just too fragile. And necromancers happened to be experts in this field. In the zombie world, they would use skeleton attendants against zombies. After the battle, these attendants could stay with them for a longer time without the risk of catching any diseases. Successively launched several dead bones battlefield, transforming all the corpses. Carrions filled the whole street densely. A rough estimation suggested there were nearly 10,000 of them. "Captain, Captain!" From the perimeter of the team, came a voice. Looking towards the sound, he saw Duke hopping about, waving his hands and shouting loudly. Wu Heng made the carrions pave a path, and Duke, carrying his axe, walked straight in. It seemed that his family was fine. "Why did you come back?" asked Wu Heng. "There's no problem at home, so I came directly, and also brought you breakfast." He then pulled out a pancake from his bag and handed it over. In the current environment, Wu Heng really had no appetite. However, he accepted it, appreciating Duke's good intentions, and asked, "What's happening outside?" "I heard an explosion from the inner city area when I came here. I guess the Hammer Party must have reached there." Duke glanced in the direction of the inner city area as he continued speaking. The outer city area was extensive. Furthermore, the noise from their previous battles was so loud that he did not notice any explosion from the inner city area. But when he turned to look now, he saw a rising plume of smoke. It seemed the main force of the Hammer Party had not entered the city through these two gates. At least, he had not seen the leader mentioned in the wanted notice. "You're here, Duke." Wen Mancha walked over from behind, greeting him. Wu Heng's team had visited the Pint gang a few times, so they were familiar with each other. Duke frowned, apparently resisting being called directly by a gang leader. Just as he was about to speak. But when he saw her clinging to Wu Heng's arm and acting sweet, the seriousness on his face vanished instantly. He grinned and said, "Sister Wen Mancha." Duke continued, "Captain, what should we do next?" Wu Heng thought for a while and said, "Let's go and check out the inner city area." He wasn't particularly interested in who controlled the inner city area. Previously, he was worried that if the Hammer Party occupied the city, he might be in danger. But now, with the Undead army at his command, he could safely leave this place. He wasn't claiming he could defeat the Hammer Party, but creating a cover for a few of them to retreat should not be a problem. Moreover, there were houses all around. In case of danger, he could swiftly summon undead troops from the zombie world, or just hide until it's safe to come out. This gave him more options. And now he wished to go to the inner city area primarily because his two mates were there. Previously, he had instructed them that if the fighting spread, they could seek refuge at the Snake Badge Commerce with Lazia. "After all, I have arranged everything in advance and given the other party some benefits. They wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. But all this is just an arrangement. Whether there will be any accidents, no one can say for sure. The best way is to go there as soon as possible and keep the two mates by your side." After Wu Heng made a decision, Wen Mancha also began to adjust her gang members. The injured were escorted to a safe place. Those who weren't severely injured and were willing to follow could go together. Out of more than 2,000 gang members, only over 200 remained in the end. More than half of them were Wen Mancha's own confidants. Several faces had been seen when they were blocking Enel. Once everything was ready, Wu Heng directly issued the order, "Forward!" Swish! The army moved again. Towards the direction of the city quarter. The comfortable life had turned the walls of the inner city area into less formidable height they once were. It was more like a boundary separating the rich and the poor, a symbol of power. In the deafening battle cry, the gate was smashed open. The Hammer Party rushed in like a tide through the gate and dashed inward. The defending army in the inner city area was dispirited when the city gate was breached. If it wasn't for their whole families trapped in the city, the army might have long disintegrated and fled in all directions. The lords in the inner city were constantly mobilizing and recruiting, promising power and money, urging soldiers to continue fighting the Hammer Party. But all this seemed to have little effect. Most of the troops had been deployed in the outer city area, either they were dead or could not come in. Moreover, there were no gang members in the inner city area in the past and there was no available manpower to use. It was only a matter of time before they were all killed by the Hammer Party. City Lord's Hall. City Lord Arano was wearing a silver armor, standing at the table. On both sides were city officials and numerous leaders. Everyone was standing in a circle, focusing on the map in the center. Large drops of sweat were constantly emerging and falling from the forehead, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. The city lord wiped his sweat and said directly, "Just hold on for 2 days, reinforcements will arrive, and an inside-out attack will be enough to wipe out the Hammer Party and remove the hidden danger at once." Despite the words that were spoken. But it did not change the atmosphere. None in the room were new to this. They had used similar rhetoric to appease their subordinates before, and thus these empty words did not boost their morale. According to the Rangers' intelligence, the Hammer Party here is weak. It is better to abandon the city, gather the troops to rush out first, and take back the city later when the situation is better. A commander said directly. It is a taboo for soldiers to fear fighting. But the current situation doesn't leave them much choice. To stay is to wait for death, only by surviving there is hope. The notorious reputation of the Hammer Party has been piled up by countless severed heads. They have deep-rooted enmity with the Lundham city. If they were captured, they would undoubtedly face death. The city lord shook his head and said directly, "The Hammer Party is full of tricks, how can they leave such an obvious flaw? Abandoning the city and rushing out from here will only lead to death." The officials and generals around said in unison, "City lord, just give it a try. Better than staying here and losing our lives." While everyone was heatedly arguing, suddenly someone burst into the room and said loudly, "City lord, a large unknown force has appeared at the north gate of the outer city area. They are now close to the city and don't seem to be the Hammer Party." Everyone's argument ceased abruptly. Someone said, "City lord, the reinforcements you requested have arrived." The city lord was slightly taken aback, but he stood up and said, "Let's go, take me to see." Everyone walked out of the room and swiftly headed towards the combat area. Outside the city wall, 3 forces split the field. They were suspicious and alert of each other, standing still on the spot. When Wu Heng arrived with his troops, the battlefield was already heated up with bloodshed everywhere. However, as the army approached, like a plague, the 2 sides of the army simultaneously retreated from the battlefield, maintaining a certain distance from each other. Everyone was looking at this suddenly appeared Carrion army with fear. Chapter 244. The Carrion squad was spread out, dressed in a disorderly manner. You could see members of the Hammer Party in their inky battle armor, the Iron Guard Knights in their silver chain mail, and various oddly equipped faction members. It was as if both sides were engaged in battle, and from behind, they began transforming the corpses. This created such a force. Both sides suspected the other of being reinforcements, and for a moment, neither party made a move. "Captain, that's the city lord of Lundham City over there. I saw him when I was a little," Duke said, pointing at the distant city wall. Wu Heng looked up to see a man in armor, surrounded by many people, looking down from the wall towards the Carrions. This was Wu Heng's first time seeing the city lord of Lundham City. At a glance, apart from being burly, there was nothing particularly notable about him. "I thought he had run away," Wu Heng said. "I thought he ran away too," Duke echoed and then asked, "Captain, does this mean we're not fighting? We've all separated. We came here, and both sides are uncertain of our identity," Wu Heng explained. At the time of their arrival, a direct attack from the rear, coupled with the Iron Guard Knight's pincer attack, could have inflicted heavy damage on the Hammer Party. But he did not do so. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Wu Heng ordered Glenda to scout the battlefield in advance. The main force of the Hammer Party, especially Skull Crusher from the Bounty Notice, did not join the battle. Once the Carrion squad attacked, they would inevitably attract the attention of the Hammer Party's main forces. He was just here to help, drawing the boss's wrath onto himself would not be a wise choice. If the Iron Guard Knights failed to persevere, wouldn't he become the target of the Hammer Party and possibly end up completely on the defensive? Thus, upon arrival, the squad did not take immediate action. Rather, they planned to assess the situation before planning their next move. What they did not expect, however, was that both sides would suddenly break away from the combat zone, leading to the current stalemate. So what now? Duke asked again. Let's wait, if they're not in a hurry, why should we be in a rush, Wu Heng said. Oh, okay. There was a stalemate that lasted for more than 10 minutes. From the Iron Guard Knight's position, a group of people briskly walked out, including a somewhat obese man dressed in bulging leather armor who looked somewhat like a city official. Upon reaching the outer periphery of the carrion, he shouted, "Sir, inside, the Lundham City Hall official would like to meet with you." Before Wu Heng could speak, a male voice came from the other side, "The Hammer Party comes with sincerity and would like to meet with you." Both voices echoed towards the rear of the squad. Duke and the others all looked towards Wu Heng. Wu Heng fell into slight contemplation. "The rest of you step aside so they don't recognize you. Wen Mancha, you stay." "Okay." They nodded, then left. Inside a room that had been cleared. Doors and windows were completely open, letting in bright sunlight. Wu Heng wore a cloak, concealing his gear, and his face was covered with a gas mask. He was wrapped up tightly, looking somewhat mysterious. This attire might seem strange on anyone else. But for a necromancer who was as mysterious as he was bizarre, it actually fit in quite well with his persona. Wu Heng sat at the head of the table, with a few skeletal attendants behind him. Below him sat representatives of the Iron Guard Knights and the Hammer Party. The person from the Iron Guard Knights was a middle-aged man, rather corpulent, sitting upright, his face stern, and his eyes displayed an anxious look. The man from the Hammer Party was a robed magician holding a wooden rod. His eyes swept over the blood axe and tusk behind Wu Heng. His pupils contracted, displaying a surprised expression. Two backbone members who hadn't gathered as planned appeared here. Moreover, they had become enslaved undead creatures. Such a terrifying necromancer resided in this small bordering city. "What may I call you, sir?" the Lundham city official asked respectfully. "The name is not important, state your intentions," Wu Heng's muffled voice sounded from beneath the mask. The official glanced at the Hammer Party member before saying, "City Lord Arano promises you a reward of 5,000 gold coins for helping us fend off the Hammer Party." Especially the word gold coins, he emphasized heavily. 5,000 gold coins. There sure was a lot of wealth in Lundham City. He only asked for 80 gold coins from the secret cultivation hall, yet they hesitated. Now, this city lord casually promised him 5,000 gold coins. It seemed somewhat absurd. Upon seeing that Wu Heng did not respond immediately, both men started becoming nervous. The Hammer Party's magician directly said, "Sir, although Lundham City is a small frontier city, it is also a transit station for trade between the two races. He's trying to fool you with numbers. It's evident the amount, 5,000 gold coins, despite how it sounds, is merely 2 to 3 years' worth of tax revenue." Before the Lundham City official could refute him, the magician continued, "If you are willing to side with the Hammer Party, after the matter, you can pick any area in the outer city area to govern. Be it taxes or conducting some magic experiments, it's entirely up to you. You can recoup their price in just a few years and then continue to reap the benefits." Wu Heng frowned, surprised by the man's eloquence. This magician didn't look like he had come from a background of banditry. He seems to have a deep understanding of Lundham City's internal situation. Looking at the terms proposed by both parties, the Hammer's Party's proposition was clearly more enticing. However, there were distinct differences between the two. The promises of Lundham City felt like they were cutting their own flesh. If they could give less, they would give as little as possible. The Hammer's Party didn't have such concerns, since they didn't currently own anything. They were more liberal in promising benefits. Hearing the promises of the Hammer's Party, the official couldn't help but speak first. "In a hurry," he said, "the Hammer's Party is just a bunch of bandits and outlaws. There's no guarantee that they will keep their promise. City Lord Arano also comes from a faction background, only settling in the inner city area earlier than us." "Can your promises be trusted?" retorted the magician from the Hammer Party. "City Lord, how could you be compared to these murderous and arsonist criminals? Having come to prominence through the same shady paths, why make yourself out to be so noble? You." Wu Heng, watching the two arguing, lightly tapped the armrest of his throne, and directly stated, "I want half of the city's jurisdiction. Whoever can promise me that, I will aid." This. The two were stunned in place. Half of the jurisdiction? This was like splitting the city in half, or setting up 2 city lords. His demands were truly staggering. Sir, this. Before the official could say anything, Wu Heng waved his hand to stop him. If you're not the decision makers, go back and discuss with your leaders or city lord. Whether to give up half the city or to vanish along with it, you decide. That's all, you may leave. Directly bidding them farewell, the 2 wanted to say something but decided against it after exchanging glances. They bowed lightly and turned to leave. Once they were far away from the undead troops, Necromancer came from one side and said softly, will they agree? Wu Heng demanding half the city in one breath had also surprised Necromancer. After all, her master usually kept a low profile. His appetite this time was quite large. It felt as if he was trying to snatch meat from the mouths of 2 fierce tigers. There seemed to be a great risk. Wu Heng casually took off his mask. They have no other choice. Which side do you plan to help? Necromancer continued asking. Which side do you want to help? Wu Heng countered. As you say. Just say what you think. Necromancer frowned in thought, then said softly, it's better with the current city lord. Although his management is also rather poor, the city is at least stable. If the Hammers party took over the city, it would soon become a bandit's den since they're all on the wanted list. There won't be any stability. The current city lord doesn't seem to mind much. As long as taxes were in hand, he didn't care about the rest. Conflicts among the external city factions happened quite often. The outer city area was crowded with wanted criminals, it was rather chaotic. But anyway, they still abide by the basic rules, at least there is an association in the city that prevents things from going too far. If the Hammers party manages the city, the association will definitely not exist. No one was sure what it would become. All right, I got it. Wu Heng said. Necromancer smiled, then softly said, I'm just saying, of course, it is master's decision. Wu Heng gave a light pat on her round buttocks to show that he got it. The Hammers party's camp. The magician recounted everything about his discussion with the other party. Skull Crusher and another important member frowned deeply. He really has a big appetite, he actually wants half the city, said the dual-axe-wielding figure angrily. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the undead army, they would have already invaded the inner city and started the final battle. Money, women, they would have it all then, simultaneously enjoying the life of those nobles. But the sudden appearance of the troops not only obstructed their plans but also demanded half the city. It was simply bullying. Especially when their soldiers had been turned into the enemy's undead. It felt as if something was taken from them without anything in return. What kind of person is he? Asked Skull Crusher directly. The magician replied while remembering, he wore a black cloak, and a strange mask covered his face. He should be a necromancer judging by his movement and actions, he seems to be young. Don't you know his identity? He was unwilling to reveal, just said that his name and identity were not important. The magician replied, and after a moment of thought, added, there's another thing, I saw Negazio and Ikshur with him. His sentence broke off abruptly, he seemed to hesitate. Skull Crusher and the Beastman figure both looked at him in confusion. After hesitating for a bit, the magician finally said, I saw Negazio and Ikshur, they're dead. They have been turned into skeleton attendants by the other party. Chapter 245. Hearing this, their faces turned pale in an instant. That the Hammer party soldiers showed up in large numbers among the carrion, indicated to them that those who had failed to make it as planned had now become part of the carrion. Yet, some of them still had doubts about where 2 key members might be. After all, the core members of the Hammer party, in terms of rank and combat capability, were top-notch in any force. They had all survived the numerous sieges they had been faced with. Even if they could not win, fleeing was not a problem for them. Unexpectedly, they had all died here, and were enslaved by the Necromancer. The double-axe member's eyes suddenly turned red. He sprung to his feet and shouted, Leader, I'm going to kill him. The core members were also brothers who lived and died together. If they died on the battlefield, there would be nothing to say. Now, however, they were killed by the sudden emergence of a third party, and turned into undead creatures. It was difficult for them to accept this. Skull Crusher took a deep breath to calm himself down. Sit down. Now is not the time for revenge. We can't let this incident ruin our plans of many years. The Beastman member sat back down, gritting his teeth. Leader, we can't let him get away with this. Okay, agree to him for now, and kill him later, said Skull Crusher. Then he turned to the magician and said directly, "Agree to him. We can give him half of the city, but his people need to be at the forefront in this battle." "Won't it be too obvious that we're trying to push him to the other side?" asked the magician. After all, he was the one who passed the message and was somewhat worried that the other party might catch on and turn against them. The reputation of the Necromancer was no better than that of a bandit. "Then change the way we express it. As long as he can take the city lord's head, we will give him half of the city." "Okay." On the other side, the council chamber of the inner city. The city lord Arano suddenly stood up from his seat and roared, "He actually wants half of the city." The official delivering the message wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded. The Hammer party directly promised to divide the jurisdiction, so he took the opportunity to ask for half of the city. "Whoever agrees, he will help," the chubby official added. "Do we know his identity? Since he is getting involved at this time, he should be a local," Arano continued to ask. When this group of carrion appeared, he had been trying to recall this person's identity. A necromancer who could control such a large army couldn't have just quietly appeared in the city. But he had not paid attention to the affairs of the outer city for a long time. Whether there really was such a person, or whether he had followed the Hammer party's attack on the city, he was completely unable to verify. If the other party lived in the city, he must have some relatives and friends. That was also a bargaining chip in the negotiation. "The other party is wearing a mask." From his voice and tone, "He doesn't sound like someone familiar," said the official directly. Lundham City was too chaotic. While the inner city was better, the outer city had a massive floating population. It was not surprising that such a person had appeared, and there was no place to check the other party's identity. If you don't know who he is, you can't use his relatives and friends as a bargaining chip. "We can give him more money, but it is absolutely impossible to directly divide the jurisdiction," said the city lord coldly. The ministers in the city, however, were all advising, "City lord, the Hammer party will also make the same promise. It's better than losing the city." Everyone started persuading him. When compared to their lives and the city, they all knew what to choose. City Lord Arano knew this too, he was just not willing to accept it. Another official said, "City Lord, we are just agreeing to him for now. When the Hammer party is dealt with, it won't be too late to see how things go. If this man is secretive and is wanted by the association, we won't need to deal with him, the association will handle it." The city lord's face turned red, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. Sitting in the chair, panting heavily for a long time, he didn't have a better solution. Eventually, he nodded, "Let's proceed with this plan for now." On the side of the carrion, Wu Heng and others were dealing with breakfast. Duke said, "I don't know what's happening in the association, it seems that besides our team, no other team members have been seen." The swordsman Gallo Burley followed up, "They should have all evacuated, many people here came from outside. It's not unusual for them to leave without any family here." The association itself was built of professional squads. There were no stringent requirements, and it did not force you to coexist or die with the city. It was perfectly normal to escape at the first hint of battle. Wu Heng nodded, "A few days ago, some team leaders had already resigned. It's not surprising, it's just a job, and no one wants to risk their lives. Some people had begun leaving early, and I didn't know," said Duke. Gallo Burley gave him a glance, "This isn't anything to be proud of course they wouldn't tell everyone." "Makes sense." At this moment, two ghostly figures flew back in from outside, moving in and out of Wu Heng's body. The discussions of both parties also surfaced in his mind. From the conversations, both parties chose to agree, but they had also prepared to go back on their promises later. After all, the premise of everything was to win. Whether to fulfill the promise later, or whether there would be any changes, depended on how the situation developed. As the magician put it, the city lord himself was also from a gang background, and did not have much sophistication. Soon, a gang member ran in. He stood at the door and said, "Team leader, madam, those two people are here again." "Let them come in," Wu Heng said. Duke and the others backed away, and after a while, the two negotiation representatives came in again. They sat back in their previous seats. Wu Heng, looking through his mask at the two men below who were staring angrily, asked, "What response do you have from your side?" The representative from Lundham City spoke first, "We agree to your conditions and are willing to turn over half of the Lundham City to your jurisdiction." As soon as these words came out, the magicians from Hammer Party looked at each other in surprise. Following up, they said, "Sir, the leader of the Hammer Party also agrees to your conditions, but we hope you can kill the city lord." Wu Heng continued to look at the two of them and asked, "Did you bring the agreements?" "We did." An official from Lundham City pulled out a paper agreement and respectfully handed it over. He added, "As long as you help us hold Lundham City, you will be the city lord in the future." Wu Heng took the agreement into his hands. He glanced at the magician from the Hammer Party. "What about yours?" The magician was taken aback, then quickly replied, "The Hammer Party is straightforward and we haven't prepared an agreement yet. I will go back and get one right away. Meanwhile, I will suggest to our leader to give you more jurisdiction." He stood to leave. At that moment, however, a cage formed by bones instantly rose from the ground, trapping him inside. A few skeletons quickly surrounded the magician and the bone cage. Simultaneously, the zombies guarding the door immediately took action and killed all the accompanying members of the Hammer Party. The bodies were dragged aside. Wu Heng picked up a pen and signed his name on the Lundham City's agreement. He handed a copy back to his counterpart, saying, "Go prepare, when you attack, we will charge from the flank." "Oh, good, good." The official was overjoyed, bowed 3 times and left. The magician, trapped in the cage. His face turned uglier. He said, "Sir, we can negotiate the conditions. Whatever benefits Lundham City can give you, we can only give you more." Wu Heng took off the mask, revealing his original appearance. The magician's pupils shrunk as if recognizing who this face belongs to, but his expression was quickly concealed. Wu Heng stated directly, "It seems you recognize me. A guild captain colluding with a level 2 criminal to seize a city is not a good choice. It's more reliable to take half of the city and then cooperate with the city lord to wipe out the bandits." How to choose, he had already thought about it beforehand. By reaching an agreement with Lundham City, he could benefit while also earning a reputation for helping to wipe out bandits. However, if he chose to side with the Hammer Party, then he would have to always maintain a secret identity. If he was found out, colluded with a level 2 criminal to destroy a city, his end would definitely not be good. He would be put on the wanted list, become a notorious criminal and lose his peaceful days. Duke, Mata, and many other members of the guild. They all knew he was the one controlling the zombies. It was impossible to hide this. So, the outcome was predetermined. He would help Lundham City keep the city. He had sent both parties to negotiate simultaneously to make Lundham City quickly realize the situation and promptly promise their commitment. Now that they had agreed to his request, Wu Heng didn't need to consider it any further. Hearing Wu Heng's words, the magician became calm, and said directly, "Captain Wu Heng, you really consider things carefully. At this point, it seems that the Hammer Party still hasn't run out of luck." Looking at him, the magician continued, "You like transactions. How about we make one, a deal that won't affect the battle situation?" "Oh? Let's hear it. I just joined the Hammer Party not too long ago and I'm not on the wanted list. How about I bribe you to spare my life?" The magician said. "After killing so many people, isn't it a bit late to think about escaping now?" Wu Heng replied. "No, I haven't killed anyone. Look at my attire, does it look like I've shed blood? I just followed into the city when the Hammer Party entered, planning to reap some benefits." The magician explained. Although he wore a leather armor on the outside, he was still dressed in a nobleman's suit on the inside. No one would dress like this on the battlefield. "Also, our power comes from our blood. You gain nothing by killing me, you'll only get a weak attendant," the magician added. Wu Heng shook his head and walked halfway around the bone cage. A magician's blood is a great material for rituals and is rare for necromancers. The magician's face changed. How about you first listen to my offer? There's nothing to talk about. Do you really think you can sever your connection with the Hammer Party after what you've done today?" Wu Heng took a step back. "Kill him." The bone cage opened. Several skeletons charged at him. The magician's face turned serious. Wielding his staff, he planted it firmly into the ground. A ring of rolling fire waves repelled the attacking skeletons several steps away. With murderous intention in his eyes, he glanced at Wu Heng and turned to escape towards the door. Boom boom boom. Wu Heng fired 3 shots, the retreating magician got hit in his waist and leg and fell to the ground. The skeletons instantly rushed towards him, weapons falling on him. Inner city area. The city lord and the officials looked at the name on the agreement. Wu Heng. Seeing this name, everyone realized his identity. The new guild captain, who had caused quite a stir a while ago. It was actually him. Moreover, according to the information provided by the guild, he was indeed a necromancer. My lord, don't mind who he is, let's start the attack. This is our last chance, someone reminded. The city lord also quickly reacted. He ordered, prepare to attack. Prepare to attack. The messenger soldier shouted aloud. Chapter 246. The people of the inner city needed someone to resolve the crisis with the Hammer Party. Who was pulling the strings behind the scenes didn't really matter. Whether it was a powerful necromancer living in the city or a recently appointed association captain, it made no difference. All they needed was someone who could solve the immediate problem. The formation adjusts, prepare for the attack, the city lord inhaled deeply and ordered. The city lord and the old gentry in the city began to raise morale, preparing for the final battle mobilization. They already reached an agreement with Wu Heng, but whether they could ultimately defeat the notorious Hammer Party would depend on how the battle unfolded. Nothing was certain. They could only hope that Lady Luck would favor Lundham City, and not let them die here. On the other side, after the Hammer Party's magician released several fire magic spells, he still couldn't escape the room. His chest was impaled by a blazing blade, and he gradually fell. He looked back at Wu Heng behind him with bitter resentment and helplessness in his eyes. Perhaps getting involved with the Hammer Party was a mistake from the start. As the blazing blade withdrew the longsword, it stood aside again. Wu Heng walked over from behind, glanced at the corpse, and ordered, take all his gear off and get a container to collect the blood. Several skeletons dispersed and followed his orders. Soon, the carcass was stripped down and a wooden bucket was placed underneath to collect the blood. Blood dripped into the bucket like clockwork. Wen Mancha! Wu Heng shouted. Wen Mancha walked in from outside, first glanced at the body being bled out, and then asked, what's the matter, master? Stand guard outside and don't let anyone in. Also, keep an eye on the battlefield situation, Wu Heng instructed. All right. Wen Mancha responded without further questions and promptly closed the room's large door. Wu Heng then directly opened the boundary door off to the zombie world. Appearing again in the hotel room, he glanced at the watch on the wall, 10 in the morning. He quickly advanced to the window and pulled open the curtain to look outside. When he saw a fleet of cars already parked at the roadside, Wu Heng's face relaxed slightly. Picking up the transceiver to call Li Yaheng and then quickly going downstairs. Outside the hotel, Li Yaheng frowned as she watched Wu Heng. What happened to you? He had been fighting all night, although there was no close combat, he still looked rather haggard. His clothes were dusty, and his complexion wasn't stellar. I was commanding the fight last night. It's nothing. Wu Heng casually responded, then asked, did you bring the items? They're here. Li Yaheng waved back, and Qiangzi drove an electric tricycle with 2 heavy machine guns mounted on metal racks, along with skeletons to operate the heavy machine guns. Returning to Lundham City, they could already hear the sound of an ongoing battle and the ear-piercing cries of war. At the same time, audible from outside the door, were angry and anxious voices. I demand to meet Captain Wu Heng. We agreed on a simultaneous attack, why aren't you acting yet? With the Iron Guard Knights' casualties so high, it'll be tough for you to defeat the enemy, too. At the same time, Wen Mancha could also be heard, the captain is unable to see you at the moment, please wait a while. You, a small faction, dare to speak to me in such a tone. Wen Mancha responded, wait outside. Overhearing the conversation, Wu Heng immediately grasped the situation. The Iron Guard Knights had already initiated their attack, but seeing that Wu Heng had yet to send out his forces, they had sent someone to urge him on. Summoning his white bone armor, Wu Heng opened the door to see the perspiring obese official who had spoken earlier standing in the doorway. Seeing Wu Heng emerge, the fat official suppressed his initial desire to interrogate and asked, Captain Wu Heng, why haven't you sent your troops yet? What are you waiting for? Wu Heng glanced at the engaged parties and said, I give the order for my troops to attack now. You can leave. Oh, right, thank you, Captain, you must send your troops out. The fat official then left hurriedly. Wu Heng then summoned the creatures in the room like the big guy and the scary claw monsters and skeletons. Then, after re-evaluating the state of the battlefield, he said directly, Carrion, attack, kill all the Hammer Party mainlanders. Splash! The standby zombies moved in unison, carrying weapons and attacking the Hammer Party. The zombies' movement immediately set off alarms for both battling parties. At the sight of the incoming mob of carrion, the hammer party descended into noticeable chaos. Immediately, a troop was dispatched to confront the carrion. In an instant, the battle began, and the carrion entered the battlefield. Boom! 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 And as the carrion started dying, their bodies began to explode, green poisonous fumes starting to rise and spread. 3 factions converged. The cries of war, sound of exploding bodies, filled the entire battlefield. The combat zone spread to main roads and small alleys, with green poisonous gas spreading, as if they were in the middle of a swamp infested with deadly miasma. The Iron Guard knights held the castle wall advantage, and a rain of arrows fell from above indiscriminately into the hammer party's central area. It skewered through the bodies of the hammer party and the carrion, leaving many fallen on the ground. The hammer party was numerous, and their fighting style was fierce and vicious, fending off the combined forces of the other 2 factions. However, the poisonous gas from the carrion was eroding all living beings, with many being brought down by it, then killed by the undead. It wasn't just the hammer party. The poisonous gas had spread to part of the Iron Guard knights, who also started losing numbers. The entire battlefield was in chaos. 2 factions were targeting the hammer party, but they showed no mercy to each other either. Chapter 247. Wu Heng kept assigning tasks to the carrion, surrounding the hammer party from different directions as much as possible to allow the poison gas to spread at its maximum capacity. Its purpose was to weaken the fighting prowess of the enemy. The reality proved that the cooperation between the 2 sides was very effective. Huge numbers of people from the hammer party died, their faction members wearing white armbands found their fighting spirit dwindling under the encirclement. Already, some people seized the gaps in the ongoing skirmish to slip into nearby buildings or alleys and promptly vanished without a trace. The war continued for half an hour. It was when Wu Heng was giving orders to the carrion. From the direction of the hammer party, a deafening roar suddenly sounded. Then a team charged into the carrion camp like mad bulls, quickly advancing. "Follow me and charge in, kill the mage, and these undead creatures will die on their own." A beastman, who was particularly tall in stature, raised his long-handled warhammer and roared loudly. Before he finished speaking, he swung his hammer and smashed at a carrion that had rushed over. Bang! The carrion shattered in the air, its broken limbs and bones scattered across the sky along with the poison gas, just like broken ceramics. The beastman swung the hammer once more, the second carrion's armor caved in, limbs flew out, and its chest was crushed into a mire. Bang bang bang! The tall beastman charged forward quickly, his warhammer swinging wide, and all the opponents on his way or who approached were smashed into pieces. The hammer party's elite following behind also showed their extraordinary fighting power, killing the nearby carrion. Like a sharp sword, they thrust straight into the center aiming for the rear of the carrion. Skull Crusher Dragosia, the leader of the hammer party, with a bounty reward of 3 gold coins from the association, a second-level medal of honor. He didn't go to kill the Iron Guard knights, but led the charge towards Wu Heng instead. The aim was clear, to carry out a beheading operation and kill Wu Heng. Watching Skull Crusher leading the hammer party like no one's business, a vacuum was created with the route they carved out. Wu Heng was also surprised at the enemy's combat power. The beastman's close combat capabilities were so robust, they must be above level 15. The toxic smoke still lingered. After a certain distance, the charging hammer party members started to struggle, one after another they fell to the ground, getting killed by carrion. But Skull Crusher's pace did not stop, quickly closing the gap. "Go, the few of you kill him together, the rest will kill the others," Wu Heng said directly. The larger skeletons around him got the command and immediately took action. They charged forward. Big Guy, with his body keeping low, collided against him like a rugby player on the offensive. Ding! Skull Crusher's hammer swung out and the sound of the impacting hammer was ear-splitting. Big Guy's chest plate caved in, as he was thrown back a few meters. Tusk followed closely, his shuangdao extending from the green fog, slashing towards the head. Skull Crusher took a deep look at their grotesque faces and dodged to the side, smashing his hammer at him. A giant battle axe suddenly swung from one side. The hammer in mid-air was drawn back to collide with the axe, producing a sound of resonating metal. Blood Axe was forced back several steps, while the beastman was thrown off balance and toppled backwards. At this moment, a blazing sword suddenly burst out of the poison gas, leaving a huge scratch on the chest armor. A few figures surrounded the huge beastman in the middle. Meanwhile, the skeleton Scary Claw Monster, Second Chunk, Three Heads, and other skeletons launched their attack on the Hammer Party's elite, who were closely following Skull Crusher. In the poison gas, the undead held the advantage. One after another, figures were knocked into the crowd of bodies and instantly swallowed up by the carrion. Facing the level 13 and 14 mutated skeletons, the elite crowd started to falter, and their numbers quickly decreased. Clang! There was another collision. The hammer deflected the flaming sword, the huge power made the blazing blade sway. The flame on his sword instantly went out, becoming dull and lifeless. But the many skeletons persisted in their relentless battle, hindering his progress. Even Skull Crusher himself did not expect Wu Heng to have so many high-level attendants along with his two main followers. While fighting, he looked around for the Necromancer. Eventually, behind the layers of carrion, he vaguely saw a figure dressed in white bone armor, and wearing a strange black mask. "There you are," Skull Crusher gritted his teeth. He swung his hammer, driving away the skeletons surrounding him. His body soared towards the target position like an arrow leaving a bow. When he was a certain distance away, his body jumped high into the air, the hammer was raised above his head and smashed at the target. Boom! A blast, resembling that of an explosion, sounded. A pit the diameter of 3 to 4 meters appeared, the shockwave dispersed the poison gas, and all the surrounding carrion were killed. Skull Crusher quickly lifted his head and saw the figure riding on a strange vehicle. Two skeletons were stationed on the carriage, along with strange black items. "Young man, today you will die here." Skull Crusher cursed and charged forward with his hammer yet again. Wu Heng's eyes also held a degree of seriousness. He twisted the handle and with a whir, the tricycle lunged forward. He immediately created distance between himself and the enemy. "Open fire, kill him." While Wu Heng was fiercely twisting the handle, he observed the enemy through the rear-view mirror. The skeletons on the carriage started aiming. Because of the limited space, 2 heavy machine guns were barely placed in the carriage. It wasn't convenient to adjust the barrels. But since the barrel was already facing back, there was no need for a big turn. Chapter 248. Simply lining up their targets, 2 skeletons pulled the trigger, directly launching bullets towards the figures chasing closely behind. Bang! 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 The gun barrel spat out streams of orange flame. The enraged creature named Skull Crusher, chasing after them, abruptly felt a hair-raising sensation and instinctively dodged to one side. Despite reacting with lightning speed, it couldn't outpace a bullet. Most of the bullets merely grazed it, burying into the ground, while a few stray shots hit its chest plate. The bullets pierced the first layer of steel but were lodged in the plate, failing to penetrate the body. A regular human would have been blown apart by now, but Skull Crusher merely stumbled a few steps back. Showing surprise and caution in its eyes, it glanced down at the damage on its body. The creature didn't seem to anticipate a weapon this eccentric and powerful. Immediately, it rolled on the ground, intending to leave the area first. Wu Heng, who was in the car, also looked surprised. Not only did the creature dodge a bullet, but it also survived a heavy machine gun. But seeing it was trying to escape, Wu Heng swiftly shouted, "Glenda!" As his words echoed, a ghost materialized out of nowhere in front of Skull Crusher, pointing with its finger. A phantom formed. Skull Crusher abruptly froze, its pupils dilated, and then it quickly snapped back to attention. But the brief hesitation cost it. The bullets already rained down. Ding ding ding, thud thud thud. The chest plate was riddled with bullet dents. Bullets pierced through the creature's waist, abdomen, and thighs. More than one shot hit its right lower leg, causing a bone fracture and leaving it unable to support itself on the ground. Skull Crusher showed signs of pain. It never expected its enemy to possess a myriad of lethal methods. However, without time to think, it dragged its injured leg and rushed into a nearby narrow alleyway, aiming to escape first. As soon as Wu Heng spotted it trying to escape, he abruptly halted the tricycle and started to back up. With the vehicle parked at the junction, one machine gun changed direction. Bang bang bang! The confined alleyway rained with a hailstorm of bullets. Screaming in fury, Skull Crusher's body armor was blasted to pieces under the terrified gaze. Its body was shot full of holes and was in complete disarray. Experience. Your level has increased to 10, Endurance +1, Intelligence +1. Unlocked Expertise, Arcane Echoes, Necromancy Scholar, Undead Adaptation. System prompt appeared, indicating the enemy's death. Stop firing, it's dead, Wu Heng said directly. The sound of gunshots ceased, and a cloud of smoke formed by the gunpowder spread over the tricycle. Drag out the corpse, Wu Heng said. The two skeletons hopped off the vehicle and headed into the narrow alleyway, dragging the mutilated corpse out. Inside the city walls, City Lord Arano and the various officials were closely watching the battlefield below. City Lord, the leader and main force of the Hammer Party, are attacking the Carrion. It's a perfect opportunity for us to mount a total assault. Arano gazed at the whole battlefield, but his face was blank. Even though they had never commanded soldiers, by now, they knew it was a good time to launch a full-scale attack, coordinating with the Carrion to annihilate the Hammer Party. However, in his hand, the agreement felt like a mountain weighing heavily on his shoulder. After years of hard work, Lundham City had achieved its present prosperity. And now, he would have to part with half of it. But what if the other party dies in this battle? Considering the Hammer Party's current losses, once they wipe out the Carrion, they would hardly have enough strength left to attack the inner city. Arano directly said, "Withdraw the troops, retreat to the city gate." All the officials paused, but they quickly understood the intentions of the city lord. Some thought it was inappropriate while others praised him. "Retreat to the city gate," cried a messenger soldier. Dong, dong, dong. The drums sounded. The soldiers immersed in the fight paused, then stopped attacking and started to retreat back to the city gate. Hold the city gate, help the wounded. Chapter 249. The battle ended, and skeletons like Bahudong, Blazing Blade and Blood Axe quickly followed. They surrounded Wu Heng and the tricycle, protecting them in the middle. "Don't worry, the person is already dead," said Wu Heng. Soon, the bodies in the alley were dragged out. They were thrown at our feet. The giant and robust beastman had been beaten beyond recognition. His armor was like a beehive, full of dents. His limbs were intact, but they had been turned into mush by bullets. It was only his robust body that prevented him from losing any limbs. Just as he was about to release the bone manipulation skill, he paused. After thinking for a while, he took out the tablet he usually used for showing cartoons to Xiao Xiao from the space ring. He switched it to camera mode. He took a couple of photos of the body, then took a selfie with the body. This was Skull Crusher, the leader of the Hammer Party. The bounty from the association was 3 gold coins, a level 2 meritorious service. If turning him into a skeleton wasn't recognized by the association, there would be trouble. He was counting on this merit to promote himself to an executive or vice-executive position. He took a few more shots. Feeling it was enough, he began to release the bone manipulation skill. Bathed in necromancy magic, the body slowly wrapped up, and the instability warning from the insufficient level also appeared right after. Then, blood and flesh fell off, and the giant beastman skeleton, which was over 4 meters tall, slowly stood up. Shaking its skull, it made a crackling sound. Skeleton Beast Warrior, level 16. A level 16 skeleton. The level was lower than he had expected. When Skull Crusher single-handedly repelled numerous skeletons and chased the tricycle, Wu Heng thought he had provoked a level 20 enemy. That momentum was certainly massive. According to the records in the Book of Necromancy, after class change, they would become first-order professionals, with level 5 as second order, level 10 as third order, level 15 as fourth order, level 18 as fifth order, and level 20 as a hero. In the whole professional ranking system, a level 16, fourth order professional was already among the top of the world. And the executives appointed by the association were only required to be level 12, which was enough to represent a powerful force. Of course, Wu Heng hoped that his converted skeletons would be as high level as possible. But level 16 was not bad. In fact, it was surprising that a leader of the bandits reached level 16. If it wasn't for his participation in this war, construction of the castle would certainly change hands today. Nothing good would have happened to the nobles in the downtown district either. From now on, you continue to be called Skull Crusher. Pick up your weapon and come out, Wu Heng commanded directly. Skull Crusher walked out of the rotten flesh, returned to the small alley, picked up the long-handled warhammer that had just fallen, and stood aside. The physique of a beastman was already large. When Skull Crusher came in, he was a head taller than the other beastman skeletons, which made him appear exceptionally tall. Wu Heng was just about to check Skull Crusher's attributes when hurried footsteps came from behind. He saw Wen Mancha leading a few gang members rapidly approaching. She pulled down the cloth covering her mouth and nose and said, "Captain, the downtown troops have withdrawn." The Hammer Party has gone mad and is attacking. Wu Heng frowned and immediately understood the Iron Guard Knight's thoughts. They planned to let him and the Hammer Party fight to the death, then deal with the remaining party later. They couldn't win the war, so now they've adopted this plan. What do we do now? Wen Mancha asked again. Go back first, eliminate the Hammer Party people and then talk, said Wu Heng. He signaled for Wen Mancha to come. Wen Mancha looked puzzled but sat on the side of the tricycle. Wu Heng twisted the handle and the tricycle rushed forward with a whoosh. The strong push made Wen Mancha scream. She held on to the armrest tightly, staring at the strange driving apparatus in surprise. And the skeletons and gang members, after their initial surprise, jogged along behind the tricycle. Returning to the battlefield, the battle was still ongoing. The direction of the downtown district had already withdrawn its troops. Many people could be seen repairing the city gate, intending to close it again to block outsiders from getting close. Meanwhile, the Hammer Party had launched an intense attack. Every person was wearing a scarf as they rushed towards the carrion. Wu Heng ordered Glenda and Xiao Xiao to observe the battlefield situation from above. He then issued the order, attack, kill the Hammer Party. High-level skeletons led the carrion to counterattack, rolling towards the Hammer Party like waves. Soon, the Hammer Party began to lose members rapidly. In particular, an extremely ferocious skeleton was charging around the team. Judging from the skeleton and the weapons and armor, he was the leader of the Hammer Party. The leader had already been killed by the opponent and made into an undead servant. The morale of the Hammer Party dropped to rock bottom instantly. Large numbers of people began to flee. Ignoring everything, one after another, they turned around and ran towards the city gate. Wu Heng ordered the carrion to pursue symbolically. When everyone had escaped from the city gate, he closed it directly. Skull Crusher was dead, and the core figure of the Hammer Party who wielded the double axe was nowhere to be seen. Wu Heng speculated that he had realized they couldn't win and had run away with his people. It didn't matter, the core of the Hammer Party was the level 16 Skull Crusher. Now that Skull Crusher was dead and the Hammer Party had few members left, even if they went back to being bandits, they were unlikely to achieve much. They wouldn't even qualify as a big gang. The battle ended, and the poison gas gradually dissipated. It revealed the bodies piled up like a mountain on the ground, and more than 1,000 ascending carrion. Chapter 250. The Iron Guard Knights rearranged their formation at the city gate, looking warily at the approaching army. They were facing comrades they had fought side by side with, but it was more like facing a new enemy. Wu Heng glanced up at the city lord and the many officials on the city wall. He said directly, "Advance." Crash! The legion of carrion rearranged and started to march towards the city gate. On the city wall above, crossbows were drawn and aimed at the carrion below. They were ready to fire at a moment's notice. The entire field was suddenly filled with a chilly atmosphere of death. Under the gaze of everyone, the carrion army moved into the main battlefield area. Their advance stopped abruptly, and they went into standby mode. In the next second, under the gaze of everyone on the city wall, several grey-white circles of light spread out in succession. The ground was packed with bodies, which trembled as they stood up, bent over to pick up weapons, and joined the ranks of the carrion. Instantly, the number of carrion soldiers was close to 10,000 again, huddled together and filling the entire area. Everyone on the city wall widened their eyes. Disbelief and fear were visible in their expressions. Are necromancers so suited to the battlefield? Can they convert bodies so quickly? How is this possible? Thump thump thump. City Lord Arano was the first to recover. He strode down from the city wall and shouted, "Make way, let them in." The other officers also came to their senses, followed him down from the city wall, and commanded the guards to clear the way. The majority of the carrion army entered the inner city area directly. "Captain Wu Heng, thanks to your help we claimed victory in this battle. I must write a letter to the association, detailing the events of today," Arano said with a beaming smile. Wu Heng looked at him and responded with a smile, indifferent to the hidden implications, "I appreciate it, Lord Mayor. Everyone witnessed it, it's only right." Wu Heng continued, "Why did the Iron Guard Knights pull back just now? My men were nearly in danger." Arano furrowed his brows, not expecting him to ask directly. He quickly composed himself and said, "We had no choice. There was a rebellion in the inner city, probably instigated by the Hammer Party. Out of emergency, we withdrew some troops. Fortunately, it didn't cause you any damage." "Oh, I see. I knew there must be a reason." "Of course. Wu Heng didn't wish to continue the conversation. They were all hesitant during the battle, even their armor was brand new, yet they were always planning some devious tricks. Talking with him was incredibly boring, a waste of time. He cut to the chase. Since the city lord and the officials are present, let's discuss the division of the city according to the agreement. Now? Don't you need to rest first, Captain? Maybe we can discuss this once the situation inside the city has stabilized, Arano continued. Let's do it now. It's a simple matter between us. There's no need for all the fuss. Seeing the serious tone of Wu Heng, the others' faces turned solemn. Arano asked in a deep voice, how does Captain Wu Heng want to divide it? The situation in Lundham City is complex, with many factions. Hastily taking over may cause unrest. Why don't we sit down and discuss it? Wu Heng waved his hand slightly, continuing, in the outer city, I want the east and north regions. I also want the northeast in the inner city. You can have the rest, how does that sound? Captain Wu Heng, are you sure you want to divide it by area? Aren't you worried about managing the residents? The city lord need not worry about that. We will stick to the agreement for now. If there are adjustments needed afterward, it's never too late to discuss them. Wu Heng seemed set on these two places. Arano squinted, glancing at the skeleton beside Wu Heng, and the carrion army, and nodded, all right, let's follow Captain Wu Heng's plan. If you have trouble managing the city later on, you can ask me for advice or suggestions. Great. Wu Heng smiled. Humph. Arano was still upset. He snorted and left with his men. According to the division on the map, this area was under Wu Heng's jurisdiction. Captain, Wen Manchu called softly from the side. Wu Heng nodded, have your men clear the battlefield. Then select a group of obedient minions, there will be tasks for them. All right. Wen Manchu called out and led her subordinates to start clearing the battlefield. The resources littered across the ground were monetary wealth. Even the fragmented weapons and armors could be collected and turned into a considerable income. Professional Association. Upon entering the city, Wu Heng, along with the Duke and Gallo Burley, went straight to the association. The battle had lasted for such a long time, but no member of the association was seen. Even if it was highly likely they had evacuated out of the city, there were still suspicions that the place might have been massacred, explaining the lack of any news. Upon reaching the entrance of the association, they found the main gate firmly sealed. The Duke knocked for a long while, but there was no response from inside. Captain Wu Heng. Suddenly, a grid window at one side opened, and a human youth in uncertainty called out, leaning out. He was dressed in staff attire. Yes, how are things here? Wu Heng directly asked. No, everything is fine here. Has it ended outside? The youth asked. It's over. The hammer party fled, and everything is safe now, Wu Heng said softly. Upon hearing this, the expression of the youth instantly brightened. He withdrew his head back, and from inside there were faint shouts of the fight is over and everyone is safe. The sound of moving items came from behind the gate. Then, with a creak, the heavy main gate was opened. In the deserted hall, quite a number of people had gathered. We were on the night shift yesterday. After the battle broke out, we hid. The youth explained while pacing beside, and then pointing at the crowd hiding in the hall, these are the residents nearby, all hiding here. This was the inner city area. The evacuees were all local residents or servants. People from the outer city area were unable to enter after the city was sealed off at night. Have you seen the executive and vice-executive? Wu Heng continued to ask. No. It seemed they had really gone into hiding. Wu Heng nodded and continued, all right, the people of Hammer Party have dispersed, you can all return to your homes. But, be careful during these days, the city is likely to be in chaos for a while. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. After expressing their gratitude, the crowd stepped out of the gate and carefully examined the outside situation. Seeing no signs of combat, they headed towards their own homes. Wu Heng continued to instruct the staff, arrange to notify the association members to work normally, inform returning squads to strengthen the patrol in the city to prevent factions from causing chaos opportunely. Oh, okay. The staff nodded in agreement. Following this, Wu Heng left the Duke and Gallo Burley in charge of the association. He then continued dealing with other matters. Upon leaving the association, Wu Heng continued to head towards the Snake Badge Consortium on the opposite side. The consortium indeed had its own power in the city, with well-arranged manpower guarding the buildings. In the rest room, Wu Heng met his two maidservants. Minnie threw herself into his arms, while Andre Willow stood obediently by the side. At this moment, the room door opened. Lesia, dressed in leather armor and a waist sword, walked in. Her beautiful eyes were fixed piercingly on him. After a good while, she uttered a slightly doubtful sentence. "Are you the city lord now?"